Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2026. Summer wins are made in the winter. Well, we've had the winter. Now it's time for the summer. After the first 4 rounds, back-to-back racing, but it was Storm Ingrid that was stealing the headlines with the wind and the rain and the cold. Well, we've headed about 900 kilometers east from Portugal into Spain. We've gone across the Iberian Peninsula, and it's an altogether different picture. Good morning, everybody. Welcome along to Circuit Ricardo Tormo. My name is Brian Oliver. Enjoying the sunshine here in Portugal at this wonderful circuit that is just a little over 4 kilometers around with 14 turns, not a great deal of elevation change, and established in 1999, runs in an anti-clockwise direction, quite unusual compared to what the drivers are normally used to. We are getting ready to commence part 2 of this season. Weather conditions are glorious. The sky is blue. There's not a cloud in sight. Still a little bit nippy at the moment, about 12 degrees centigrade. Track temperature about 14 degrees. But as you can see, the forecast is great. We're not expecting any rain, wind, hail, snow, whatever. We're expecting it to remain dry and warm all day for rounds 5 and 6 of this wonderful championship that is currently in its 4th season. I will be bringing you the commentary today, and as is always the case, the main man is down in the pit lane. Good morning, Piers Pryor.
Brian, no, you're the main man, of course, but I am indeed down here in the pit lane at Valencia. What is scheduled to be a wonderful day of racing, perfect conditions to go Porsche Cup racing here at the Valencia circuit in Spain. Please do ignore the fact that I'm wearing lots of layers and I've got gloves on. I'm always cold. It is scheduled to be a nice day, a bit nippy in the shade here in the pit lane, but as soon as you step in the sun on the pit wall and the rest of the circuit's in the sun, it gets lovely and warm. We've got a good crowd actually turning up in person here today. A lot of locals coming out to watch the racing we've got ahead of us, and we've got a lot to look ahead to. Potentially crowning a champion in the club division. That almost certainly won't be the case in the sport division, and both of those divisions have been very, very close in practice so far. The drivers had unofficial practice on Thursday, official practice yesterday, and then one practice session this morning. Sport division, which is our first qualifying session coming up in just a few moments' time. Yesterday, the top 14 were covered by a second in this morning's practice, top 13 covered by a second, and the fastest times were thousandths apart. So very much going to be close as always. Looking forward to a day of racing. I'll be here in the pit lane giving you all the scoop, the inside knowledge that I can get from being down here, and of course running you through the podiums while I hand back to Brian to run us through the first qualifying session of the day.
Thank you, Piers. Isn't it great to see that blue sky? What a season it has been so far. We are in the 4th season of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and I think we have been witnessing some of the best racing we've ever seen in the history of this championship, some of the best cup racing you will see anywhere in the world, and we are looking forward to see what happens as we commence part 2 of the season. Excuse us going on about the weather, but we really are slightly ecstatic about the fact that it has actually warmed up. We're located in Cheste, about 20 kilometers to the west of Valencia. And this circuit, it's a great circuit. It's nicknamed a circuit within a stadium because you can get a clear view of the whole circuit from all of the 65,000 grandstand seats. It's really good. You can sit high up there and you can watch all of the racing, which is a real treat. It creates great opportunities for action. The Circuit Ricardo Tormo, named after the 2-time world champion motorcycle racer Ricardo Tormo, who died of leukemia in 1998. It is a homologated to Grade 1 status circuit, and we have seen it most famously as a host for MotoGP and World Superbike. It's hosted DTM, GP2, World Touring Cars, and of course Formula One winter testing in the past. But this weekend, the headline is all about Porsche. And last year, we saw in the sport division, Flint Schuring taking back-to-back wins. He went on to win the rookie championship in the Porsche Mobile One Super Cup, which just backs up our claim that the summer wins are made in the winter, because after last year's Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, Flint arrived on the scene, up to speed, hit the ground running, and was a force to be reckoned with. He's not here this year, but we have an incredibly competitive field of cars, as has already been witnessed. And it's Walter Boerkamps who leads the point standings with 4 still to run. Tell you more about that in a moment, but as you can see, cars coming out on track, we are getting ready for qualifying. So if you're new to Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the cars are divided into 2 categories. We have the sport division and we have the club division. The sport division are made up of pro drivers and rookie drivers, the drivers that are really pushing forwards a lot of the young up-and-coming superstars, and it's the sport division that is on track first for their qualifying sessions. 30 minutes of qualifying. You can see the clock is ticking already. It is just the one session to determine the grid for both races that are going to come today for the sport division. So fastest time will determine, the driver's fastest time will determine their position on the grid for the first round, which takes place this afternoon, round 5 of the season. But it's not just about the hot lap. We need 2 good laps from each driver. The driver's second fastest time will count towards their grid position for the second race that takes place later on this afternoon. So all of the drivers' second best times are compared to each other, and that determines the grid for round 6 that will come up a little bit later on. So the drivers need to get a bit of consistency here. They've got this 30-minute session to get the tyres into the window, get the push lap, get some times on the board, and then to see if they can improve it. Tyres are limited. 2 new sets of tyres for quali and the race today, no more. So they can't just keep putting rubber on the cars and going faster and faster. They've got to choose when they think the track will be at its quickest, when they think they will have the space, and then go for that push lap. And as is often the way on a dry day that is getting warmer, the track will get faster as this session goes on. As you can see, traffic certainly could be an issue here in this qualifying session as well. The track potentially will get quicker as this session goes on, as more rubber is laid down, as the track gets warmer. So we may well see the fastest times of all coming in the dying moments of this session. But at the moment, quite important for a driver to get a banker lap on the board. You only need to have a yellow flag or an issue in the closing stages of qualifying. And if you've left it late before you do your big push lap, then you may well end up finding a yellow flag or a caution or even a red flag, and that can really mess up your entire day. We've seen it already this year with drivers who have had a bad qualifying session. It's put them further down the grid and it's compromised them for the entire day. And of course, this qualifying session, because it counts for 2 rounds, is doubly important. We're looking there at a newcomer to this series for this event, Max Mutschlechner, the Italian driver for Target Competition. He's gearing himself up for a season in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. He's currently 7th in the Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East, and he's the winner of the Open GT class in last year's Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse. So a very quick driver, and he's joining for the remainder of the season Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and in a Target Competition car is already proving to be very quick. And we're just seeing them there at the moment, weaving, getting heat into the tyres and into the brakes. The times at the moment, not representative. This is always the way with all Porsche Cup racing. You cannot use tyre warmers. The Michelin tyres need to be brought up to temperature naturally on the track with weaving and braking, and it takes a few laps to get the tyres into the window. As we look at Levin Gelf in the Seaback Motorsport, he's in the rookie category. So getting the tyres into the window takes a few laps. Then when the drivers feel as though the tyres are about in that perfect window, they go for the push laps. So at the moment, it's the build laps is what we call, as the temperature is building in the tyres and in the brakes. Then it'll be time to go. You normally get a couple of laps out of these tyres where they're at their absolute peak, and that is when the drivers will want to choose to pull the pin and really go for it. Whether they do it now or later in the session, well, he who dares wins, as they say. At the moment, it's Jonas Greif. We welcome him back to the series as well. A regular player in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. That is a tough field of cars to race against, and he's coming here to get himself back up to speed for this coming season. We saw him last year. His best was a 10th place at Estoril, so good to have him back. And as you can see, the time's constantly changing at the moment. To give you a bit of a benchmark, last year's pole position time, fastest time of all, set by Flint Schuring, was a 1:33.398. The cars this year are now equipped with ABS, so technically should be a little bit quicker, but of course weather conditions varying, track conditions varying as well, so we'll see how that shakes out. But at the moment 1:36 is what we're looking at, and it is David Duok, another driver we welcome to the grid for pro racing as part of the A-Works team. And David Duok, a Polish driver, he's based in Malaga, and he is last year's champion of Porsche Sprint Challenge Central Europe. And he joins this year as he gets himself up to speed, ready to join the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux Series, another fantastic series. So many good series of Porsche Cup racing. So he also joining the grid. We've got a lot of new names on the grid here for this round, and we've got even more coming for Barcelona next weekend for the season closer. A lot of drivers waiting in the wings, getting ready to get their seasons going. At the moment, you're looking at the leader of the Rookie Championship, Jesse Polderdijk. He is the leader, but by just one solitary point. He leads Levin Gelf by that 1 point. Jörg Müller, who started off the season like the proverbial rat up the proverbial drainpipe, is not able to continue this season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So he was leading the championship. He's not now. He's down into third. And that man there, Jesse Polderdijk, 1 point clear of Levin Gelf in the Rookie Championship. So great to see the rookies here. We've got another rookie who's joining them for this round in the shape of Henry Wheeler, who comes all the way from the USA, and he will also be in that Rookie Championship as well. So good to see the grids growing there. Right, let's have a look at the times. At the moment, another driver that we welcome back to the grid of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. He really made some headlines last year. He's been making headlines in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany this year, and he now leads the way. Matheus Ferreira, the driver for Team GP Elite this year, really stepping up a gear, comes all the way from Brazil, currently leading the way from that man there who had a perfect weekend last time out in Estoril. He got 2 pole positions and won both races from pole. That does not tell the full story. We had some fabulous racing at Estoril last time out. Go check it out. It's all online and available to watch. But the man who came out on top, Milan Marchak, last time out in the number 96 car for Red Ant Racing, was the man to beat. And after a very poor season opener in Portimao, suddenly launched himself back into the championship hunt. In the overall championship, he is in joint second place with Marco Giltrap, and it's Walter Boerkamps who leads the way in the championship by just 7 points ahead of Giltrap and Marchak. So it really is very close. Theo Ellenis is 4th in the overall standings, but he's some 33 points back. So It really is, at the moment, a 3-horse race, but it can all turn around. Another driver who had a really tough time in Portimao, but a good time in Estoril, was Jelte Hofner. Just saw him disappearing through your picture there. He's currently in 4th place in the timings at the moment. He got a 3rd and a 5th at Estoril last time out, and he's preparing himself for a season in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux in the red and white 919 car there for MDM Motorsport. Jelte Hofner certainly launched himself back into the championship hunt. He's up into 8th in the championship, 31 points. That's 50 back from Walter Burkamps. But you only need to have a tough weekend, and we saw that last time out in Estoril. Marco Giltrap, he had a very rapid car and he was very quick in the races, but he had a difficult qualifying session. And there is Marco Giltrap in the number 66 car just heading into turn 1. Giltrap, having had a tough qualifying session, had the pace during the races, but was starting in the traffic and really struggled to push his way too far forwards. He got a 4th and a 3rd, which is still pretty good, and it meant that he's still in 2nd in the championship, but he did lose the championship lead. So Giltrap will be another who will be mindful of the fact that he needs to do well in this qualifying session. Right, well, I've been talking. Another newcomer, Jack Young from the UK, goes quickest, a 1:33.648. So that is our new quickest time at the moment. So Jack Young, another for Target competition, one of the BRDC rising stars. He's come from TCR Racing. We saw him in TCR China. We've seen him in the UK Clio Cup. In fact, he was the champion in that in 2019. He was the International Clio Cup champion in 2018. And he's now the quickest man in the blue and white Target competition car, the number 15 car. So the 1:33.648. A driver currently getting up to speed as well is Walter Burkamp. So at the moment, he's in 5th place, but he's just put in a purple in Sector 3. So he's building as well. So keep an eye on Walter Burkamp. We didn't think he was going to be racing this weekend. He leads the championship, but we're saving the budget a little bit for the season closure in Barcelona. Pleased to say he's pulled it all together and is racing here, lastminute.com, but he's not got new tyres, so he's running on older rubber than maybe the cars around him. So a bit of a challenge for our championship leader. Currently drops down to 7th at the moment, but he's still building it up as the number 15 car of Jack Young continues on his way. His lap, a 1:33.648. Jelte Hofner is up into 2nd place. Now, the one thing we haven't mentioned yet is track limits, our old friend, the 2 words that strike fear into the heart of all cup racing fans. Boy, have we had some track limit warnings during the practice sessions so far here at Valencia. So drivers have had a number of laps disallowed over the various practice sessions. And we just had one for Theo Elenis disallowed, and this is for track limits. So the drivers needed to keep it between the white lines. We've got cameras out on turns 1, 6, and 14 monitoring those track limits, but it's all around the circuit that the stewards are looking at. And there, Jelte Hofner taking a very wide line. You saw him just chucking a bit of dirt up into the air. He was crossing the white line there as well. So drivers need to be mindful of the fact that if they lose a lap due to track limits, they may well lose the next lap as well. If the race director perceives that they have gained an advantage through exceeding track limits on the previous lap, they may well lose the next lap. And in the race itself, if they exceed track limits, then we get into the realms of time penalties coming for the drivers. There is Marco Giltrap, the championship leader going into Estoril, 2nd in the championship coming out. At the moment, putting in comparatively good times. He's into 4th place, but he's still about 0.165 down on Jack Young's quickest time. 1:33.648 at the moment. Alex Ryman, another driver who had a dreadful time in Portimao, didn't start either race after an accident in practice, but had a good run at Estoril with a 6th and a 4th. So Alex Ryman is up there into 2nd place as well. But Marco Giltrap will have it in the back of his mind that qualifying really messed up both rounds 3 and 4 for him in Estoril, and he'll want to make sure that doesn't happen again here. Well, Alex Ryman's just had a lap disallowed for track limits. We've had a lot of warnings and a lot of laps disallowed just in the last few minutes. Alex Ryman, Henry Wheeler, Jesse Polderdijk, Luciano Martinez, Tio Elenes, Jelter Hofner, all have had laps disallowed due to exceeding track limits, and you get the feeling this might be an ongoing story as Marco Giltrap peels off into the pits. This might be an ongoing story as today progresses. I really hope we're not going to see races decided in the stewards' room. We really want to see what's happening on track reflecting in the results, as we see Jelter Hofner there. And it might look like everybody's relaxed and chilled and enjoying the Spanish sunshine, but at the moment it's waiting for that perfect moment when the teams will put the tyres on the car and then Jelter Hofner will go out for that final push. There is Matheus Comparato. He's had a fairly reasonable start to the season. His best has been a 6th place in Portimao at the season opener. He got an 8th place last time out in Estoril, but would like to improve on that. At the moment, he's in 9th place. We've got all the cars in the pits at bar 3 at the moment. So just Henry Wheeler, Tio Elenes, and Luciano Martinez are out on track at the moment. And they've got a nice clear track in front of them and may well decide that having a clear track is a greater advantage than maybe the potential higher level of rubber, a higher temperature later in the session. Well, we'll see how that shakes out. But at the moment, Tio Elenes not having to contemplate traffic, so able to focus purely on extracting everything out of the lap, everything that he can. At the moment, he's down in 16th place. A 134.718 was his last lap. It was his personal best, but he's still over a second off the quickest time set by Jack Young, who currently still leads the way. What a way to arrive on the scene. Jack Young, a 133.648. Anyone who is saying who is no longer saying that, because he currently leads the way in the standings. He's in the pits. You can see 3 cars out on track at the moment. Tio Elenes looking to improve from his 16th place at the moment. So 134.718. His sector times looking pretty reasonable. I don't think it's going to be enough to move him to the top of the standings, but maybe it's going to be an improvement. Of course, the track divided into 3 sections. We have sector 1 that runs from the start-finish line to between turns 2 and 3. Sector 2 then runs to between turns 11 and 12, and then the final sector round to complete the lap. And each sector, obviously, is separately timed. A driver can be purple in a sector. That means they're the quickest of all, as we get the thumbs up from the driver who currently leads the way. So if a driver sets a time that's quicker than anybody, their sector will light up purple. They'll get a purple against their time in that sector. If they can get 3 purples, then that would be the dream scenario, the quickest of anybody in all 3 sectors. At the moment, nobody is improving. Now, Tio Elenes is still... Is he out on track at the moment? I think he's peeling off into... Yes, he is. So Elenes is back in the pits. But everybody else now starting to get moving. So we saw the 919 car in the pit box just now, Jelter Hofner. He's now got that fresh rubber on the car. This is going to be the critical time. So he's currently on his out lap, and then he'll be into the build laps. And then when he feels like the tyres are in the window, it'll be time to pull the pin and time to give it everything. Remember, not just the quickest lap required, but the second quickest lap as well. I'm looking at the second quickest times, and the quickest of the second best times is actually belonging to Matheus Ferreira. So he's third of the fastest times, but the quickest of the second best times. You can get your head around that. Matheus Ferreira. So if things remained as they are now, Ferreira would start on pole for the second round of the day, round 6 of the championship, which comes up later on this afternoon. And if things remain as they are now, it will be Jack Young who starts on pole for the first round. So, starting to get busy out on track at the moment. Most of the cars are either on the move or about to start moving, still waiting for Marco Giltrap. That's going to be a significant one. Still in that 4th place at the moment. He's still stationary in the pits, so he's leaving it till quite late in the session. We're into the final third of this session. Just to correct myself, I said that Walter Boerkamps was going to be on old rubber. I'm told by peers that he does actually have new tyres now, so really good that he's got new tyres underneath him. So we're expecting to see Walter Boerkamps somewhere near the front come the end of this session. Currently in 6th place, 0.283 off the fastest time. Everybody who's out on track at the moment, just building the temperature. There's Marco Giltrap, so he's running as well. So if the timing screen goes purple, it's a best of all. If the timing screen goes green, it's the driver's personal best time. We've got no greens or purples at the moment. We're not expecting that because the temperatures are still building. We've got 2 cars in the pits at the moment. Make that 1 because Henry Wheeler has now just pulled out of the pits as well. So just Theo Elenis, the one driver who's adopting a very different strategy to everybody else. He's going to want to try and improve on that 16th place. Remember, Theo Elenis coming into this event is in the championship hunt in 4th place, just 33 points back from Walter Boerkamps. So he will be wanting to improve on that 16th place. Maybe he's going to leave it till quite late in the session, but he's still stationary in the pits. Marco Giltrap weaving, generating the heat in the tyres and in the brakes. He comes a very long way. It's a long trip, I'm told, from New Zealand. I've never done it myself, but Marco Giltrap, all the way from New Zealand, currently preparing himself for a season in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. He'll be running one of the new Cup cars that are currently being rolled out of the Porsche factory. Very excited about those. He's running for Team 75 Motorsport, the famous team that is run by Timo Bernhard, and in fact his sister Jenny Leising, who is actually doing the day-to-day running of the Team 75 Motorsport, a very, very quick car. And for Marco Giltrap, feels like a bit of a step forwards for him as well. Right, Jelter Hoffner, he's out on track again. Always posts selfies if he finishes on the podium, so he'll have his camera on standby to see if he can do that after the race here. Great social media actually from Jelter Hoffner. A lot of these drivers worth following on their Instagrams. Some really good creative stuff there as well, but it's on the track where he really wants to shine. Jelter Hoffner preparing for his season in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, and was second in the rookies last year in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So very much still finding his feet in the world of cup racing. It's the driver's instinct, I think, just to flash the lights as they come along the pit straight, even if there's nobody in front of them. Kind of maybe a bit of a frustration, whatever it is, the driver's flashing the lights, telling anybody who might be in front that they're coming through. There is the 127 of Matheus Ferreira. He stepped across to Team GP Elite for this year. Another driver preparing for Porsche's 6th Carrera Cup Germany this year. And he is incredibly quick, and Team GP Elite know how to prepare a car. So that could be a very potent combination. We saw him, as I mentioned already, last year in this series. He got a couple of... he got a best of 4th place, get there in the end here in Valencia, and we'll be looking, I think he's probably in a good shape to maybe improve on that, particularly as he's running in 3rd place at the moment. Nikola Milkovic has done some personal bests, so some green times coming in for the car that's currently in 8th place, the treble one car. So Nikola Milkovic picking up the pace. Still nobody getting anywhere near the 133.648 that was set by Jack Young back on lap 6. Jelter Hofner has just had his lap disallowed for track limits. Levin Gelf, also David Duoc as well, have had laps disallowed. So still track limits continuing to be an issue as we look at Matheus Ferreira in that 3rd place. So what's he doing at the moment? His sector times are looking good, but not spectacular. So he's a couple of tenths down on the best time that was set by Jack Young in sector 1. So Matheus Ferreira still trying to find a little bit more time in that GP Elite car, the number 127 car. 133.648, an early benchmark. It might well be that we'll see that eclipsed as the track gets to what could potentially be its fastest state of the day so far. Looking to see Teo Elenis is now out on track as well. So all cars are now out on track. Everybody now looking to improve. Everyone's got a banker lap on the board, although some need some big improvements. And Teo Elenis is one of those, currently still in 16th place. So that is significant in the championship. Our championship leader, Walter Boerkamps, is in 7th place. So he'll be looking for a little bit more as well. Did not take part in all of the practice sessions that we've had over the last couple of days. So maybe still getting up to speed. So Walter Boerkamps needs to find about 0.3 of a second as Matheus Ferreira now goes quickest to 133.633. So Ferreira suddenly going quicker. He didn't set purples in any of the sectors. It was just consistency across all 3 sectors. So Matheus Ferreira now the quickest. He's done a personal best in sector 1 as well. So the new time to beat, a 133.633. Interestingly, still about 2.5 tenths slower than last year's time sent by Flint Schuring. So Matheus Ferreira, that car there, the orange, white and black GP Elite 127 car, is the quickest, a 133.633. The track temperature is now up to 18.5 degrees centigrade. So that will help the drivers as they look to get more temperature into the tyres to find more grip. But we're running out of time. Less than 3.5 minutes remaining of this qualifying session. A lot of drivers now posting personal bests. Lots of greens all across the timing screen. So many of the drivers improving. But can they do anything about the 133.633? Jack Young has responded, a 133.550. So Jack Young retaking the fastest time from Matheus Ferreira. Jelter Hofner in 3rd place. He's 0.139 down on those two, having had laps disallowed. So it's really hotting up with 2 3/4 minutes remaining. The blue, white and grey number 15 car. We've got a yellow flag at turn 12. Now, who is that? It's cleared, so somebody had a moment. Milan Marchak now goes quickest, a 133.520. We thought that might be the case. I think it might have been Matheus Comparato who had a moment that brought out that brief yellow flag, but we're all good. Everything remains green. Eddie Driver, leaving it late in the session, is risking it. Milan Marchak, though, with a purple last time around, but Jack Young now with a 133.550. We thought this might happen in the closing few moments of this session. Suddenly, the lap times are tumbling. The new benchmark, a 133.640. But we've got an eye on Milan Marchak because he is also going quicker. So at the moment, Marchak is down in 7th place. Jack Young is our quickest driver. He pulls off the racing line. It looks like he has given everything with 1 minute and 3/4 remaining. Matheus Ferreira looking to respond. So Matheus Ferreira currently in 2nd place. Needs to find about 0.08 of a second. It doesn't sound much, but that's a fair bit he needs to find still on this lap, but he's not improving. So at the moment, Jack Young is looking like in a fairly solid position of that fastest time. Matheus Ferreira does not improve, so 133.633. So he's 0.083 back from the fastest time. In 3rd place is still Jelter Hofner Walter Burkamp's in 4th place at the moment. That would be a second row start. Milan Marchak, though, jumps up to P2, 133.595. So Milan Marchak, the number 96 silver car that is prepared by Red Ant Racing, that started both races on pole position. In fact, has started every race this season on pole position. Still looking to improve on that. But it was Milan Marchak who won both races last time out in Estoril, having started from that pole position. Is this going to be the first race of the season? He doesn't start on pole position. He's doing everything he can to improve. He's done a personal best the last time around, but he's still got to find 0.045 of a second to get on top of Jack Young. Jack Young looks to have done all that he can at the moment. It looks like a 133.550 is the best that we're going to see from Jack Young. Milan Marchak with the clock starting to tick down now in the number 96 car. So the clock strikes 0. This lap will count, but it will be this lap only that will count for Milan Marchak. So he's got to do it now or never to get the car onto that pole position. At the moment, it will be a front row start for the number 96 car, but he wants to be on the pole position. He wants to make it 5 poles out of 5. Jack Young has come here to break his heart and steal his dreams. Mathieu Ferreira, 4th place is as good as it's going to get across the line. Milan Marchak, and he's done it, a 133.537 in the closing stages of qualifying on the very last lap. He steals it away from Jack Young. Jack Young, second fastest. Theo Elenis has found that pace in the closing stages up to P3. Mathieu Ferreira down to 4th. Jelte Hofner down to 5th. Championship leader Walter Burkamps peels off into the pits, doesn't complete his lap in 6th place. Then Alex Ryman, Sebastian Freimuth, haven't even mentioned him yet, in 8th. Another tough qualifying session for Marco Giltrap. He's down in 9th place, so he's got a bit of work to do from there this afternoon. But Milan Marchak makes it 5 out of 5 for pole positions. What an astonishing last lap. Didn't set any purples, but was quick across all of the sectors. And it was a 133.537 that gives Milan Marchak a clean sweep once again of pole positions of the season. Now, I haven't looked to see who has the best second quickest time. I believe that was Marchak. Just looking at the second best times as well. And I think Marchak has done a double pole. I can't see anybody who's got a second best time that's better. So it's going to be 6 out of 6 for Milan Marchak this season as he continues his march at the front. Pole position once again for Milan Marchak for both rounds at 5 and 6. Jack Young looked to be odds on until that last lap from Milan Marchak, and he came through and he stole it away. What a sensational qualifying session that was. Theo Elenis, having been loitering at the bottom of the timing screens for most of the session, finally pulls it all together. Maybe that was all part of the strategy because his second best time is also up there as well. So it's a 3rd place for Theo Elenis. Mathieu Ferreira will be a second row start in the first race with Jelte Hofner in 5th. I think both of those might be disappointed with that, to be honest. Championship leader Walter Burkamps is down in 6th ahead of Alex Ryman and Sebastian Freimuth. Right down in the pit lane, Piers Pryor is waiting for us.
Yeah, I've not got our pole sitter, but only by a tiny, tiny amount. It was 13 thousandths of a second. Jack, you had it until the last lap. I mean, a pretty good entry to the championship, I'd say.
Yeah, you know, it's our first time in the car, so I'm pretty pleased with second. Considering how hard this championship is, you know, at the highest level. But yeah, I was trying my best. Just got held up a little bit on my fastest lap, but it happens, you know what I mean? So yeah, I'm happy enough, happy for the team and happy for myself, so thank you.
Absolutely. I mean, clearly you're comfortable in the car with limited running, because to be running with, within a couple of thousandths of some of the best Carrera Cup drivers already at this stage, it must feel pretty good. Talk to us about what you're feeling right now.
Yeah, I'm just still getting used to it, the wee bit of the car. So, yeah, I'm sure there's a little bit more to come out of it, but yeah, pretty happy and pleased. So thankful to be here.
Yeah, we're going on the front row, so what's the plan for the races?
Keep it pinned.
Absolutely, love to hear that. Jack Young, a new driver to the championship, racing for, I think it's Target Competition, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Target Competition, the team we've seen before. And Milan Marchak, our pole sitter, is right behind me, apparently, just in getting weighed at the moment. So we'll stay on the line just for now, and then we'll grab a word with him. I'm going to wave him down. So just bear with me a second. Milan, can I grab a word? He wants to wait 1 second. He wants to wait. That's absolutely fine. Great to see new drivers in the championship joining us round after round. We've got, of course, a lot of familiar faces. Milan Marchak, who's on pole again, for as far as I'm aware, race 1 and race 2. So he'll be looking to make the most of those, vying for the championship. Great to see Wouter Borkamps as well. He didn't actually have the best qualifying session in that one. Goes from 6th place in the first race. He's our championship leader. There was talk actually ahead of this weekend, in fact, until about middle of the afternoon yesterday, he wasn't going to be racing due to budgetary issues, but he's managed to make it, and it's good to see him on the good. He'll be fighting his way through. Milan Marchak, our pole sitter, has made his way through. Sorry to interrupt you there. You were looking at the times. That last lap, you didn't have it, literally didn't have it until you came out that line that last time, 13 thousandths of a second. But you've done it, double pole again.
I think you're getting a little bit mad that you're always talking to me when after qualifying, but yeah.
Milan, always a pleasure, don't worry.
Thank you. Yeah, it's very close to each other all weekend long. If you see all the practices, it's incredible how close it is, but it's great to be the fastest again and to start 2 times from pole again today.
Absolutely, and it's a very difficult track to extract the lap time from, because you have to push the limits in terms of the car, but also make sure you're staying within track limits as well.
Yeah, the conditions are also pretty, really different than in Estoril. The Estoril was cold, and the whole setup of the car is different. Here it's very hot. So the tires are getting warm very, very quickly if you have a snap of oversteer or something. But yeah, the track is really difficult. But it's great to start from pole now.
How do you have to adapt your driving for the different conditions?
Yeah, you need to adapt a little bit. You need to be very, very calm on the entry of the corner. And in Estoril you could push it a little bit more, because now the tire will overheat if you go too fast in the corner and then understeer and everything. But we made it work. The team also gave me a really good car, so I'm very happy with that.
Do you reckon that the time management's going to play a factor in the races if you push too hard, for example, at the start of the race?
It's gonna be a very big thing in the race. But as I said, the pole it's very important here, because you don't have the dirty air, and dirty air will play a big role, I think.
Well, you're in the perfect place. You just need to get down to turn one nice and clean. An unknown factor, Jack Young, alongside you. New drive to the championship, clearly quick. How are you thinking about that?
Yeah, I don't really look at it. I don't really look at it. I focus on myself. So
sounds good, Milan. I'll let you go and celebrate another pole position with your team. Congratulations. That is our sport division qualifying. Up next, do it all over again for club.
Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division qualifying, and as was the case for the Sport Division, it'll be 30 minutes on the clock, and as was the case, we're qualifying not just for round 5 but for round 6 that comes up. Last race of the day will be round 6. Now, technically, the track will be getting quicker and quicker still. The temperature has risen significantly even during that first qualifying session that we've seen. So, again, I think we're going to see drivers potentially waiting till later in the session before the big push lap. We might see a fairly busy track early on as drivers get a banker on the board, and then it's he who dares wins to see who leaves it late in the session to come out and risk the yellow flags, but potentially the reward is getting a grid position at the front of the grid. Joel Monegro comes into this weekend with an absolute perfect score. He's had 4 wins out of 4 and could potentially this weekend clinch the championship in the club division for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. He has been incredibly quick in an incredibly quick car. Anything that's prepared by Manthey Racing is going to be fast, and the track experience by Manthey Porsche that Joel Monegro is driving has been very quick. So he's won all 4 races so far. He has had a couple of pole positions as well. He had pole for the opener in Portimao, and he had a pole for the last round, round 4 in Estoril. The other poles have gone the way of Eric Santos and also Javier Ripoll Jr. And keep an eye on Javier Ripoll Jr. because he had launched himself into the championship hunt in the number 91 car, and he was really entertaining last time out in Estoril. There he is in the car getting ready, just getting himself in the window, psyching himself up, but a really entertaining driver. He's second in the championship, so we've got 3 championships in fact, although one we're not really paying too much attention to for reasons that will become clear. We have the Michelin Cup standings. Joel Monegro leads with a perfect 100 over Javier Ripoll Jr., leads him by 27 points. And in the overall championship, again, Joel Monegro has a perfect 200 score, leading Javier Ripoll Jr. by 146 points. The other championship is the GT4 championship, but there is only one GT4 car here. So that is a little bit done and dusted already. Daniel Lewis is the only GT4 runner, but he is definitely worth mentioning in dispatches because over the last 4 rounds, he has been mixing it with the big brother cars, a GT4 versus a GT3 car, and he has done a sterling job in that car. He's had a 6th, a 5th, a 6th, and a 7th, which is no mean feat, and it means that in the overall championship, even though he has that smaller car, he is in 3rd place, 60 points off Joel Monegro. So he has been great entertainment value and also must be feeling confident in that car. But he is at a power disadvantage, and with the blue skies up above, maybe not as in a stronger position as he'd like to be here in Valencia. He was doing his rain dance out the back of the garage for the last 4 rounds, and it worked as well. But hey, don't think he's going to get that kind of luck here this weekend, but it'll be interesting to see how he does compare in the dry conditions. Everybody back out on track, or back out, everybody out on track. They're back out because we did have a free practice session this morning, and it was another session which had more conversation about track limits than it did about anything else that was happening out on track. So once again, track limits are an issue. So last year, the fastest time was set by Felipe Wills. He had a 1:35.494, and he went on to win race 1. Race 2 last year was won by Andre Fernandez. He'd also won a race the year before. We thought he was going to be racing this weekend, but sadly, he's been deleted from the entry list at the last minute, which is a real shame. But we've got some very, very rapid drivers, but none more so than that car there, the silver and black 224 car that is prepared by Track Experience by Manthey. Joel Monegro from the Dominican Republic. There's a driver that returns to the grid. Peter Sander, the German driver for K. Kramer Racing, the 199 car. Very pretty black and pink livery there. And he raced in Portimao, got a 10th and a 12th place last year. Has been racing almost exclusively on the Nürburgring, very much into the whole Nordschleife stuff. I think you can understand why. But getting himself up to speed by joining us here. Had a very different kind of circuit here in Valencia in the 199 car. So good to see him joining the ranks as well. While the drivers are on their build laps, just to tell you about that championship. So in the overall championship, Joel Monegro, ahead of Javier Ripoll Jr. by 54 points. Daniel Lewis is third, 60 points back. Then it's teammate, sister car to Joel Monegro, Eric Santos in fourth, and he is 102 points back, so a bit of a mountain to climb there. Keep an eye on fifth place in the championship, though. Levent Turkman, he has been a real entertainer in the number 77 car. Very little experience, but has been mixing it with the front runners. Unfortunately, recorded a non-finish at the last round in Estoril after a collision with another car. Very much certainly not would be considered an accident necessarily of his making, but certainly it was a non-finish. But apart from that, has had a sterling debut in this series. So keep an eye on the number 77 car, Levent Turkman, fifth overall in the standings, ahead of Jan Klingenberg and Alexander Dobik. Hans Frisch, Kasper Hockerboom, Marabi Mekvabishvili round out the top 10 in the overall championship. In the club division, it's Monegro ahead of Ripoll Jr., Santos. Turkman is fourth, 55 points back from the championship leader. So in the Michelin Cup, it's 25 points for a win, and in the overall standings, it's 50 points for a win. But is that man there? No, it's not. That's the sister car, Eric Santos in the 221 car. Joel Monegro is the one they're all going to have to beat. So Peter Sander, currently the quickest, but we're expecting the times to come down quite a bit in the next few minutes. So we've already had a couple of laps disallowed. Marabi Mekvabishvili and Javier Ripoll Jr. have exceeded track limits and have had a lap disallowed. And again, I've mentioned it already, I'll mention it again. Really important that they get this out of their system now, because if you start exceeding track limits during the race, you're going to pick up time penalties, and that could be critical. We're riding on board with Javier Ripoll Jr. So pleased we've got a camera on board that car for Est1 Racing, because Javier has really entertained us with his racing over the last 4 rounds. Piers tells me that the track temperature has risen by another half degree, so up to 19 degrees centigrade. So any driver that's leaving it late in the session does have the potential of a quicker track. Right, up to second at the moment. We've got Joel Monegro, should I say, has gone first at 136.386, but second is Dean Burden for Eden Motorsport. Really good that Dean Burden, who comes from Lincolnshire in the UK, was fifth in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain in the Pro-Am category, and has decided to pay us a visit in Valencia. And what a welcome addition Dean is as well, and showing that it's good that he's here, because he might be one of the drivers that could take it to Joel Monegro. Monegro currently quickest, but 0.076 behind is Dean Burden, so not that far behind in the grand scale of things. Monegro's 136.386, so that is about a second off the quickest time that was set last year. So Monegro leading the way at the moment. These cars have ABS and traction control is permitted. So ABS and traction control gives them a little bit of a pace. Certainly traction control helps with a pace advantage over the drivers in the sport division. We continue to look at Joel Monegro there, the quickest car. So purple in Sector 1, but the quickest of anybody in Sector 2 on this lap is Dean Burden. So he has gone quicker, and the quickest of all across the lap. The fastest time of all for Dean Burden, a 135.594. So Dean Burden, the first to maybe stick a flag in the ground in the number 56 car. There it is, the green and black Eden Motorsport car. Very pretty looking car, that is. So Dean Burden, another Brit who's decided to turn up in Porsche's Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and another one who's suddenly making everybody look around and go, hey, what, who? We saw it in the sport division just now. We're seeing it again in the club division here. So Dean Burden suddenly saying, hey, I'm here, take note. Monegro down to second. Marabi Mekbabishvili up to third place. Having had that disallowed lap, he's now put in laps that have remained within the white lines. That means that Javier Ripoll Jr. is in fourth, ahead of Levent Turkman, who is bumped down because Alexander Dobic has just jumped up into fifth place as well. So it's all changing. We've got 21 minutes remaining. Remember, fastest and second fastest times are important here, but a 1:35.594, the only driver into the 35s up until the last lap, because Joel Monegro is now into the 35s as well. It's a 1:35.594 for Dean Burden. Monegro has improved, a 1:35.789, but have we got somebody who's going to give Joel Monegro a run for his money? Dean Burden seems to think so. 1:35.594 is the benchmark in what we would call phase one of this qualifying session. Daniel Lewis is currently the only driver in the pits in the GT4 car. He hasn't put in a representative lap yet, so maybe just waiting the moment. I don't think there's an issue. We can see just taking tyre pressures. That's all fairly standard. So maybe waiting for his moment. And it might be with the GT4 car that he feels as though when the majority of the field come into the pits, which may be any time soon, as Javier Ripoll Jr. goes quickest now, 1:35.458. But Daniel Lewis may decide to come out when the track is at its quietest because he's in that GT4 car, and may decide that that will be his best opportunity to get a time on the board. But yes, Javier Ripoll Jr., the car with the camera on board, that's what the view looks like from the fastest car in the field, a 1:35.458, and that is quicker than last year's pole position time set by Felipe Wills. So Javier Ripoll Jr., 1:35.458. That's the one they've got to beat. That is a good representative time. He leads the way. Dean Burden has now got to find a little under 1.5 tenths of a second. It means that Joel Monegro, championship leader, is bumped down to third. Marabi Mekbabishvili in fourth. Hunter in fifth place. Another newcomer this season to the grid, ahead of Alexander Dobic in sixth. And Levent Turkman, but it's changing because Levent Turkman has just improved. He's up to fourth place. Dean Burden has done a purple in sector 3 on the last lap, so there's still plenty of pace left in that car. So Burden trying to move himself back into that fastest time. At the moment, Javier Ripoll Jr., a man who has been there or thereabouts all season long. Dean Burden in a car that looks worryingly like Javier Ripoll Jr.'s car, like we need any confusion. Currently trying to improve in the green and black Eden Motorsport car. So 22.049 in sector 1. So have we seen the best of Burden on these tyres at the moment? Marabi Mekbabishvili is into the pits. Daniel Lewis is on his out lap. And I think we're going to see maybe a few of the other runners peeling off into the pit lane shortly. And that will give Daniel Lewis a clear track. There he is there in the sole Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport car. It's a little bit less horsepower, 4 litres naturally aspirated. Great car, but not as fast as those around it. So Daniel Lewis may well have a bit of space out on track if, I have to say, everybody's going to come in. But actually, the only one who has peeled off at the moment is Marabi Mekbabishvili. So still got plenty of time left in this session. Still 17 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Javier Ripoll Jr., 1:35.458 is the time to beat. Right, nobody at the moment setting the timing screens alight. Let's see what Daniel Lewis can do in the GT4 car. A lot of space in front of him out on track, so conditions are good. A good opportunity to extract all of he can out of that machine. The driver who is preparing for 2026 in, I believe, the Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain AM Championship, and preparing his way by appearing here in Valencia on the blue skies in the number 19 car. That is prepared by Race Car Consultants. So Ripoll is into the pits. Dean Burden's into the pits. Marabi Mekvabishvili into the pits. Joe Monegro is, I thought he was in the pits, but I've got him back out on track at the moment. So Daniel Lewis just moving to the side, letting Levent Turkman break clear. Turkman, who looks to be getting quicker and quicker every time we see him, the Dutch driver for MDM Motorsports. He's had a couple of podiums this year already, but for that non-finish last time out in Estoril, might well have been a little bit further up the championship. Daniel Lewis having let Turkman out and past. Good move, better to choose the battles that are going to be worthwhile. Well, I said he'd let him go. There he is, closes up under braking. Maybe he's just testing to see how well he can close in on him. Here they come, out along the straight. There's Levent Turkman. What do I know? Very little indeed. 6 cars into the pits now. Peter Sander, Hans Frisch, Alexander Dobek, John Monegro, Dean Burden, Javier Ripoll Jr. Everybody else remains out at the moment. Marabi Mekvabishvili on an outlap. So another driver maybe adopting a slightly different strategy to those around him as we hit the halfway point of the session. 1:35.458 is Javier Ripoll's quickest time. Looking to see who has the second quickest, and I believe Dean Burden is the second quickest lap. Try saying that after a couple of G&Ts. I think Dean Burden, if things remain as they are now, would have the pole position for the second race. But we've still got plenty of time to come. The track is getting quicker, and I think we might see a challenge at 1:35.458. There's Levent Turkman, still out on track at the moment. Right now, the pits are starting to get busy as more and more cars peel in. Hunter is in, Alexander Dobek's in, Kasper Hockerboom. So drivers will now wait, those that are in the pits, wait for that perfect moment to try and come out. And it may well be, as was the case in the sport division, that our pole position time comes after the clock has struck 0. Whoever's on their fast push lap at the absolute end of the session may well be in with the best shot of a pole position. At the moment, the number 19 car of Daniel Lewis is out, pushing hard, out on track, and he puts a lap on the board at 1:38.697. So about 3.2 down on pole position time. There's Joel Monegro, just waiting at the moment. Has a time on the board, so all good there. He has got a good second fastest time as well. 1:35.9 is his second fastest time. So third fastest in the fastest times, third fastest in the second fastest times as well. Levent Turkman has had a lap disallowed for exceeding track limits. So he peels off into the pits. We'll have a think about that and we'll return. So, with 13 minutes remaining to summarise, Javier Ripoll Jr. for S1 Racing is the quickest of all, 1:35.458. And the quickest of the second quickest times is Dean Burden with a 1:35.639 for Eden Motorsports. Joel Monegro is both the third quickest of the quickest times and the third quickest of the second quickest times. So it would be P3 for both races if things remain as they are. But it looks like it's all about to change. The peaceful moment in the middle of the session felt shorter than normal because the cars are now starting to come out on track. It's going to get busy. We've only got 4 cars in the pits at the moment. Javier Ripoll Jr. continues to grow in confidence. The driver, who is registered Venezuelan but lives in Miami, races Porsche on the American scene, is leaving it till late in the session. Monegro's out now, so he will start once again. It'll be the out lap, then the build lap, and then when he's ready and the tyres are in the window, it'll be the push laps. And it may be that the teams try to back time it, so the push lap comes in the absolute closing laps, closing seconds of this session. So just 3 cars in the pits, so it's the big shootout now to find out who's going to start on pole position for the next 2 races. And there, Javier Ripoll Jr. is another to start on his out lap. So, track getting busy. Blue skies up above. Don't think we're going to have any change from that all day today. So, it is very much quick conditions, perfect conditions. The summer winds are made in the winter, and this is why we come, well, to Spain, not so much about Portugal. This is why we come to Spain in February, because we can get these conditions. Good crowd of people here as well at Circuito Ricardo Tormo in Valencia. We'll just say Valencia, shall we? A good bunch of people here in Valencia. And I already mentioned it, they get such a good view. It's a very attractive circuit to come to, because you can sit on, certainly on the back rows of the grandstands, and you can see absolutely everything. And that's quite a treat, because it's something you don't often get in circuit racing. Right, Javier Ripoll Jr. out to defend his pole position, a 135.458. Dean Burden is now out on track as well, still building up the temperature at the moment. His last lap was not representative, but we'll take a couple of laps to get it into the window. So maybe in a couple of minutes' time, we're going to start seeing the lap times coming. The driver's weaving, generating the heat in the tyres. Also, a bit of braking as well. And when they're in the pits, we've got a yellow at turn 4 and 5. So somebody's had a moment up at turn 4 and 5. Now, who is that? Up at turn 4, it seems, and that's now cleared. It was 218, so that would be Marabi Mekvabishvili, who had done a rotation at turn 4. He's regathered it and rejoined and has been able to continue. So hopefully no traumas there. 4th place, very good. Right, we've got another yellow now between turns 9 and 11. So somebody else has had a moment at turns 9 and 11. And it is the championship leader, Joel Monegro, the first chink in the armour that we've seen this season. Joel Monegro, building the temperature in the tyres, has lost the back end. He's managed to keep it out of the barrier, out of the gravel trap. He's able to rejoin, but that just shows that Joel Monegro has got the pressure on here. So maybe just a moment while the tyres were cold. So he's going to have to just tread carefully, make sure the temperature is in those Michelin tyres, and then we'll start his big push. But with 8 3/4 minutes remaining, Javier Ripoll Jr. looks to be well in control of this at the moment. Dean Burden looking to respond in that 2nd place and try and take back the pole in the first race and defend the pole in the 2nd race. So there is Dean Burden in the number 56 car. Is it going to be an all green and black? I say green and black. It's a British racing green car. My monitor makes it look a little bit black, but very, very good looking car, that, the number 56 car. And building the temperature again, looking to close the gap. Can he retain the pole position for round 6? Can he regain the pole position for round 5? We're going to find out in about 8 minutes' time. You can see he's pushing now in the number 56 car. So his last sector was a 47.737. So a couple of tenths, and he's lost the back end of it. So he was pushing a little bit too much. The back end steps out. That's up at turn 13, turn 14. And now wants to rejoin. Of course, there's going to be traffic coming. The yellows will be waving. The hazards are flashing. And gets off the racing line. So it was looking good. He was a couple of tenths off in that sector. Meanwhile, Alexander Dobic has gone purple in sector 3. So Dean Burden was pushing hard. It was at turn 14, the final turn. A little bit of a drop downhill in that turn. 2nd gear. They go from 210 and just see maybe a wheel on the white line, but the back end just stepping out. They go from 210 kilometers an hour down to about 85 kilometers an hour into turn 14, from 5th down to 2nd gear. Maybe the tyres not quite up to temperature at the back. Daniel Lewis peels off into the pits now. So he's going to have to do that all again. 6 3/4 minutes remaining. So very significant that both Dean Burden and Joel Monegro having moments there. While that's all been going on, Marabi Mekvabishvili has jumped up into P3. So Marabi for lap time performance, well, we know the lap time performance car is quick. And Marabi Mekvabishvili making inroads, just 0.253 back from that car there. Javier Ripoll Jr. for S1 Racing. Javier Ripoll Jr. started on pole position in Estoril, had a couple of second places, was beaten by Joel Monegro in both races, but certainly put up one hell of a fight in Estoril. Looking pretty solid here at the moment. A lot of pressure on a lot of different drivers. Mekvabishvili is the only driver that's doing greens at the moment. Having said that, Peter Sander down in 10th place has done a personal best in Sector 2. Jan Ernst Inderbitzen has done a personal best in Sector 2 as well. Both Klingenberg and Inderbitzen for FAC Autotech are not running ABS or traction control because they are preparing themselves for their season that is coming up in Porsche Sports Cup Suisse. So not running the same advantages as some of the drivers around them. And that means they are at a slight disadvantage. But this series very much about helping drivers to get up to speed for their up-and-coming seasons. And so choosing to prepare in the best possible way by not running ABS. And that will put them at a slight disadvantage. Right, who's that leaving the car there? I was looking away from the screen at the time. And that's Marabi Mekvabishvili. So looks like his session is done in qualifying. Just two cars in at the moment, Marabi Mekvabishvili and Daniel Lewis. Everybody else out on track. Javier Ripoll Jr. continues to truck around. Hasn't improved especially. His last lap, Sector 1, 22.1. Meanwhile, Dean Burden has done a personal best in Sector 1. So despite that little spin, Dean Burden now pushing hard once again. A green in Sector 1. Joel Monegro down in 4th at the moment. Doesn't look to be improving. His times are good, but not green or purple. Maybe if he can hook up all three sectors, it will be an improvement. But Dean Burden, man on a mission at the moment. His Sector 2, couple of tenths off the best in Sector 2 of Javier Ripoll Jr. So I'm not sure this is going to be enough to get him to the top of the timing screens. He'll need a pretty mega final sector. He will be mindful of a previous encounter with that corner. Out onto the pit straight come Dean Burden. So it was a 135.518. So he needs to find about 0.06 of a second to get on top of Javier Ripoll Jr.'s pole position. I think just looking, yeah, he still has the second best time. So I think he's still got a pole position for the second race of the day. But time's starting to run out, although the track potentially getting quicker. So this lap could be significant if he's still got a bit of grip left in those tyres. His Sector 1 was a 22.125. So that was a little bit off. It needs to really be in the 21s for Sector 1. Meanwhile, Alexander Dobik has gone purple in Sector 2. Personal best in Sector 1. So Alexander Dobik, who is currently in 6th place, might be about to jump to the top. He does better than that. He goes quickest of all for Hadeka Racing. Alexander Dobik. Where did that one come from? A 135.309. So, Alexander Dobik for Hadeka Racing in the closing stages of this qualifying session goes quickest of all. Bumps Javier Ripoll Jr. down to 2nd. Dean Burden down to 3rd. We've got a personal best coming from Levent Turkman, but not enough to move himself up any further than 6th place at the moment. Mekvabishvili remains in the pit, so I think we've seen all we're going to see from him. Javier Ripoll Jr. trying to respond. Out across the line he comes, but he is a 10.5 down on the fastest time. Alexander Dobik picked his moment in the closing stages of this session. Is anybody going to get anywhere near that? I can't see anybody doing it at the moment. I've got one eye on the timing screen because we've had disallowed laps for Joel Monegro and Dean Burden, not just the lap that he was on, but the next lap as well, because the race stewards will have perceived that he had gained an advantage for the following lap. So that lap taken away. Dean Burden remains in third. Dobic is the headline, 135.309 with a minute and a quarter remaining. Javier Ripoll Jr. has got a reasonably clear track in front of him. Ernst Inderbitzen is a fair way ahead. He's up at turn 10 at the moment. So Javier Ripoll Jr. doesn't look like he's got the pace to do anything about that lap from Alexander Dobic that came in the closing stages. We see Hans Frisch there in the number 92 car. He is down in 9th place at the moment. There's Alexander Dobic again, the quickest car of all, continuing to improve. A track limits warning has been shown to Dean Burden at turn 14. He's already lost a couple of laps, and Dean Burden suddenly, having looked like a pole sitter for the second race, looking at second best times. And I think Dean might just... No, he's not. He's not going to be the best of the second best. I think it might be Levent Turkman. I don't want to look away from the screen for too long here, because Alexander Dobic is looking to improve. Levent Turkman has done a personal best on the previous lap, but remains in fourth place. But Alexander Dobic, the owner of Hadeka Racing, looking at a pole position. If things remain as they are now, the clock strikes 0, and Alexander Dobic looking for his first pole position, certainly of this year, in this series. Here comes Alexander Dobic for the very last time. Currently, he's 135.309. Nobody is looking to have improved on that. Out across the line he comes. This is not an improvement for him. 135.309. Is anyone else going to get anywhere near that? Javier Ripoll Jr. heading into Sector 2 at the moment. His Sector 1 time was about a 10th down on Alexander Dobic's. So Javier Ripoll Jr. would need something pretty miraculous in Sectors 2 and 3 to get back up onto the pole position for the next race. Joel Monegro all the way down in 6th place. The driver who has won every race so far this season, right down in the pack and struggling to make inroads with these drivers here. As we look at Javier Ripoll Jr. in the closing stages of his lap, he crosses the line and it is a 140.687. So not able to improve. So will be a P2 for him. The rest of the cars come across the line. A quickest for Alexander Dobic ahead of Javier Ripoll Jr. and Dean Burden. I'm looking at the quickest of the second best times. A 135.639 is the best that I can see. So I think actually Dean Burden might just have held on to pole position for the second round, but that is very much subject to confirmation. No doubt at all about the quickest of all, Alexander Dobic. A 135.309, pulled that one out of the hat in the closing stages of qualifying. Bumped Javier Ripoll Jr. down to second. Dean Burden third ahead of Levent Turkman. Morabi Mekvabishvili and Joel Monegro, championship leader in 6th. Hunter in 7th ahead of Eric Santos. Hans Frisch and Peter Sander rounding out the top 10 ahead of Jan Klingenberg, Ernst Inderbitzen, Kasper Hockerbaum, and then the GT4 car of Daniel Lewis in 14th place. And sadly for Daniel, the dry conditions making it a very steep mountain to climb. But still, a very good time of 138.697. So, that's qualifying done and dusted, and we'll wait for the confirmation. I'm just scanning down the timing screen again at the second best times. And I'm pretty sure that it is going to be Dean Burden who will start on pole for round 6 and third place for round 1. Right, let's head back down to the pit lane where Piers is waiting for us.
Yeah, thanks, Brian, very much. Very close session. Javier, what have you got to do to get a pole, man? That's so close. You were there, and then Alexander, right at the last moment, jumped in at the end.
Yeah, it was good, though. I mean, we tried the second set, but we do some changes, but it didn't work as expected. So we have to go back to like we had in the first set. It was okay. I mean, it was a couple tenths. So now the race. The bad thing is that we used a lot of tires in the second session for the race. So that's gonna pay off at the end. But let's see. I mean, we're good. We're first row. So
Yeah, first row. You've had a lot of seconds this year. We had a lot of thirds last year. Is today the day?
hopefully we need to, man. It's just every time I get there, they put me a new kid there, so it's okay.
Javier, congratulations. Another solo pole position. We'll look out for Javier. He's very much looking to try and make the most of the fact that our championship leader, Joel Monegro, didn't have the best qualifying. He qualified as Brian just said, in 6th place. Alexander Dobic, our pole sitter at the back there, he's just going to get himself weighed, so we'll chat to him in a moment. I'm hoping to grab a word with Dean Bird, but I think, is Dean gone? Is Dean already gone? Has Dean already head down? He's just gone for a comfort break, I think. Maybe we'll chat to him in a moment. Maybe we won't. Maybe we'll catch him in the lunch break. Because don't forget, we have the pit lane lunch walk that's coming up just a few moments after this session. I will be walking to the pit lane, talking to everyone that is around and would like to chat to us. Just waiting now for Alexander Dobic, who's coming out. He's just getting his helmet off. Alexander Dobic has a reminder, the team owner for Hideko Racing, who have had success. They've part of the Porsche Mobile One Super Cup for the first time this season, just gone in 2025. We'll hope to see them back in that championship, and Alexander himself is very he's vital to the running of that organisation. I'm going to go in and interrupt. I know Alexander's English isn't the best, but we're going to grab a word with him. I don't speak much Ukrainian either, so I don't blame him. I'll just wait for him to have a quick debrief with the team, and he can have a look at the times and see that he is on the top step of the podium. Don't forget also, as Brian mentioned earlier on, it's fastest lap sets the grid for race 1, second fastest lap sets the grid for race 2, and my maths, Dean Burden gets pole position for race 2 later on. So Alexander, I know your English isn't the best, but it must feel good. It must feel good.
No problem.
How was that? The car was good. You drove a good lap.
Yeah. I like this track. I drive. Car is okay. I feel good, so I'm happy.
Pole position for race 1. Can you win?
I will be penalized and start from the 3 position less. So I need to overtake.
Oh, of course.
Somebody. Maybe second race will be more easy.
Of course. Congratulations, Alexander. Pole position, well, fastest driver in race 1, as of course we've just heard there, that unfortunately carrying over a penalty, so may not take that pole position on the grid. That was our club division qualifying. We've got 4 excellent races to look forward to this afternoon. I'm going to get myself G'd up and ready for this pit lane lunchtime walk, where we can chat to a lot of the personalities, both on track and behind the scenes. For now, I'll hand back to Brian before we do that.
Thank you very much, Piers. Well, that was some great qualifying there. Really, really interesting sessions for both sport and club division. So just to remind you of what is going to happen, we're going to have Piers's pit walk in a bit. That is one of the highlights of the day. No pressure there. Then at 1 o'clock local time, we will have round 5 that will start. Sport division will go first, and then at about just before 2 o'clock local time, that's 1 o'clock if you're watching in the UK, and it's midday if you're watching in the UK. Club division will have their first race, and then the best bit of all, we get to do it again. We have the sport division round 6, their second race of the day, which will take place at about 3:30 local time, 2:30 if you're watching in the UK, and then the afternoon will round off with the club division, and they will have their sixth race of the season. Their second race of the day, that would be at 4:45 local time, 3:45 in the UK. So that should be very, very entertaining. We've already seen a bit of a shake to the establishment in some places. Some guest drivers who are very much mixing it up. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this shakes out. So that will be something to behold. To remind you, Walter Burkamps in the sport division is defending a 7-point lead in the championship from Marco Gilchap and Milan Marchak. Marchak, who will start both races from pole position, must be starting to think about the championship, because Walter Burkamps is back in the pack, as is Marco Giltrap once again for the sport division racing. And in the club division, well, we started today saying that Joel Monegro could clinch the championship. today, but has had what would be classed as a fairly torrid qualifying session. I mean, sixth place is not ridiculous and unreasonable, but sixth place is still means he's got 5 cars that he needs to get past if he wants to win the race. It's consistency, not just race wins that win championships, though. And Joel Monegro, we have no doubt, will be there or thereabouts at the end. Alexander Dobic, we just heard from him there talking to Piers. There are penalties outstanding that I wasn't aware of at the time, but I'll wait for confirmation on that. But Alexander, we saw him in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup last year in Monaco. And so he certainly knows how to mix it with the best. And he was in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe last year. He got a 3rd in Valencia. So he certainly knows his way around this circuit. Right. I think it's time to head back down to the pit lane for our lunch break pit walk with lunch break pit walk with Piers Pryor.
You got the words out eventually there, Brian. Thank you so much. You've had a lot to say this morning. Qualifying has been one of the closest, especially that sport division. I think it was it a second, took us down to 14th place or so, and the top, I think it was like 4th or 5th place was only a 10th behind. I'm going to have a quick word with Dean. Is this Dean? Dean, let's jump in this side. We haven't spoken before. I'm Piers. I'm doing the presenting for the commentary. Well, I hope to grab a word with you just after qualifying there, because I think, as far as I'm aware, you're going from the at least the front row, probably pole in the second race.
Yeah, so pole second race. Yeah, pole second race apparently. Yeah.
You must be pretty happy with that first.
First time in the car yesterday. So yeah, never driven a cup car before. So pretty happy with that, to be fair.
Been a big learning curve for yourself.
Yeah, come out of Caymans last year, did a season in Caymans, and yeah, it's a fun car to drive.
Absolutely. So you've got experience in Porsches, but the Cup car is a whole different beast.
It's a lot quicker, a lot more mechanical grip, and less forgiving in a way.
Yeah, the circuit also here is a bit different to what you're used to in the UK.
Yeah, a bit of sun though, hey?
We love a bit of sun. What's your hopes for this afternoon?
Keep it on the track. Look, if I can finish top 3, I'll be happy. Yeah, top 3 really, it'd be nice.
Amazing. Dean Burden set up pole position for Eden Racing, I think it is. He'll be going from the front row in the second race. He's right up there in the first race as well. Good to see new drivers joining the championship throughout the event. Right, I'm going to walk up this way because I think I saw Levent Turkman, but he might have wandered off. Levent's always good to talk to. He was right up there in qualifying as well. He was 4th place in the end. I think he might have wandered off. Yes, he has. Right, okay, well, let's start our wander down the pit lane. Slightly different order this time. We've got Red Ant Racing up first in garage number 6. Let's, before we get there, talk about the fact that Valencia has absolutely put on a show. Not a cloud in the sky. What a time to be alive and to go racing here in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. I'm loving it. You can see the gloves have come off because the temperature is rising, which means that things are not only heating up on track, but also off track as well. And here we are, the Red Ant Racing team. The number 96, we were hoping potentially for someone to challenge Milan Marchak, and it looked like for a moment that we were going to see a different pole sitter, but in the end, Milan's pace was too strong. Surprisingly, actually, the man that was challenging him was a newcomer to the championship in Jack Young, who we will get to further down this pit lane. But Milan, once again, just pulled it out the bag when he needed to. We've spoken to Milan a lot, so we'll leave him to that. And his teammate, Jesse Polderdijk, the rookie, he's had a couple of good rookie run-outs this year. Yes, sir, the number 29, the Dutch driver. He's currently sitting 12th in the overall standings. He's had a 3rd, a 2nd, and 2 firsts. He won the rookie category both times out in the club division. So yes, we'll be looking to do the same again this weekend. They're off to lunch at the moment, I think. So we'll move on to the next garage, which has the number 28 at the front of it. That is Alex Ryman. Now, Alex Ryman, a driver that we've seen in this championship since we've started broadcasting. So in 2024, he was a Pro-Am in the sport division. And then he was champion that year in the Pro-Am. Then last year, joined as a pro driver, finished in the 12th. He finished 19th in the pro category last year, and has been making strides throughout the year. And he actually has been very, very fast this weekend. Every practice session, we've seen him up inside the top 5 and 6 positions. Actually, I think qualifying was probably his lowest place that he's been this weekend so far, which I think shows quite how competitive it is when he gets to the front of the field. He was, I think, at the bottom end of the top 10. Let me just double check my results here as there are updates on my screen. But yeah, Alex Ryman feeling comfortable this weekend. I spoke to him yesterday and he said that the team have really found something on the setup. It's a very different approach, both the driving and the way you set the cars up here at Valencia compared to somewhere like Estoril. Estoril, an old school venue, big curbs you had to jump over, quite bumpy. Here, very smooth, quite flat. The curbs, you do use them, but they are very flat. The modern style of just serrated curbs, should we call it. Alex Ryman, 7th place in the first qualifying, so he'll be going from 7th place on the grid. His teammate, Teo Elenas. Now, Teo had a not such a good day yesterday, so basically contrasting fortunes for our two S1 racing drivers in the sport division. Teo didn't get much running yesterday. A technical issue with the car meant that he couldn't get anywhere near the running he wanted to, but pulls it out of the bag in qualifying. 3rd place, only 700ths from pole, and you consider the lack of running he had yesterday. That's really, really good going, showing also that the S1 team have clearly found something as well. And Casper Huckelboom walks past us. I'll grab a word with Casper on his way back through, I think, as he goes to weigh himself. He said, he said that his qualifying didn't go so well in more colourful language than I'm allowed to say on television. Anyway, back to the subject at hand. Teo Elenas definitely one to watch. We've seen him race through the field. He's had a strong year. We know how much experience Teo has. We've talked about it before, but if you aren't familiar with Teo's racing career, it reads about as good as you're going to get. He was a Formula 1 test driver, raced in GP3 and GP2. Back in the early teens, then moved his hand to Porsche racing, won the 2018 Porsche Carrera Cup GB, has raced in the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup in the past, and I think that is his plan going forward. He's going to be racing with the S1 racing team for at least this year. I think it's hopefully a sort of a medium to long-term deal we've got going on there, so Teo's a very much one to look forward to. Teo currently sits 4th in the standings. Alex Ryman is currently 10th, so looking to move his way forward. And then just in the back of shot there, you have the 1-1-1. Nikola Milkovic in the S1 camp, but for Spark Racing Team Serbia, the Serbian driver, once again joining us. He will be looking for some good results. He's pretty much up there in the championship, actually. 6th place so far as Nikola Milkovic, so watch out for him. This is where Javier Ripoll's car would have been if it wasn't in scrutiny after another strong qualifying session. Will today be the day that he can take his first win in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe? And I am now going, even though he doesn't want to, Casper.
Terrible today.
Casper, not the best day for you so far.
Oh, terrible. Really bad. Old tires from yesterday in practice, faster than new tires. So I don't know. I just couldn't get it.
It's tricky.
Couldn't get it done. And I think that's quite okay, you know, the last turn and that piece and the first, but that middle sector, I opted for 2 days only, so 1 test day and the race. Not a good idea.
Should have done Thursday.
If that's the first time that you're here. No, it's really tough.
Yeah, really tough. But let's talk about that because the circuit changes quite a lot from day to day, doesn't it, as well, with the temperature up and down?
I think it's more me.
You change from day to day.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I think it's cool. It's really a very challenging track, and it's really nice. But no, I don't want to use the words the swearing.
You're doing very well so far. So thank you very much.
No, I'm pretty frustrated, to be honest.
Amazing. But Casper, you still got a smile on your face even on a bad day.
Always. Yeah.
Great to see. Yeah. We'll let you go and swear somewhere else.
I wasn't swearing yet. No, but the first corner, even in the last position, is maybe one but last. Is maybe not so bad. Yeah. Because I think it's going to be carnage there. Could be.
Could be. We hope not, but for you, I'm sure you hope so.
No, not really.
Casper, thanks very much for taking the time to chat to us. Casper Huckelboom. Unfortunately, as Casper alluded to there, not the best qualifying session. He was second last overall. Last of the Michelin Cup runners in that one, so didn't quite get things hooked together. We've seen actually some good racing from Casper this year. He's a graduate from the GT4s, raced in GT4s. I think he did a partial season in 24, if my memory serves me correct. Or maybe it was a full season, but definitely did a full season with us last year in the GT4s at the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in 2025. Now in the big Cup car, the 911 in the Michelin Cup, and his season is been pretty good actually, considering he's done that big step forward. 7th place in the first event of the season, then didn't finish the second race, 7th and a 6th, so he's just touching distance away from his top 5. Qualifying won't have helped that, unfortunately. Next up, we have garage number 8, so that means that we are now in the lap time performance area. The number 912 here is quite stealthily named Hunter. The identity of this driver shall remain a secret, but he's a very fast driver. That's is certain. And behind, you can see the yellow flashes of the 219 of the driver that joins us many, many times. That is Merabi Mekvavishvili. Sorry, 218, my mistake, 218. Merabi Mekvavishvili, he had a decent qualifying session as well, if I just refer back to that. Merabi was up there at one point, 5th place in the end, 5th fastest, so he'll be looking to consolidate those top 5s. Merabi's had some up and downs this year. First event, maybe Merabi didn't have the best one there, not qualified in the first race, disqualified from the second, but then 2 top 5s in Estoril. We'll see how he goes, starting 5th place once again for today's first race. And then the 31 in the next garage here, 31 being, of course, our new driver this year, but a driver that we are familiar with, Sebastian Freimert. Sebastian Freimert racing. He's a very experienced young driver, is the 31 of Sebastian Freimert. He's joined us in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe before. His best results, 2 4th places in Barcelona last season. So close to the podium. We wonder if we'll see him on the podium this year. He was very, very close to the front of the field in that qualifying session. He's one of those drivers that I think would be very disappointed in terms of the position, but actually his performance was pretty good. He was only just over 2 tenths, 0.234 away from pole position. That sees him qualify in 8th place. Such is the competitiveness of the sport division this weekend. So we'll look out for that grey number 31 for the Kuta performance, with lap time performance as his team in that one, so watch out for that. And then next up, Seebach Motorsport with the 1 driver team. Levin Gelf. Levin, great to see you again. Come on in. What's in the cup? Apple juice, a bit of cider?
No, electrolytes.
Oh, of course, I remember that. You make sure you keep on top of your physical performance so that you can go out there and smash it on track.
Yeah, especially because it's getting a lot warmer here than with all the rain and clouds in Portimao, but I'm glad that those days are gone. That was harsh, and back in my hometown there's snow, so I'm quite glad to be here in the sun now.
It was a tough introduction to Porsche Cup racing for you.
Yeah, it was for that level especially. I'm at the back, yeah, that's how it is now, but I'm just looking at my progress. I'm just driving versus myself from the other day, and as long as I keep improving myself, I'm happy with it.
Well, let's talk about that improvement, because I was watching yesterday on the grandstands, and I can see visually from the car that you've got more confidence to push it. Is that what you're feeling as well?
Yeah, I'm really relying on how I feel at a track, and Valencia is a lot like Misano. It's very wide, everything. It's flat. Although I like tracks with a lot of topography, but no, I like it here. It's cool, and of course, weather's great, and that makes everything just a lot easier. Your mood is better, and you're faster on track. Absolutely,
I completely agree with that. And also, we always see good racing here, so I'm looking forward to see you scythe your way through the field.
Yeah, I hope that happens. let's wait for the race.
So I must say, for a non-native English speaker, your English is so good. Topography, what a word! I don't even know I know what that means. Great, clearly been studying.
Yeah, the Cambridge exam was worth it, I guess.
There you go. Congratulations. Levin, enjoy your racing this afternoon. Levin is going to be racing for Seebach Motorsport. Great livery on that car as well, the Liquid Moly sponsorship on the side of the car. Levin going in the 114. He's one of our rookies as well. Had some podiums in the rookies. 2nd place at the first round, then won the rookies at the 2nd event of the season, then 2nd and 2nd, so 9th, 10th, 12th and 10th overall. So he wants top 10s overall, and he wants to see if he can get himself on the top step of that rookie podium. We move further down the grid. We're getting to the track experience by Manthai team, which houses the current championship leader in the Michelin Cup in the club division. That is Joel Monegro. He is in the 224, which is on the left-hand side of the shop. But we'll talk about the 221 for now. Eric Santos, not the best weekend so far, actually, for Eric. He was right up there, took a pole position in one of the previous events at the 2nd event of the season. And unfortunately today, his lap times weren't maybe what we expect from that. Maybe track experience not having the advantage they had at other events. He was 7 tenths off pole position in 8th place, so we'll be going from 8th, or provisionally 8th fastest in qualifying the 221. Then at the back, if we move into the next garage, that is our championship leader, Joel Monegro. I think most of the club division drivers are heading off for their lunch now. because they've just had their qualifying session. They want to get some food in before the first race, which is in about an hour or so's time. The 224 Joel Monegro, as I mentioned, he is the one that to beat. He could, in theory, wrap up the title today. 2 wins would guarantee that for him. I'm pretty sure my mental arithmetic is correct. I think he doesn't actually need to win both races, depending on what other drivers do as well. So we'll see how that plays out. But he's going to struggle to clinch that if he can't make progress from his 6th place grid slot, or he was 6th fastest in qualifying. Still provisional, because I think there are some moves. As we mentioned, Alexander Dobic, I think, is going to be receiving some sort of grid penalty from some stewards' decisions based from the last event. But anyway, 6th fastest in qualifying, so he'll be somewhere around 6th or 5th, something like that in qualifying. We haven't actually had to see him race through the field a huge amount. I think his qualifying worst, if I remember right, his worst qualifying is 2nd or 3rd this year so far. So only ever had to overtake a driver or so, but his pace in the races has been formidable. So we'll keep an eye on the number 224 for track experience by Manthey. Next up, Ombra Racing, the Italian team. Same lineup as we've seen at the last 2 events. Matias Comparato, the Brazilian youngster, very talented driver indeed in the number 11, and then Luciano Martinez at the back of shot in the number 12. The very distinctive liveries in the Ombra Racing team. The bright blue is a trademark of this team. It looks really good on circuit, easy to spot, so great for myself and Brian Oliver, our commentator, to pick them out. For you at home, if you want to figure out the difference quickly between these 2 drivers. The yellow highlights is the Brazilian Matias Comparato, of course. Brazil, they like their yellow, and then the luminous orange-red, should we call it, of Luciano Martinez in the back, the Argentinian driver. Let's talk about the season from those 2 so far. So Ombra, number 11 and 12, Matias Comparato, currently sitting 9th in the standings. He's had 2 top 10s, 12th at the first event, 6th at the second round, 8th and then 11th, so he wants to continue to get consistent top 10s. Maybe we'll see him break inside the top 5. I think based on practice, his pace, especially his race pace, has been stronger this weekend than we have seen so far. A reminder, he is experienced in these cars. He's raced these cars in the Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil, came 3rd place overall in that championship last year. Also a very, very talented driver when he did race in single-seaters as well. Won the Brazilian F4 championship as well in 2024. His teammate, Matias Comparato, teammate of Matias Comparato, Luciano Martinez, 7th in the championship at the moment. Very consistent season so far, 7th, 10th, 8th he has done. So top 10 in every race so far. Again, just looking to try and break into that top 5. His qualifying, I think actually his qualifying was the best. Luciano Martinez will struggle to, or it will be harder for him to continue that top 10 streak going. It was 11th fastest in qualifying. Although, as I mentioned, Matias Comparato, his pace has been better this weekend. Very, very quick in all the in the practices, but it's only 13th in quali, so he'll be looking to come through. I think he'll be one of those drivers to watch in the races in the sport division, the number 11, because his pace maybe didn't show quite the pace he actually has been showing so far in qualifying. Getting that 1 lap in, or at least 2 laps in qualifying, so difficult when the tyres are brand new, you know the pressure's on, you know you need to absolutely nail it. Sometimes if you just lock up once, or you go wide, or you don't quite prep the tyres right, you go too early, you go too late, you get traffic, it can drop you down a few rows. Whereas in the race, you can sort of bed in, get yourself going. Next up, the FARC Auto Tech team, the 222 of Jan Klingenberg. Jan has been one of the drivers that's kind of been going about his business, staying out of trouble and getting solid results. Currently sits 5th in the standings in the club division. He's had 1 top 5 at the first event of the season, then he was 6th, 10th and 9th at Estoril, so it didn't suit his driving style quite so well at Estoril. But Jan Klingenberg this weekend, he was 11th fastest in qualifying, so again, maybe just needs to find that little bit extra to bridge the gap to get inside that top 10. We'll keep an eye out for him in the 222. And then his teammate, also in the club division, Ernst Inderbitzen. Ernst was 12th, so side by side for the FARC Auto Tech team. Ernst loves his racing, very, very passionate driver. He's been in this championship pretty much all of the years it's been running. We love the livery of this one. It's simple, it's clean, it's classic. I like it. Ernst Inderbitzen, as we've mentioned many times, potentially one of the most enthusiastic, but also with the most life experience. I'll leave that with you as a nice euphemism for that. Jelte Hoffner in the MDMT, the 919 is next up. He has been very, very quick this weekend. And I said it at the start of the year, I feel like he's joined this year with a new level of confidence. He's only 18, 19 years old. He's 19 yet? I can't remember. But he's still in his teens. This year, he's matured as a young man, he's matured as a driver. He just looked comfortable. He just looks confident, does the 919 of Jelta. He's currently sitting 8th in the standings, but I don't actually think that's a fair reflection of how strong he's been this year. Didn't finish the first race, which dropped him, of course, a fair number of points. Then had a 12th place in the second race in Portimao. A bit better in Estoril. His first podium in the championship, 3rd, and then 5th. So I think we'll be seeing Jelta getting consistent top 5s if he can just keep things together, keep it calm, and push on very fast. He's topped a couple of the practice sessions, been right up there. Qualifying was right up there as well. He was the 5th fastest driver, but again, only a 10th and a half off the fastest time, which shows again quite how close it is. Let's keep an eye out for Jelta. We know he can start well as well. And then his teammate in the club division for MDM, Levent Turkman. Levent, another, again, what can we say about Levent? He's not had a huge amount of experience in these cars, raced in BMWs previously, and is just learning weekend by weekend. Always looks like he's enjoying himself. I spoke to Levent actually yesterday, and he was racing, I think it was last weekend at Zandvoort in another car of his, in I think an endurance race, 5-6 hours, something like that. So a man that loves his racing was Zandvoort last weekend, now in Valencia this weekend. As far as we're aware, he's joining us for the final event in Barcelona. In fact, Levent is in the back of shot there. Do you want to come and have a chat? Yeah, here he comes. Levent Turkman is always good to talk to. He's looking very casual, enjoying the weather we have in Valencia at the moment. Sorry to pull you away there, Levent. He was heading to the beach. I was just saying that. Come this side for me. You're looking very casual, relaxed as always.
Well, relax. Yeah, we have to relax a little bit after such a tight qualifying session with thousands of difference between me and other guys. So
this is what I like to see. I mean, it really was close. You were, where were you in then? 4th fastest, but again, yeah, two tenths off pole position. A 10th would have taken you up a row. We love to see that, don't we?
yeah, I said to Jaap, if you talk a little bit louder to me, then I would have gained the difference between the guy before me.
Yeah, it's definitely not your fault. Levent, great to see you back again. I was just saying, you're a busy man. You were racing last weekend as well.
Yeah, I started trying out this car in Portimao. And the taste was good, so we continue until Barcelona.
Amazing, we love to hear it, and look forward to seeing how it goes. I feel like you're making a step forward every weekend. I mean, you've been fast since you first got in the car, but now only, what, a 10th or so from front row?
Yeah, but this is a very difficult technical track, so it's very difficult to overtake, I think. Mm-hmm. So everything has to happen at start. And then the one who makes the mistakes loses the game. So that's my main focus point for this afternoon.
Well, we'll look forward to that. We'll let you chill out, have your lunch, and then we'll see you go like hell in the first race this afternoon. Levent Turkman there, the number 77 for MDM Motorsport. Also another great livery, isn't it? Another great livery, the green on white, which we like to see. Moving further down, we've got a little gap here in the garages. Next up is our driver that was fastest in qualifying, the Hideka man, Hideka owner, owns the team, runs in this championship, and then the team also run in many others. Potentially the most visible and obvious livery in the grids here at the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Hideka, Alexander Dobik, the Ukrainian driver, pole position. Well, actually, I said that. Fastest in qualifying. We are awaiting the final grid, and you can see Alexander in the back of shot there, just chilling out, not looking quite as cool, calm and collected as Levent Turkman, still in his race suit. He's staying in the zone for his race. Just a one-car team for Hideka at the moment. We'll see Alexander go from somewhere near the front of the grid in that first race. And another one-car team, Race Car Consultants, in garage number 19. This is the sole GT4. But Dan Lewis still having a good time. I speak to him, he's always in good spirits. I spoke to him after qualifying off camera, and he said it doesn't really suit this car, this circuit. It's a bit more, lends itself towards the GT3, the Carrera Cup cars. This GT4, it's not got as much mechanical grip, it's not got as much aerodynamic grip. I think it's pretty comparable in a straight line, but around a circuit like this, very technical, very twisty, a lot of corners that lead one into another. That's where the Cup car, the full Cup car, can stretch his legs a little bit and pulls away. But Dan Lewis, I mean, unsurprisingly, has won every GT4 race we've had so far this season, with him being the only one. But he's preparing for his season this year. The number 19, he's going to be looking to race, I think, in the Porsche Porsche Sprint Challenge GB, or Porsche Sprint Cup GB as well. He's racing that last year. He was third in that last year, and he's hoping that his summer wins will be made in winter, as Brian's catchphrase always goes. Next up, early season championship leader in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Team 75 Motorsports, Marco Giltrap in the number 66. Marco is currently sitting third in the standings coming into this event. He's only 22 years old, but has a lot of experience. We've seen him in this championship a couple of times before. In 2024, he did a 10th and a 2nd in Portimao, and he's also been in the Porsche, racing Porsches all over the world, to be honest. He's did the Porsche Sprint Carrera Cup Asia, I think, in last year. He got 3 podiums, and that's his main, I think his main goal this year is Porsche Carrera Cup Asia as well, this coming season. And he also had a very impressive New Zealand GT Cup run last year. I think he won 10 of the 13 races he competed in that one. A very high stakes, very highly skilled young driver. He was another one of the drivers that I was tipping for. I was actually going to tip him for pole position. He's been in the top 3 pretty consistently through all the practice sessions. I'm going to give it to you this way. He was only just over 2.5 tenths off pole. So that sounds pretty good. What do you think? Second, third? Nope. 2.5 tenths off pole around here makes you at 9th. So he's got a lot of work to do. We saw him come through the field in Estoril. Looks like he's going to have to do the same again this weekend. Then we have Team 75. Couple of closed garages. Some people testing yesterday who weren't racing. Hopefully we'll see a full roster of garages at the next event, final one of the year. And then we have Eden Motorsport, a new team to the championship, a new driver to the championship, the Brit of Dean Burden. He's the driver that potentially will be going from pole position in race number 2 in this club division. Great to have new drivers. Dean, a British driver, was 5th in the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB last year. I would imagine he'll be planning to go in that championship again next year. So we'll see. No, he's mentioned that was in GT4s. He's racing GT3s, isn't he? So we'll see what he does this year. But great to have him in the championship. I don't know whether he'll be joining us next weekend. That is, for now, that is to be confirmed. I'm going to jump in and interrupt the conversation. No? Oh, I'll talk to Jack. Are you on the phone, Jack? Oh, yeah. We'll talk to see. Yes, absolutely. Yes, you must be pretty happy with how your young man has done so far.
Yeah, really delighted to come here, and I've never been in the car before, to be fair, and to come and do what he did to do. And he was a front wheel drive for Honda, so I'm coming to do the rear wheel drive with Porsche here, which is really good. So really pleased and very happy, and the team's happy, and everybody's happy.
Absolutely, no wonder. I actually can't think of a more different car to go. Was it Clio's and TCR to then go to a Porsche? So a bit of adaptation for your young man.
Well, he's got the talent that we all know. So let's see what happens today.
BRDC young rising star as well. In fact, why don't we get our driver in on this chat as well? Come on in, Jack. Jack, we spoke to you after qualifying briefly, but let's just talk about from your perspective. It is a big step going from front-wheel drive mostly in your career so far to then this. Only a day or two's driving now, and then literally within thousands of the best drivers basically that there are in these cars. So that must feel pretty good.
Yeah, coming into it, we didn't really expect much. We were just going to sort of wing it and see how it goes. Especially with the driving style of the Porsches being completely the opposite of what I'm used to. But I think so far we've done pretty well and met our expectations and maybe a wee bit more, let's say. But I think there's more to come, but just really thankful to be here, to be honest. Everyone's been really nice and welcoming, and hopefully we can come back some more.
Yeah, and the weather's a little better than Northern Ireland at the moment, isn't it? I imagine. Yeah, there you go.
It's rain for 3 weeks. Northern Ireland hasn't ceased. So we're waiting on wet days coming here, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, today doesn't look like it's going to be. I spoke to you yesterday and I said, what's the plans for the season? We don't know yet. I mean, you're in a Porsche to try it. We'll have to walk out of the pit lane because the safety car's coming down. But you don't know what's going on. But surely this is a good start to potentially opening a door down this area of driving, maybe?
We're not really sure yet what to do yet. We're just here, basically, to try it and see how it's like and see what we think.
Well, Jack, you've got a smile on your face, so it's a good start. We'll let you get on to your. We'll let you chill out and get ready for the first race. That's Jack Young, a new driver for Target Competition, a team that we know have done well in previous seasons. Hang on, where's Target Competition? Here we are. There's Jack's car in there. Actually, the one at the back there is the blue highlights. That's Jack's car. The number 15. So keep an eye out from him. He will be going from the front row in the first race this afternoon. And then the driver there, just putting his race suit on, is his teammate in the number 16. And I'm going to try my best at this pronunciation. The number 16 is Max Muschlechner. Max, there he is, putting his suit on. Do you know what? Why don't we grab a word with Max, seeing as he's seen us. Max, are we right to have a quick chat? Yeah, sure. Amazing. Max, first weekend in the championship.
Yeah.
First weekend Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. How are you finding it so far?
Yeah, the qualifying was really difficult for me. I was struggling to improve, even though the track improved. I improved towards my quality sim from yesterday, but it wasn't enough. But yeah, other than that, looking forward for the race and trying to do the best there.
This is preparation for your season ahead, isn't it, for you? Because you're planning to do Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Deutschland. Big step for you. You only started racing just over a year ago, or just under a year ago, wasn't it? And now we're already going to one of the biggest championships in Carrera Cup racing that there is.
Yeah, my first race was in April in Portimao, and now I'm making this step also because there will be the new car, and I think this championship is the best for preparation.
Yeah, you've already raced this car this year. You've been in the Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East so far, done a couple of rounds of that. You're now doing this. Are you going to be with us next weekend?
Yeah, I'll do Barcelona, and after that there will be also the rollout of the new Cup car.
And you will be racing the new Cup car, so we all look forward to that. Max, tell us about what you've done before, because we've just touched on the fact that you haven't done a huge amount of racing, but where did the drive to go racing Porsches come from?
Mainly just in real life track days and a lot of sim driving.
The sim, do you find it helpful?
Yeah, sure. I do a lot of sim before every race, and that's my preparation.
So you knew which way the track went before you arrived?
Yeah, I knew where to go left and right.
Yeah, right out the garage, left at the end. Anyway, Max Muschlechner, new driver to the championship. Great to chat to you, Max. We'll let you get ready for your first race this afternoon, the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. A driver that doesn't have a huge amount of racing experience in total, but is definitely cramming it in at this stage of his early season. Did some of the rounds of the Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East, or Sprint Challenge Middle East, Sprint Challenge, Carrera Cup, I can't remember, the Middle East Championship, and then joining us for the last two rounds of this championship to get his season prepared. And we have the whole GP Elite contingent here, and they look like a deeper conversation, so I won't jump in quite yet, but this is a championship leader there, Wouter Boerkamps, in the foreground of shot, and in the back of shot, Jonas Greif, who is a driver we've seen in this championship before, making his debut this season. And we're going to just interrupt Wouter, if that's all right. Wouter, you're right to come in if we can have a quick chat. Wouter, championship leader, so it's great to see you here. You know, those who maybe are just tuning in now go, yeah, championship leader, you know, everything's all in hand. But until about midway through yesterday afternoon, there was a chance you weren't going to be racing. But great to see you out in qualifying. Very competitive grid. I suppose you're glad just to be on the grid at all.
Yes and no. Yeah. I'm really glad and grateful I can be on the grid. So indeed, yesterday I wasn't planning on driving. Then luckily a few drivers on this grid who I've been coaching helped me out. So I'm really thankful for them. And now, yeah, it's good. I did a few laps yesterday, but yeah, the problem is that's the frustrating part. Is we still have the fuel issue with this car. We took it with us from Estoril and we changed everything in the fuel tank, but there's still something wrong. We tried to fix it in free practice, but it's still the same thing. And basically it means that under 20 liters of fuel, the car starts holding back. So we have to run with a lot more fuel than the rest. So I know I can easily fight for pole, but it's difficult if your car is like 20 kilos too heavy.
Of course.
That's the frustrating part, but in the end I'm really happy to be here and just to fight. I'm really impressed by Milan taking pole. Really respect for him, that's really strong. I saw him on the test day, like maybe there's a chance for us to fight, but now will be a bit more difficult, but I'm here for the challenge.
You're here for the challenge, and do you know what, at any other event, maybe the little fuel issue, you might have still been okay, front row, maybe second, but you're less than 2/10 off pole, down in 6th. As a neutral, I love seeing it this close. Everyone at home loves that. It must be also great, again, we've spoken about it before, but great prep for your season ahead when it's this competitive early in the year.
Yeah, it's amazing to see, especially the mix of young guys, experienced guys, and everybody being so close. That's the perfect format for this, that you have 2 test days, everybody can get their setup optimized, and then you get close to each other, and then that everybody executes in qualifying, that's impressive. So yeah, it's nice to see, and for me it's a perfect challenge. Like on one end, I wanted to be dominating this championship, and I come from Super Cup, I've won a race. But on the other hand, I think this makes me a lot stronger for my preparation for the main season. So I'm happy.
Wouter, you look happy. Let's see you go from the grid. I'm going to see if I can grab a word with Matthias Ferreira. Can you grab Matthias for us, please? Thank you. It's quite noisy as the cars are just getting themselves warmed up for the first race. Matthias hasn't got long before his first race, so we'll keep it short. Matthias is a driver that some of you who have joined us for the last few years will remember. Matthias, welcome back. We saw you last year. You're joining us midway through the season this year. Tell us about what you've been up to since then.
I did 2 races in Brazil. One was the championship in Brazil, the endurance championship, which we almost won. And one race with Formula 1, which was really nice to maybe feel like what is in Super Cup. So after that, I was just relaxing at home, training a lot, preparing for the season.
And what is your season this year looking like?
The season is a bit tight. The calendar, I will be doing the Career Cup Deutschland and Super Cup, so it will be quite a lot of races.
I look forward to seeing you in that. Also, I heard that you raced with Matias Comparato as a guest driver in the Brazilian Championship last year.
Yeah, he was my teammate in the Endurance Championship, so it's really nice to fight with him now. I got the chance to drive with him, but against him and not as my teammate, so it's fun.
Amazing. Matthias Ferreira, thanks so much. We'll let you go and get ready for the first race. Matthias Ferreira, the Brazilian driver. He's a driver that we've seen before, as I mentioned. He's racing for Team GP Elite. I think we saw him for Ombra actually last year, if my memory serves me correct. Matthias Ferreira. He's only 19 years old still, so a driver that's, mature beyond his years. He raced in Porsche 6 Career Cup Germany, had best results of 2 8th places, and was also 3rd in the rookies. In the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe last year, he had a 4th place in Valencia at this very event, so he's strong here. Can we see him get on the podium? I don't know. His qualifying was, again, it's just so close with Matthias Ferreira. Where was he in qualifying? 4th place, less than a 10th from pole position. So it's going to be very, very competitive indeed. You can see them getting in their suits, gloves, helmets, everything on. So we're not far away from the drivers, driving out to get themselves towards the grid for the first event of the year. Team GP Elite, a big contingent for them. GP Elite, we've got Jonas Greif, didn't get a chance to chat to. He is just getting himself ready. Jonas Greif, a young driver, works very hard to get the funding to go racing. Well, good to have him back. We also got Casper Hocheboom, who we spoke to briefly earlier on. The driver was not happy with qualifying. He's going in the club division. Getting towards the end of the pit lane now, the last couple of garages. We're now at the A-Works by Katana Tools. A-Works have got a 2-car team, if I'm not mistaken. Hans Frisch, who's had a good year so far. Hans Frisch, 8th in the championship. Didn't finish the first race, 7th, 8th and 4th. So close to a podium last time out. He's going in the number 92 for A-Works with Katana Tools. And then we've got 2 cars over here, 2 new drivers, the 88 in the sport division. Henry Wheeler, a driver from the United States. He's a rookie, only 18 years old. This is going to be his first car race. Very experienced young karter, raced all over the country in America in go-karts. Really experienced in that, but making the step up as an 18-year-old into car racing. Keep an eye out for him. He actually wasn't too far off the pace. Henry Wheeler, only less than half a second away from the front of the grid. He's going to be going from around about 12th place on the grid in this first race. So pretty close to top 10, which is impressive for his first event. We know that A-Works are a good team. And then in the back of shot, actually for pro racing, but under the A-Works team banner as well, is David Ziwok, the Polish driver, another driver that has experience in these cars. He raced in the Porsche Carrera Cup, Porsche Sprint Challenge Central Europe, and also Porsche Sprint Challenge Germany a little last year, and he won that Porsche Sprint Challenge Central Europe in these cars last year, so definitely not a slow driver. Another young driver, I spoke to him yesterday. After speaking with him for 5 or 6 minutes, I assumed he was in his mid-20s. No, only 19 years old is the pole here for pro racing with A-Works and Katana tools. Keep an eye out for the number 69. Again, another great livery. We love seeing all the different liveries here in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. He's also had a pretty varied racing career. Raced in Fiat 500s, if I'm not mistaken, for a couple of seasons before he moved up to Porsche. So we're used to close quarters racing. We'll look forward to seeing how those guys get on. That was our pit lane wonder. We are at the last garage. We're getting closer and closer to that first race this afternoon, which will be round number 5 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Very much looking forward to that. Of course, keep an eye out for all your favourite drivers. If you're supporting anyone, you can let us know on the YouTube comments, on the live chat, and let us know who you're watching, where you're watching from. We've got some people watching in the stands today, open to the public. The weather's perfect, so if you're watching from Valencia, pop in. But for now, for us in the pit lane, that's it. And we'll keep you updated with everything as the afternoon goes on, as I hand back to a bit of a pause before we go racing for the very first time here at Valencia. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, round 5, Sport Division is just moments away. We're here on the grid for the first race here in Valencia. What a weekend of racing, or what I say weekend, what a day of racing we have ahead of us. So close in qualifying. A second would have taken you down to, second away from pole would have taken you down to 16th place. There are only 18 cars on the grid. That is how competitive it is. And I'm about to run you through the grid, but why don't I grab a word quickly with some of the people that put this championship together. Is it organised? No, operations manager, Esme.
Yes.
Esme.
Yes.
Talk to us about what goes on behind the scenes. What do you do to make sure that everything like this runs so smoothly?
Basically, I'm in the middle of all the different stakeholders we have. So the circuit, series manager, different teams, drivers, etc. And I just make sure that everything is arranged and everybody knows what is arranged and what should be done.
Absolutely, and everything always is. I always have the information that I need. I very much appreciate it. And you've got a team that work with you as well. We've got Floor as well and Ninka. Floor, tell us about what you do.
So basically at the circuit, I'm just Esme's little help. I do whatever she tells me to do, and I try to keep everybody happy. And
I'm normally the one that pesters you.
Put on a good show.
I have to do one addition. You do the run club.
I do the run club, but unfortunately nobody joins. So in Barcelona, I want a full grid here.
A lot of work goes on the side behind the scenes. You guys have a lot of fun. You make sure you get your exercise in as well. You've always got a smiley face. Ninka as well. You're a new addition to the team this year. How have you found it? These guys have been here from the start. What have you been experiencing so far?
It's amazing. It's so fun to work with them. It's just like a family.
What do you help with, Ninka? What do you do to get this everything running?
I think I'm just there to help Esme and Floor and just do all the things that needs to be done.
So what I'm hearing is Floor helps Esme, and then Ninka, you help Floor. Amazing, right? Well, continue to do good work. Thank you so much for making sure everything runs so smoothly. Because without all the people that work behind the scenes, we wouldn't have a full grid of Porsche Cup cars like this. So let's talk about those Porsche Cup cars. Familiar face, unfortunately. I say unfortunately. Fortunately, if you're a fan of Milan Marchak. Milan again on pole position. Milan, another pole position. That's your 5th of the year so far. We haven't seen you start from anywhere other than pole. However, it's getting closer and closer. Only 13 thousandths were the difference on that final lap.
Yeah, it's getting closer and closer, but as long as I start first, for me it's okay. So I'm quite happy to start from pole for race 1.
You have a chance to do practice starts at the end of testing yesterday. How did those go for you?
They were quite good, but now, of course, they need to be good on the races as well. So that's the big question if it's gonna be. I hope so.
It's quite a long run down towards turn 1, actually, isn't it? So there's plenty of opportunity for slipstreaming action. Have you got a plan in your mind of how you want to approach the first couple of laps?
First, to get a good start, and after turn 1 and 2, we'll see what happens.
We will see. Milan Marchak for the Red Ant Racing team going from pole position once again. A driver that, I remind you, made his car racing debut at Estoril 1 year ago. A year on, he's in pole position for every single event we've had so far. And the driver that's challenged him the closest this season with all the drivers that have been around us is Jack Young. Jack is a driver that's joined with the Target competition team. His first race in a Porsche, his third day in a Porsche. Jack, how are you feeling on the grid now? Are you relaxed, excited, nervous?
For a race, I'm feeling pretty relaxed, to be honest.
Is that unusual for you?
Well, sort of. But no, I'm sure when the formation lap goes, the adrenaline will start to kick in. But no, I'm feeling pretty good.
It must be a bit unusual for you to get used to so many procedures, because I imagine you have to get the tyres in the right window. You've raced mostly front-wheel drive cars. You're having to think about how to get the temperature in the front tyres and rears. What sort of things are you concentrating on in this race as your first race in a Porsche?
Well, making sure I move after the green light. I think that's the main one I'm only focusing on. But yeah, for sure, I'm still getting used to all the procedures and stuff like that. So it's pretty interesting and learning a lot. So,
have you got anyone supporting you from Northern Ireland watching at home?
Yes, my girlfriend.
Do you want to say hello?
Natasha. Hi.
Natasha, your boy's doing all right so far. He's doing all right, isn't he? Let's keep an eye on the bright blue Target competition car. Number 15, Jack Young. Driver, I probably, I don't know if it's wrong, probably most impressed. Maybe Jack Young is most impressive in qualifying given his lack of experience, but second most impressive to me was Teo Elenas. Teo had really bad luck. He basically didn't get any running yesterday at all. No reasonable running. But then to bang it, you know, only a couple of hundredths off the fastest in qualifying at third place on the grid. That must feel pretty good and give you some confidence going into the races this afternoon.
Yeah, I had the last 2 days were difficult for me. We were losing significant speed with the engine, like 7 kph per hour down the straight, and compared to my teammates, and it was pretty bad. And we changed so many stuff on the car that yeah, in the end we had to change the engine, so that was an issue. That was the issue, and then we solved it. But yeah, I didn't have time to put new tires on. I didn't have time to make setup changes for myself. So it's sort of like a miracle that I'm like only half a tenth off pole. And yeah, I'll try my best for this race, because next race I will start a bit further back. But yeah, I will go for the podium.
I suppose on difficult weekends like this is when you can call upon your experience. You've had a lot of racing experience. You've raced Porsches for a long time. You've been racing for decades now. I suppose a young driver, you know, Milan Marchak ahead of you, young driver, clearly very fast, but it's when those things are against you that you can use that experience.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I was just trying to keep my head clear. I was trying to keep calm. I knew there was a problem. But you know yourself that if you have some issues, you're getting so frustrated, and you need to keep on keeping calm until it gets solved. And yeah, we're starting a little bit on the back foot with some stuff, but we make the best out of what we can, and we see how it goes.
Qualifying was very close. I'm hoping the race is going to be just as close. We'll keep an eye on you in the number 27 S1 racing car. Very easy to spot on circuit are the S1 racing cars with their new for 2026, Quan Loop sponsored liveries. Matthias Ferreira, who we spoke to just a couple of moments ago, will go from 4th place. Again, another driver that's joining us, returning to the championship. Matthias, how are you feeling on the grid now?
I'm excited to be back in racing after a long time, so yeah, really excited.
When was the last time you were out in a race car?
I think it was 3 months ago in November, so it's really a long time.
You're picking it up pretty quickly then? Picking it up pretty quick?
Yeah, I had 1 day yesterday of practice, and I think it's really good to be back in the rhythm. And also with ABS now it's a bit different, so it's really good to drive again.
How has it affected how you have to drive these cars now you've got ABS? As you mentioned, last year when you raced this car in this championship, no ABS. This year, ABS. It sounds like a small change, but actually it affects things quite a lot.
Yeah, I think it affects a lot in the technique the drivers use, and I think it takes some time to get used to it. That's why I think we're racing now. So yeah, I think it makes the race a bit more fun with the ABS. So I think there will be some dive bombs. And yeah, I think the race is going to be more fun.
Sounds good to me. Matthias Ferreira for GP Elite going from the inside of row 2, because pole is on the right with a 1x1 staggered grid, so technically not the outside, for the standing start in the sport division. Jelte Hoffner's deep in conversation with his teammates, so we'll leave them to it. He's going from 5th place in the MDM car. We've spoken to Jelte a lot this season. Wouter Boorkamp's in 6th place, our championship leader. We spoke to him in the lunch break. Glad to be on the grid. Wouter, we spoke in the lunch break about how close it's been. What do you expect the racing to be like when the grid is so close?
The race is going to be close as well. But I also think everybody wants to make the difference at the start, because overtaking is difficult. So I think I'm going to let the young guns in the front fight a little bit, and then I hope to profit from their mistakes.
And also with the track temp rising, the air temperature is rising as well. I'm sweating under my double jacket here. I suppose that means that the tyres, the Michelin tyres, will have to be considered a bit differently as well.
Yeah, we have to treat them well at the beginning of the race. So the first 10 minutes is all about managing. Of course, not losing places, but managing. And then we hope to have some tyre left at the end.
Is it the fronts or rears that go away around here?
Normally the rears first. Yeah, but you never know. It depends. If I now follow closely behind another car, then it could be the fronts.
Wouter Boorkamp showing his experience, giving us a bit of an inside scoop there. Great to hear from Wouter. Also nice to hear that he's happy to chat to us a little bit about what actually goes on. We spoke to the 28 of Alex Ryman last time out. He's going to have a good one. I think his race pace is better than his grid position of 7th place. And then in the 31, we've got Sebastian Freimuth. Sebastian returning to the championship, so close in quality. I mean, I think you'll be disappointed with your 8th grid slot. However, it was only a 10th or 2 away from pole position.
Yeah, it was very difficult. Also with the track limits, it was a gamble, but yeah, first time for me in this season, so I'm still happy. 2 tenths is not a lot.
What's your plan in this race? What are you hoping to get out of it?
Stay out of trouble, because I'm only also guest start, but also see what I can do and just improve every lap.
Do you think we can overtake around here? It's a track we've seen overtaking at before.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. First corner is also in the race is a lot of possible, turn 2 as well. So there's always opportunities, yeah.
Which corner should we be looking at in the race for the main overtaking opportunities?
I don't think I'm going to tell you now.
Do you know what? Fair enough. Okay, I think it's about time that we ended this grid walk because I'm being told by a marshal to hot-foot it off. So I'm going to hand back to Brian Oliver for the first race today, round 5 of the Sport Division in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe.
Thank you, Piers. Good job. Right, it's time for the action. Time for the talking to stop. We've had all the qualifying. We now have the grid set. Milan Marchak continues his run of pole positions in every race this year. But alongside him, a driver who's not really in the championship hunt, so has a lot less to lose. Jack Young starting on that outside front row. Our championship leader, Walter Boerkamps, with that fuel issue he was telling us about, carrying extra fuel, starting in 6th place on the grid. We've got Theo Elenas. We know he's not scared to mix it. He's starting 3rd on the grid. Marco Giltrap, 2nd in the championship, is all the way down in 9th and will be wanting to push forwards from there. This has all the makings of an absolute classic. We are at Ricardo Tormo circuit here in Valencia, a circuit that is a little over 4 kilometers around, 2.489 miles, 14 turns, 9 to the left and 5 to the right. And it's Milan Marchak who starts on pole position with Jack Young alongside on row 2. Theo Elenas and Mathieu Ferreira, Jelter Hofner and Walter Boerkamps, championship leader, are next on row 3. Alex Ryman and Sebastian Freimuth occupy row 4. Then Marco Giltrap, 2nd in the championship, has Nikola Milkovic for company. Luciano Martinez is alongside Henry Wheeler, Matthias Comparato and David Duoc are next ahead of Max Mutschlechner and Jonas Greif, who lines up 16th on the grid, and then bringing up the rear Jesse Polderdijk and Levin Gelf. Just circling back to Henry Wheeler, starting 12th on the grid. This is his first ever car race, and he starts on pole position for the rookies. The top 16 on the grid separated by less than 1 second. This is why Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe is such a great championship. It's so close and any one of these drivers could win. But at the moment, the advantage is with Milan Marchak. But as I've already mentioned, alongside him is a driver with nothing to lose. His championship challengers will be nibbling at his heels. Milan Marchak currently in joint 2nd in that championship, just 7 points adrift of Walter Boerkamps. It is a wonderful prospect for some great racing. The first of 2 races for the Sport Division here at Valencia this afternoon. And on the formation lap, cars now just coming round towards turn 13 and 14. The heat's being generated, as always, in the tyres and in the brakes. As a run of about 650 metres from the start-finish line down to turn 1, the braking point. We've already said, but heard from many drivers, it's a great overtaking opportunity into turn 1. It's also very tricky on the opening lap of the race, and what we want to do is get all the cars around that turn 1, but there'll be many drivers, particularly those that are a little bit further back, that may well see this as an opportunity. Walter Boerkamps has already said he's going to let the young Chargers fight amongst themselves at the start. But we've already discovered we don't trust anything he tells us on the grid. He is going to be pushing hard from that 6th place starting position. We've got a camera on board the Jonas Greif car, and we can see him now getting into position, making sure that the car is in exactly the right place in the box. So the yellow flag is waving at the back. It now goes green, and we are getting ready for round 5 of the season. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe is go in Valencia. And a great start from Milan Marchak. Not a great start from Jack Young. Theo Elenas has got his nose up. Look at Walter Boerkamps. He said he was going to hold back at the start. Nobody believed him. He's already got his nose up there with the leading pack of cars, but a good start from Milan Marchak. Now, look at this. Burkamp's on the inside. Max Mutschleimer there on the outside. Jelter Hoffner going very wide around the corner, loses places as well. Remember, track limits are a big issue here at Valencia. The stewards will be having a look, but a perfect start for Milan Marchak. We got big problems there. A plume of blue smoke. Someone has spun around. Now, who is that? That is, just looking, oh, it's Nikola Milkovic in the treble 1 car. Looks as though he's kept it out of the barriers, but we've got a safety car, so maybe he didn't. Safety car is out on track. So I had a feeling the first lap might be a bit lively here in Valencia. Cars, oh, and there's several cars involved there. That is a real shame, because that's Max Mutschleimer for Target Competition making his debut, who's got together with Nikola Milkovic. There's a lot of damage there. Mutschleimer's car is into the barrier. You can see a wheel that's been torn off in the gravel trap. We can see Nikola Milkovic walking away from his car. So we've had a big drama there at the start of this race. Let's have a look and see. And it looks as though, well, it was kind of two cars getting together, one hooked around. I think it was Nikola Milkovic who lit up the rear tyres. But there were other cars involved in that. I think one of the Ombra racing cars was in there as well. And we've got a red flag. So red flag is out. That means that everything is going to be brought to a stop. The cars will return to the pit lane. So clearly the race stewards feel as though there's a bit more work that needs to be done. It may well be that the barrier's got some damage. It may well be they've decided that there's just too much debris on the track for the cars to run through. So the cars are brought back to the pit lane. The red flag is out. It means the clock stops and everything will go quiet while that mess is cleared up. But what a shame. We've already lost certainly 2 cars from that. Max Mutschleimer, get that correct, in the number 16 Target Competition car, and Nikola Milkovic in the treble 1 car. We can see that the drivers are out of their cars. I don't think there's any issues there with injuries or anything, but the red flag just allowing the track crew to clear the debris and to make sure that everything is square and safe, ready to go. You can see bits of broken car being loaded into the back of a pickup truck, and the cherry pickers are out already, getting ready to clear these cars out. But that's a real shame. Max Mutschleimer for Target Competition, who preparing for Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. And right, well, let's have a look at the start. Wasn't a great start for Jack Young, but it was a very good start for Milan Marchak. And we can see Walter Burkamp as well there, ducking to the outside and then putting his car into a closing gap up in front of him into turn 1. I think it was into turn 1 where we thought some of the problems might be. Look at Burkamp to the inside of Jack Young there, going into that corner. And Jelter Hoffner taking a very wide line as they circulated around this opening lap. Jack Young did get that position back, I think. Well, no, actually, well, let's have a look at this incident. And, yeah, Max Mutschleimer actually collected, he was an innocent party in that accident. He collected the Nikola Milkovic car that was already stationary in the middle of the track, and very much an innocent party. I believe Piers might have some news for us, so let's head back down to the pits where Piers is waiting for us.
Not quite got some news yet, but I'm hoping to do a bit of an investigative journalism here, Brian. Thanks very much for showing us the replays of that. Really unfortunate that we've had a red flag this early on. David Juok, David, we haven't had a chance to chat to you yet, but welcome to the championship. Did you have a view of what happened on circuit there?
Yes, I started in P14. I managed to gain, I think, 6 positions in the first 2 corners. But yeah, after that, I think it was Milkovic that was spun in the turn 4, and I had to, just to miss him, I had to go to the gravel, and That's why I'm here.
Yeah. Well, good news is we're hearing that both drivers are okay. Their cars are damaged, unfortunately. Milkovic spun, and then unfortunately Muszleka collected him. But how was the first start up until the incident? It looked pretty close down at turn 1 and turn 2.
Yeah, I mean, it was intense. Like from driver's perspective, I don't know, it was pretty chill. Like only the spin, but yeah. I had a lot of fun. I like it. Yeah.
Well, good news is you've got another go at it in a bit. So first lap red flag. I think Brian, our commentator, will confirm if we should be going from the grid again. So well, good luck in the second go.
Thank you.
I can't give you a high five. My hands are full, but I appreciate. Yeah, let's go. There we go. Nice little spud fist bump there from David Dziwok. Good to see him join the championship. We spoke about him in the lunch break. Jesse Polderdijk, a driver that we've spoken to before. He's in the rookie category. Jesse just getting a few words of encouragement for his team. I want to walk slightly towards the front of the grid because we had some really good racing at the front, didn't we? I want to see if we can grab a word with Wouter Boerkamps, our championship leader. As Brian pointed out, generally when I speak to Wouter on the grid or before a race, he'll say one thing and then do the opposite in the race. He said, I'm just going to take it easy. I'm going to move my way through, just keep it, not lose positions and then come strong at the end of the race. Well, we saw him dive down the inside of turn 2 and get himself well in with a chance of a podium position from 6th on the grid. Luciano Martinez from the Ombra Racing Cars, I think his teammate Matthias Comprato, just our camera up, we need Luke, just trying not to get run over by the safety car. Just a bit of running repairs. Let's see what's going on here. Just a bit of contact down at the front. That shouldn't have too much effect on the car, will it? Be okay? Yeah. David, team manager, car will be okay for this one for Luciano?
Yes, probably not 100%. We have a bit of damage on the rim and the steering is not fully straight, but yeah, will be enough.
Safe to race. And lucky to come away because we saw a couple of big damage from a couple of the other cars in that incident.
Yes, no, we were probably in it somehow, but yes, we were on the lucky side.
Great. Well, Luciano Martinez looks like he will continue. The Umbra Racing team doing what they can to make sure that car can continue in the race. Moving further up the grid past Sebastian Freimuth, you can see the teams are wafting the doors that keeps the air moving in and out as these cars, with the engine and the gearbox right in the car, all the systems around them, the radio, for example, and the fact that these cars aren't designed for comfort, there's no air conditioning as such, they heat up very, very quickly indeed. The cockpit temperature can sometimes be 20 or 30 degrees higher than ambient, and seeing as ambient temperatures rising up towards the 20s now, these drivers will be beginning to cook. Jelter Hoffner, let's jump in and grab a quick word with him because we didn't chat to him on the grid. Jelter, the driver that's young driver, number 919 for MDM Racing Team. Jelter, can I grab a quick word? Yeah, sure. Jelter, busy first start there, wasn't it? It looked like it was almost 3 wide down towards turn 1. He just got shuffled a little wide.
Yeah, I thought I had a good start, but then I saw Wouter start and I was just shocked because he had such a good launch. So yeah, it was quite exciting going into turn 1, but I had to go off track and I picked up a lot of pickup, and then yeah, it was difficult to manage, but we did. So
it looks like we're getting started in 30 seconds, so great to grab a quick word there with Jelter. I'm going to hand back to Brian Oliver to talk us through the second go at this race, round 5 in the Sport Division.
Top job, Piers. Yeah, good intel there from everybody. Yeah, right. Well, to answer the question, we're going to be starting behind the safety car. I don't know exactly what the positions are because we didn't cross the start-finish line, but I believe it's Marchak from Elenus from Boerkamps. I believe that is what it is, but I say the timing screen hadn't refreshed right. Well, we can see that is the case. So Jack Young, who started on the outside front row, is down into 4th. Then it's Alex Ryman, Jelter Hoffner. Great comments from him about Wouter Boerkamp's start, taking it easy. Yep, right. Yeah, so there we go. Cars are now running out on track, but our timing screens are not going to refresh until we actually get across the start-finish line. So it's, as you can see there, so that's behind Hoffner, it's Matheus Ferreira, Giltrap there as well. Marco Giltrap, he's having a very quiet day. It'd be interesting to see what's going on with him because he was the championship leader coming out of Portimao, had a mixed time at Estoril and not enjoying the pace that he was at the start of the season. So I wonder what's going on there. Right, cars, so out on track, behind the safety car, weaving to generate the heat in tyres and in the brakes. So the order is as you see, but we'll confirm it for sure once we're across the start-finish line. Safety car will come in at the end of this lap. Just a big thank you to the track marshals who do a phenomenal job and have cleared up what was a lot of wreckage, a lot of shards of carbon fibre, which can cut a tyre in an instant. So really important that they've managed to get all that up off the track, and we thank them for their hard work. It means that the clock is running because we're going behind the safety car. So we're at 26 minutes and 20 seconds plus 1 lap. Cars are up towards turn 8 and 9 at the moment, and next time around we will be going green. So riding on board with Jonas Greif a little way back in the pack. He's got a good view of it all unfolding in front of him. And he will be just wanting to stay out of trouble. Well, the good bit about the cars starting in single file is obviously less opportunities for the kind of opening lap dramas that we sometimes get. But they do say that safety cars breed safety cars. So hopefully we can get this going. We can keep it going. The green flag indicates that we are now in racing conditions, but it's up to Milan Marchak when he goes. As long as he doesn't overtake the safety car, nobody can overtake him until we get to the start-finish line. So it's up to him when he goes, and he's tried to back the pack up. Then he's hit the accelerator. He's done a great job. And Theo Elenis in that second place sees a bit of a gap opening up. Right, we've got confirmation of the positions now. We actually have a lap on the board. But Milan Marchak leads the way, the pole sitter. Theo Elenis, a great start. Also a great start for Walter Boerkamps. Look at him, has a little look to the outside of Elenis. Into turn 2 they go. And Elenis still in that second place at the moment. The rest of the cars all charging forwards from their positions. Jack Young coming under pressure from Alex Ryman just behind. Look how close Walter Boerkamps is to Theo Elenis, almost pushing him around the corner. Elenis holding on to that second position, but Boerkamps looks like he's on rails. He ducks to the inside, tries to sell the dummy. Theo Elenis has enough experience to hold that one off. But that second place looking very much under threat. This is allowing Milan Marchak to open up a gap at the front. Walter Boerkamps will be very keen to get past Theo Elenis as quickly as he can, because his main championship rival is leading this race and opening up a gap at the front. So Elenis still holding on. There's Alex Ryman. They found something on that car. You heard Piers talking to them in the lunch break, and they say they found something, and certainly Ryman looking very quick here. He's certainly looking a lot quicker than he was at the start of the season. Jelter Hoffner in there as well. Marco Giltrap in that 7th place. Matheus Ferreira in 8th. Keep an eye on all of those drivers, all very capable of finishing on the podium in this race. Out along towards the pit straight they come, across the line once again. It's Milan Marchak. He's opened up the gap of 1 second, the fastest lap of the race. He has a clear track in front of him. Theo Elenis with his mirrors full of Walter Boerkamps. They've left Jack Young behind a little. Alex Ryman now challenges on the outside, under braking. Jack Young just keeps it tidy on that inside line, gives the squeeze to Alex Ryman, holds on to that 4th placer. Ryman's going to have to do it all again. So there's Jack Young in the blue and white car, the number 15, Alex Ryman in the number 28 car, the driver from Estonia chasing him. Behind is Jelter Hoffner. He'll be frustrated that he's not able to move further forwards at the moment. Behind Hoffner is Marco Giltrap. Keep an eye on Giltrap, always quick. Keep an eye on Matheus Ferreira behind him as well. Sebastian Freimuth in there in 9th place. Also, Luciano Martinez rounding out the top 10. There's Theo Elenis again in the number 27 car. In 2nd place, Walter Boerkamps monstering him all the way. Trying to move up a step on the podium. Doesn't really care too much about trophies, but he's got a championship to defend. Remember, coming into this race, Walter Boerkamps had just 7 points on the driver that is leading the way at the moment, Milan Marchak, and also Marco Giltrap in the championship. Theo Elenis is 33 points back from Walter Boerkamps in the championship. If he can keep the number 30 car behind him for the whole of this race, he will close that gap down. But Boerkamps looks like a man on a mission. Marchak continues to set those fastest laps. Remember, Walter Boerkamp's told peers on the grid that they have a fuel pickup issue, they think, with that car. Means they are having to run a lot more fuel in the number 30 car. It's going to be heavier, means it's going to be slower. So he's having to handle that as well as challenge Tio Ellenis for that second place. But all of this is a gift for Milan Marchak, looking to make it a hat-trick, 3 wins in a row. He won both races last time out at Estoril, and he leads the way here now by 1.138 seconds. The gap between Tio Ellenis and Walter Boerkamp, well, it was 0.376 crossing the line, but you can see how close that is. Look at Marco Giltrap there. There's Matheus Ferreira just behind him. Now Ellenis is responding. So Tio Ellenis with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:35.085. So Tio Ellenis starting to respond. Having said that, I think that's already been eclipsed because I think Milan Marchak has done a 1:34.954. So the fastest laps are being exchanged between the front runners. Milan Marchak continues to stretch his legs at the front, out across the start-finish line. He will come again in just a few moments. Tio Ellenis holding on to that second place. There's your confirmation of that fastest lap for Milan Marchak, a 1:34.256. You get the feeling Marchak has this very much under control. We're keeping one eye on track limits. Sebastian Freimuth, Luciano Martinez, Levin Gelf have all had track limit warnings, as has Milan Marchak, our race leader. So races could be won or lost in this steward's room here. Also, Alex Ryman with a 5-second time penalty for a jump start. So the number 28 car in 5th place is going to have some pain incoming. 5 seconds will be added onto his time at the end of the race. So he will be even more eager to get past Jack Young and try and get a 5-second gap ahead of the cars behind him, because a jump start means that he will have that 5 seconds added on when this race is over. Jack Young, though, doing a sterling job. Dropped from 2nd to 4th, but now, having regathered himself, holds on to that 4th place. Up ahead of him, Walter Boerkamp has opened up a gap of over a second. Still menacing Tio Ellenis. Look how hard Jack is attacking the curbs with that car, bouncing up as he jumps across the curbs. They build him strong at Porsche. Jack Young just breaks a little clear of Alex Ryman. Jelter Hofner behind Ryman in 6th place. Out across the line we come once again. The gap between 1st and 2nd up to 1.658. Walter Boerkamp is 0.445 behind Tio Ellenis, and they are 1.36 ahead of Jack Young. Marco Giltrap, 2nd in the championship, down in 7th at the moment. Is going to drop down from that 2nd place if things finish as they are. Will be eager to try and push forwards. I think Marco Giltrap will be frustrated by his qualifying once again. Matheus Ferreira, his first race of the season, gearing himself up for a season in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup and Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. Just getting himself up to speed. There's Matheus Ferreira, new to GP Elite. The car that is in orange, white and black. He was in target competition last year. This year, moving to the Dutch team and putting the pressure onto the Team 75 Porsche of Marco Giltrap. The Team 75 motorsport car. The team run by Timo Bernhard, the German Porsche legend. But at the moment, Giltrap, rather than moving forwards, is having to defend hard from the Brazilian behind. Behind them, Sebastian Freimuth. Something of a veteran nowadays in Porsche Cup racing. In that 9th place, ahead of David Duoc in the number 69 car. In the rookies, Henry Wheeler, in his first ever car race, leads the rookies. He's in 13th place overall. 2nd in the rookies, Jesse Polderdijk in 15th, ahead of Levin Gelf, who's in 16th place. Still, Walter Boerkamps in third place. What can he do about Theo Ellenis up ahead of him? We've seen it over the last few weekends where Boerkamps, as the fuel burns away, there's that issue that comes in and it feels like he seems to lose a bit of pace. The team haven't been able to get on top of it. I think Boerkamps probably quite keen to make progress while the fuel is still in the car. But at the moment, Theo Ellenis is holding him off. And if things remain as they are now, Walter Boerkamps in that third place with the championship. We'll see a 2-point drop into second place. It would be Milan Marchak who would jump to the top of the championship and lead Walter Boerkamps by just 2 points. But we've still got 16 minutes and 10 seconds of this race remaining, plus 1 lap. But Marchak not doing anything other than lead from the front. Now look at this, Matheus Ferreira to the inside of Marco Giltrap. He saw that gap, but Giltrap with a faster wide outside line retakes that place back. 7th place is the fight that we're seeing. Out along past the pits they come, in towards the left-hander of turn 1. Giltrap moves to the outside, under braking. The car's reaching about 250 kilometers an hour, dropping down into 4th gear. Very quick turn 1, back up to about 205 kilometers an hour in 4th gear. Into turn 2, a 2nd gear turn, 80 kilometers an hour. Round turn 2 they come, and then in towards turn 3, taken at about 3rd gear, dropping from about 170 kilometers an hour towards turn 4, a 3rd gear corner, 105 kilometers an hour into the corner. Then it's a short, sharp run up to turn 5, the right-hander, and then up towards turn 6 they will come. The left-handing turn 6, they reach about 170 kilometers an hour in 4th gear before the braking of turn 6. This corner taking about 2nd or 3rd gear, about 100 kilometers an hour. Then the long stretch along the back towards turn 7, taken pretty flat out as turn 7 in towards turn 8 they will come. Still, Matheus Ferreira attacks the Marco Giltrap car in front, but still Giltrap holding on. What can Ferreira do? His first race of the season. Marco Giltrap has already run in every race this season of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Holding on to that 7th place still, but would be very keen to move forward from there. Ahead of him, Jelter Hofner opens up a bit of a gap, but he has fallen back a little from Alex Ryman. Remember, Ryman has that 5-second penalty hanging over him. Jelter Hofner has had a lap disallowed as a result of exceeding track limits. Also, Matias Comparato and Luciano Martinez have all had laps disallowed, as has Matheus Ferreira. Now, how that shakes out at the end remains to be seen. The stewards will decide that if the drivers have exceeded track limits too many times, they will get a penalty, and that will start to appear towards the end of the race. 13.5 minutes remaining. Milan Marchak, still completely under control, has now broken clear of Theo Ellenis by over 2 seconds. So Marchak continues his march towards that checkered flag. Ellenis in 2nd in the number 27 car. Theo Ellenis, his best result so far this season has been the 3rd place at the season opener in Portimao, and boy did he entertain getting that. So a 2nd place would be his best finish of the season so far. Walter Boerkamps in 3rd place. We'll see his championship lead gone if things remain as they are despite the podium finish. Jack Young on his debut in 4th. Alex Ryman has that 5-second time penalty. So 5th place looks very much under threat at the moment. And in fact, if things finished as they are, Alex Ryman would probably drop down into the lower reaches of the top 10. So 12.5 minutes remaining. There's Matheus Ferreira. Has kept the pressure onto Marco Giltrap. It's Brazil versus New Zealand. The Brazilian doing the attacking. To the outside he goes, under braking once again, looking to the wide outside. Giltrap just holding on to that racing line. As long as he doesn't make a mistake, he can hold on to that position. Matheus Ferreira doing everything that he can to unsettle the number 66 car in front of him, to distract him, to force him to miss a braking point, to go offline. Out towards turn 7 they come once again. Marco Giltrap holding on to 7th place for all he's worth. When he got out of bed this morning, he was hoping to be challenging for a win, for a podium, not for 7th place at the moment. Matheus Ferreira is putting the pressure on hard. Under braking once again, Ferreira looks the quicker of the two, but can't do anything to get past the number 66 car as long as Marco Giltrap holds it together, doesn't make a mistake. In towards turn 12, they come in around to turn 13 to complete another lap in just a few moments. The sweeping turn 13, and it'll be out onto 14 once again, which will be the best opportunity to get past. Now look at this, Jack Young and Alex Ryman going wheel to wheel, but Ryman knows he has that 5-second time penalty. So although he has moved up into 4th place, as things stand at the moment, Jack Young will keep that position, that 4th place, because he will get it back once the time penalty has been applied. But he wants to do it on the track. They come once again. Track limit warnings are coming thick and fast. Jack Young, Teo Elenis, Matthias Comparato, all getting track limit warnings. Car 11 is the next one. Matthias Comparato again with another track limit warning up at turn 6. Alex Ryman, a little bit wobbly under braking, but he's managed to find a route past Jack Young. He'll want to try and open up as much of a gap as possible to limit the damage of that penalty that is hanging over him like a sword. There's the number 12 car of Luciano Martinez and the other of the Ombra Racing cars challenging him, Matthias Comparato. Behind them is Henry Wheeler, the leading rookie driver, doing a brilliant job. Henry Wheeler looking like an experienced pro in his first kart race. The two cars in front of him with way more experience, and Henry Wheeler with Jonas Greif behind him. On board with Jonas Greif, he can see Henry Wheeler just ahead in the number 88 car. The American driver getting used to driving one of these cars. Looks like he's been doing it for years. Now Jonas Greif puts the pressure onto him. But Henry Wheeler, what a great job from him. In the number 88 car, a top step of the podium for the rookies if things remain as they are now. Second in the rookies, Jesse Polderdijk. Third, Levin Gelf. Polderdijk will extend his lead at the top of the rookie championship if things remain as they are now. Out across the line we come. Once again, 9.25 minutes. The gap between first and second remains at a little over 2 seconds. Milan Marchak just holding station. Doesn't want to take too much out of those tyres. Doesn't want to leave himself vulnerable in the closing stages of this race. Teo Elenis with all the work to do. Looks like he has fended off Walter Boerkamps. Maybe Boerkamps has that fuel feed issue once again, but he's in that 3rd place. And he's well clear of Alex Ryman, who has that penalty as well. 1.688 is the gap between Boerkamps and Ryman. Jack Young in 5th place, but that will become a 4th if things remain as they are. The track warning flags continue to come. One of them to our race leader, Milan Marchak. He's had a disallowed lap on lap 12. That's the lap that he's on now as a result of exceeding track limits, and he'll need to be really careful. It would be tragic to win this race on the track and lose it in the stewards room. Jota Hoffner is pushing hard in 6th place. He's just gone purple in sector 1, showing his frustration, the quickest of anybody in sector 1, but he's in the traffic in that 6th place, can't really do anything about it. Marco Giltrap still holds off Matheus Ferreira. There's the 88 car of Henry Wheeler, our leading rookie car. Right, here we go again. Giltrap, can he hold on to this for another 7.75 minutes? Matheus Ferreira has done everything he can think of, but still, he's staring at the back of the number 66 Team 75 Motorsport car. They continue in the order that they were in. Still, the overtaking opportunities not coming. Giltrap focused, hitting all the braking points, not allowing himself to be distracted. Can he keep this up for another 7.25 minutes? There is Giltrap there. Matheus Ferreira will be aware that he needs to look after the tyres as well. He might just back off. He might let things cool down a bit before another attempt. Here they come into turn 8 and 9, around to turn 10 once again. It's still Marco Giltrap holding on to that 7th place. Mathieu Ferreira with his nose to the inside. Now he has an inside line. The two cars make contact. The back end of the Ferreira car steps out slightly. Everybody continues on their way, but that was more than rubbing going on there. Mathieu Ferreira had a nose in front. Giltrap tried to shut the door on him, and eventually Ferreira had to back out of it. 6.5 minutes remaining. That's allowing Marco Giltrap to break free just ahead of them. Here comes our race leader across the line once again, just over 2 seconds clear of Theo Ellenis. Walter Burkamp's 3rd place looks about as good as it's going to get today. Then it's Alex Ryman with that penalty, then Jack Young. Still, this battle rages on. So Marco Giltrap in that 7th place. Mathieu Ferreira has been staring at the back of the Team 75 motorsport car for the entirety of this race. Giltrap having to focus hard to hold it all together. And there Ferreira, a little bit of a mistake under braking into the corner. Didn't really slow him down much though, did he? Saw the back end of the car dancing around a little. He gathers it all up, just keeps his foot buried on it. Jota Hoffner clear of this battle at the moment. We've got a yellow up at turn 6 as somebody had an issue towards turn 6. Still, Giltrap continues. The yellow is cleared. Somebody with a brief moment. Mathieu Ferreira. What has he got to do to get past the number 66 car in front of him? He's got the driver who's probably travelled furthest to be here this weekend. Marco Giltrap from New Zealand, holding off the Brazilian. The driver who's impressed in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany throughout last year, looking to do the same again, and in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup this year. One of the many up-and-coming superstars of Porsche Cup racing. And across the line, once again, 4 3/4 minutes, the time starting to run out. Everything very much as you were at the moment, but it could all change in the final 4.5 minutes. Is Ferreira gonna make a lunge? Is he gonna make a dive bomb? Has he got anything up his sleeve? He closes in on Giltrap under braking once again. Around towards turn 4 and 5. There's Jota Hoffner clear of this battle now. Giltrap in that 7th place. Ferreira running out of time. 4 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. David Durock in the background in the number 69 car, too far back to get involved in this battle. So if Ferreira does make a challenge, he's not at a risk of losing that position as long as he doesn't throw the thing off the track. He takes the title line into the corner. Giltrap with the momentum on the outside line though. We've lost Sebastian Freimuth. Maybe that was the cause of the yellow flag. He's peeled off into the pits. And of course, we've lost Nikola Milkovic and Max Mutzlechner as well as a result of the incident at the start of the race. So still, Giltrap, how hard is he having to work for the points for 7th place? For 9 points. That's what he's holding on for here. As Mathieu Ferreira, not in the championship hunt, just wants to get past him, wants the glory. But Giltrap knows he needs to bring this thing home. He needs as many points as he can possibly extract out of this race. A championship contender. Milan Marchak has opened up a gap, about another 10th from Theo Ellenis. Ellenis still clear. Walter Burkamp's about 1.364 now, so the 1, 2, 3 looking fairly solid. Ryman with that jump start penalty in 4th place, but set to lose that. Jack Young behind him, then Jota Hoffner, then this fight here. Marco Giltrap, can he hold it on for another 2.5 minutes? Mathieu Ferreira has thrown everything at him, but still Giltrap is not being flustered by the Brazilian driver. Meanwhile, further back, our rookie leader, Henry Wheeler, has got Jesse Polderdijk not that far behind now. So Polderdijk is closing in on Henry Wheeler, and Levin Gelf also behind him. So the 1, 2, 3 and the rookies running together on the track. Henry Wheeler with a bit of a gap, but it is closing down. He should be able to hold on as long as he can keep it all together for the remaining minute and 50 seconds. We continue to watch this battle. Marco Giltrap in that 7th place. Mathieu Ferreira has tried to think of everything to get past the number 66 car. He needed to force Marco Giltrap into a mistake. Giltrap has been absolutely wheel perfect all the way through this race. And if he can keep doing that for the next 90 seconds or so, he will hold on to that 7th place. He's had to work really hard for it though. Maybe Ferreira has one last challenge up his sleeve. He goes to the outside. Giltrap may want to try and squeeze him on the exit of the corner. Giltrap then goes deep into the corner. Now Ferreira to the inside as well. He's going to have the outside for the next corner, so Giltrap needs to hit the braking points exactly right. Ferreira back behind the number 66 car. What brilliant racing from these two young chargers. Giltrap trying to make that car as wide as possible. Ferreira sells the dummy to the inside, and Giltrap loses that position. He's trying to come back round the outside. The car's absolutely neck and neck. Now advantage Ferreira, but Giltrap has the momentum around the corner, but Ferreira has the line. Giltrap loses the position and is down into 8th place. Ferreira have been lining that one up for several laps. Now Giltrap has got to try and get him back again, having lost that 7th position, but with 20 seconds remaining on the clock. He's got a steep mountain to climb here. Mathieu Ferreira will slam the door in the face of Marco Giltrap. Now, at the moment, Milan Marchak is out across the start-finish line. He hasn't got to the start-finish line before the clock struck 0, so it will be 2 laps remaining of this race by my reckoning. So, Walter Boerkamps in the number 30 car has Alex Ryman menacing him, but Ryman with that 5-second time penalty, it will be for glory only, because even if he gets past Walter Boerkamps, he's not going to keep that 3rd place. Even if he does get past Boerkamps, though, will want to finish in 3rd place on the road. Meanwhile, Milan Marchak continues at the front, but Elenas has taken about half a second out of his lead. So Teo Elenas, one last charge, but he's maybe a little bit too far back. With less than 2 laps remaining, a 1.5 second gap is going to be just a little bit too much to close down. Walter Boerkamps with Alex Ryman. Ryman, who looks like a man reborn in the number 28 S1 racing car, challenging the Team GP Elite number 30 car in the new livery from Estoril. Great how Walter Boerkamps here looking for that podium position, looking to try and keep that championship lead. But with Milan Marchak leading the race, that championship lead may well just slip away. So this is the fight for 3rd place, but it is for glory only. Alex Ryman has that 10-second time penalty for a jump start. Looks to the outside. Boerkamps will want to keep him behind. Out across the line comes Milan Marchak once again. By my calculations, that will be the last lap of the race that he is about to start. Here they come once again. Boerkamps, whether he's aware of the penalty for Ryman or not, but Ryman ducks to the inside, but he can't slow it down into turn 1. Goes off wide into downtown Valencia and allows Walter Boerkamps to come back through and steal that 3rd place back again. We're riding on board with Milan Marchak in the picture on the right-hand side of your screen. The final lap of the race. Marchak currently up towards turn 6, but the fight behind for 3rd place rages on. Teo Elenas is in 2nd. His teammate Alex Ryman in 4th, but with a 5-second time penalty. So Walter Boerkamps does not want to knock the wheels off this car. He just needs to bring it home. Jack Young in 5th place, looking like he will inherit 4th place. Again, to the inside comes Alex Ryman. Putting one over Walter Boerkamps is something that he will be very proud of, but Boerkamps is not done yet. Under braking, closing in on the number 28 car. Meanwhile, our race leader is heading up in towards turn 12 for the last time, and the sweeping 13, and into the final corner, turn 14. will be Milan Marčak's last lap of the race. Here he comes out towards the final corner, a slight downhill, and then it'll be out onto the pit straight. Milan Marčak is going to make it 3 wins in a row for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division, and it will launch him to the top of the championship with his 3rd win of the season. Theo Ellenis, his best ever finish in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, in 2nd place. And then Walter Boerkamps finally loses that position to Alex Ryman, but Ryman will have a 5-second time penalty applied. So 3rd will go to Walter Boerkamps ahead of Jack Young. Jota Hoffner's next, then Matheus Ferreira, who finally worked his way past Marco Giltrap, then David Duoc, Luciano Martinez, Matthias Comparato, Jonas Greif, and a win in the rookie standings, in the rookie championship, a first ever win in his first ever race. Henry Wheeler takes that top step. What a sensational drive from him on his debut in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. But Milan Marčak once again dominating this race. He scored his 5th pole position, it'll be 6th this afternoon, of the season. He started on pole for every race. He had a difficult time at Portimao, but he certainly made up for it in Estoril, and that charge continues. Milan Marčak takes the top step of the podium. Theo Ellenis will be 2nd, and once penalties have been applied, it'll be Walter Boerkamps in 3rd place. So, what great stuff. And Marco Giltrap, just wondering whether he's carrying a problem with that car, because Matheus Ferreira, once he got past him, had put 0.8 of a second on him. And Giltrap, we know how quick he is. And he was the championship leader earlier on in the season. Matheus Ferreira, though, is no slouch, and proving why he is a champion of the future in the making. Milan Marčak, though, what an incredible drive once again. Keeping his cool in the Red Ant racing car. The Polish driver, always cool and laid back, just kept it all together, let everybody fight it out behind, didn't allow the pressure to get to him, and eventually coming home to win by just over 2 seconds from Theo Ellenis. Ellenis with his best ever finish, preparing for a season in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux and Porsche Carrera Cup France. So 2nd place, good reward there. And then it was Ryman who crossed the line 3rd on the road. So you can see Marčak just coming back to Parc Fermé, going wide, picking up as much rubber as possible on the tyres, making sure that nothing is underweight. So another 5-second time penalty was issued, and this was to David Duoc, and that was for track limits. Also an issue with the restart noted relating to Milan Marčak. I've had nothing to indicate there would be any kind of penalty, but Milan Marčak was noted with an issue to do with the safety car restart. And that's just popped up on the screen, so maybe a talking to in the steward's office. But I think the win fairly solid there, and the 5-second time penalty to David Duoc, and that was for exceeding track limits. Milan Marčak and the Red Ant crew have quite a following in the world of Porsche Cup racing. We see Red Ant a lot in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. And Milan Marčak, who was so impressive and became the rookie champion in Carrera Cup Benelux last year. Very excited to see where he goes. He's got the funding as a result of winning the rookie championship in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. He gets the funding to do a season, the entry fee for the season this year. So we'd expect to see him back in Carrera Cup Benelux this year, although I haven't had official confirmation of that. But wherever he goes, he is a challenger now, a championship challenger. He's certainly that here, because by my calculations, he is now the points leader by 2 points in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division, but that is very much subject to confirmation. Marco Giltrap, with that 8th place finish, drops down the order, sadly. And Theo Elenos, with a 2nd place, certainly launches his way up about 29 points adrift by my calculations. Walter Boerkamps will drop down to 2nd in the points, but he has another race this afternoon to reverse all of that. Although that pesky Milan Marchak will be starting on pole position for that one as well. And there, Alex Ryman looking a little bit subdued and having received that 5-second time penalty. That's understandable. Right, I can see Piers is down there with our race winner. Down to you, Piers.
Yeah, Milan always very particular, makes sure he gets weighed straight away so he can keep that race win. Milan, another race win, 3 in a row now.
Yeah, it's great. It's wonderful to get three wins in a row. Now let's make it 4 today.
Let's make it 4. Pace looked mega as well, extending the gap to the end.
Yeah, the pace was great. I tried to get away in the beginning, and when I got like to 2 seconds, I tried to keep the same pace as the car behind, because yeah, there's no point to drive away 10 seconds. So yeah, to keep the tires alive. I already felt that in the last 4 or 5 laps that the tires were giving up, especially the rear. So yeah.
Well, we'll see how you do in the final race today. Of course, you got a good grid position for that one as well. But congratulations on another win.
Thank you very much.
Right, that's it. Let's hand back to look back at some of the highlights of the first race this weekend.
Thank you, Piers. Congratulations, Milan Marchak, the driver who has locked out a pole position for every race this season. His 5th pole position. Spoiler, it will be 6th by the end of today. The crowd that gathered here at Circuito Ricardo Tormo in Valencia were thoroughly entertained as Milan Marchak turned that pole position into a lead into turn 1. Walter Boerkamp said he was going to take it easy at the start of the race. Well, that's what taking it easy looks like. Charging his way forwards, getting stuck in, but of course it all came to a fairly early stop on that opening lap. We had an incident where one of the Ombra racing cars hooked out Nikola Milkovic, and he got collected by Max Mutzlechner, and it was quite a big impact, and it meant we had a red flag. When we did finally get things back underway, Milan Marchak just carried on exactly as he had left off. Lots of challenges further back. Unfortunately, Alex Ryman, who was looking good for a podium, was going to pick up a penalty for a jump start. And there he was challenging Jack Young, the outside front row starter, dropping back through the pack, but doing a very good job, eventually holding on to a 4th place. This was the battle that raged on for the entire race. Marco Giltrap, Mathieu Ferreira running side by side for some of the race as well. Brilliant demonstration of brilliant driving by both drivers. Good, clean racing, no dramas. A real example to some of the more experienced pilots, I would say. And they kept it clean. Eventually it went the way of Ferreira. Alex Ryman and Jack Young were also fighting. The 2 Ombra racing cars were fighting as well. Matias Comparato, Luciano Martinez. And we returned to this battle that continued to rage on. Eventually, a little bit of contact. Nothing that would be cause a problem at all, I don't think. But eventually, Mathieu Ferreira finding a route past that car. That was Alex Ryman. Track limits somewhat. I think he could be forgiven for going a bit wide there, missing the braking point. This was the moment where Ferreira finally made the challenge stick on Marco Giltrap. He moved to the outside, to the inside. He sold the dummy. Giltrap drove a brilliant race, but eventually the might of the Brazilian was more than he could cope with, and he was shuffled down the order. Theo Elenos was up in 2nd. Behind them was the fight for 3rd, and the Theo Elenos teammate, Alex Ryman, was going wheel-to-wheel with Walter Boerkamp, but he had that 5-second time penalty, which meant he was going to be relegated off the podium. It was 3 wins in a row for Milan Marchak. He won both races last time out in Estoril. He's won the first of the 2 races here today. Can he make it 4 in a row? Well, it's been 6 poles in a row. and he's in the best possible position as he now jumps to the top of the championship. The Red Ant Racing crew are smiling, and they have every reason to, because their man has scored yet another win. Brilliant stuff from Milan Marchak, starting to prove to be a real championship contender, more so than just a contender, the championship leader. And Jesse Polderdijk, just passing through your picture there, he finished second in the rookies. It was Henry Wheeler on his car racing debut who would take the win in the rookie race, with Levin Gelf third in the rookies. And under the Spanish sunshine here in Valencia, the crowd have been entertained on the first race from the sport division. Right, let's head down to the podium where Piers is waiting for us.
Thank you very much, Brian. Yes, we have our podium. We'll start with the overall sport division podium. The driver, in the end, it got pipped, but unfortunately Alex Ryman got a penalty. So the 30 driver from the Netherlands, Wouter Boorkamps, comes on third place. Wouter Boorkamps, everyone on your podium. Championship leader coming into this round. Milan Marchak will be closing that gap. Second place, a great driver after the troubles he had yesterday. The 27 from Cyprus, Teo Elenas for S1 Racing will take the second place. Good result. You can see how hard he's been working and the heat in the cars taking its toll on him. But our eventual winner, the young driver from the Netherlands, the number 96, Milan Marchak, takes the win in the end. Milan Marchak, our winner of round 5 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. And we will now have the Dutch national anthem for Milan. That was the Dutch national anthem there for Milan Marchak, our winner. And we're going to have the trophies presented by Lars Plato, our series manager, and also Jose Maria Fortuno for the marketing and communications manager of the Spanish Federation. Thank you so much to Jose Maria Fortuno for coming out and presenting these trophies. First up, we have our third place trophy going to Wouter Boorkamps, championship leader coming into this round. Second place, Teo Elenas for the S1 Racing team. And then our eventual winner, getting the trophy handed out just now by Jose Maria Fortuno, will take the top step of the podium once again, the third time in a row. Double race win in Estoril, a first win here in Valencia. Milan Marchak for the Red Ant Racing team. Applause from the crowd and the teams below, and they'll gather on the top step of the podium now for their photograph opportunity. Milan will go from pole position once again in race 2. Can he make it 4 from 4? Can he take back that championship lead away from Wouter Boorkamps, who is on the podium with him once again? A reminder that Wouter, just yesterday, was not sure whether he'd be here, rewards everyone that's helped him with a podium and keeps that championship hunt alive. We have another podium coming up, which is going to be the rookies next. The rookie classification podium. We will start with the driver in third place, the number 144 from Germany, Levin Gelf. Congratulations, Levin. Levin racing for the Ziebach Motorsport team. He gets on the podium once again. He's been pushing on for those rookie podiums. The second place driver from the Netherlands also, Jesse Polderdijk. Jesse, second place in the rookies for Red Ant Racing, number 29. But they couldn't be caught. They couldn't catch the man who's joined the championship for the first time, Henry Wheeler. Henry Wheeler taking the top step of the rookie podium in his first car race. What a result for him. And we'll now have the USA, the American national anthem. That was, in fact, not the American national anthem, but it's okay. We'll make it work. That was our driver. That was for our driver. We should have had the Stars Run Godana there, which we now have for our winning driver, Henry Wheeler. Trophies being handed out once again by we're handed out once again by Jose Maria Fortuno from the Spanish Federation. Third place, Levin Gelf. Second place was Jesse Paul de Dijk. And the winner's trophy in the rookie classification, his first car race, takes the top step in the rookies. Henry Wheeler. Henry, what an amazing result that will be. That will spur him on. Henry driving for the A-Works by Katana Tools team. These three, of course, the rookies, the drivers that are in their first season of Carrera Cup racing and also must be their early 20s or teens. All three of these drivers in their teens, so look forward for them in the future. And that was our rookie podium, and the podium ceremony complete for the first race of today, the round 5 of the sport division. We've got it all coming up again later in the sport division, but up next, as you can see, going out onto the grid is our club division. That's coming up next.
Thank you, Piers. I enjoyed the podium there. That was great. We'll play the CD of the Star Spangled Banner some other time. Right, well, there we can see beautiful weather. The sky is blue, and we are getting ready. I'm not saying working out the points, honest. It's been a great sport division. Porsche Sprint Challenge of Southern Europe. Just a few moments, we will be having the cars out on track for the club division. Welcome back to Valencia as we get ready for round 5 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. We've just had the Sport Division. That was dramatic. It'd be really good if we can get through this next race without any red flags as well. We have an exciting grid for this next race. It's going to be very, very interesting because coming into this weekend, Joel Monegro looking like he could potentially clinch the championship today. But a challenging qualifying for him. He's in 5th place. And it's Javier Ripoll Jr. who takes pole position. A brilliant qualifying lap from him. But keeping on Levent Turkman, he just gets better and better every time we see him. And he's starting 2nd on the grid. Alexander Dobik, as we discussed earlier on, starts in 4th place. He was originally the quickest man of all in quali this morning, but he's got a drop of 3 grid positions, and that was because he had a penalty overhanging from the previous race, and so he has dropped down from that pole position to 4th place. So Alexander Dobik will have to do it all again from there. He's not too far back. Alongside him, 3rd on the grid, is Marabi Mekvabishvili, who has been looking very dialed in here as well. So those first 4 cars on the grid with Joel Monegro and Hunter behind. This is going to be exciting. Right, let's head back down to the grid where Piers is waiting for us.
Thank you very much, Brian. I'm going to have to remove my my fleece in a moment because it is lovely down here. Track temperature rising rapidly, air temperature also rising. But the man who we spoke to after qualifying, and he was disappointed not to get pole. Actually, a lot of things have transpired which allowed him to start on pole, Javier Ripoll Jr. A reminder, if you did watch the Sport Division race a moment ago, that pole was on the left as we look at it. It's the right-hand side of drivers. This is a 2x2 rolling start, so pole position on the inside here for Javier Ripoll Jr. I'm going to jump in and grab a quick word, if that's okay. Javier, could we have a quick word? Could we have a quick word, Javier?
Yeah.
Ready for the race? Pole position after all.
I don't know. I mean, P2, P1, we still haven't decide what's going on, you know.
Well, it looks like you're going from pole position for now. That's the best place you can possibly start, so I assume you're going to be going out there hell for leather to try and get your first win.
Well, let's push it. I mean, I need to create some little gap, and I need to just be concentrated, do my marks, and that's it. And basically, we need the points, man. That's it. We need the points here, do the 2 races today, and then we need to get everything ready for Barcelona. So hopefully we can make it.
I can see the championship is your main goal.
Hopefully, yeah, definitely, 100%. That's what we're
A wins along the way would be nice. Javier Ripoll Jr. going from the inside of row 1, pole position. Levent Turkman was going to go from 4th place, actually promoted 2 positions up to 2nd place. He was 4th fastest caller. Levent, quick word? Can we jump in and have a quick word, Levent? He's just listening to his team. I'll let him finish his conversation. Let me know when you're ready, Levent. It's okay. We'll wait for you. It's all good. Levent, a bit higher starting position than you were expecting.
Yeah, there seems to be some problems with some guys in front of me, so that was an advantage for me. Yeah.
You'll take it, I'm sure. Clear run down towards turn 1. It's a long run towards turn 1. We know how experienced Javier is alongside you. What's your plan for the start of this race?
Sorry, can you repeat that? Because Jaap is talking in my ear.
It's yapping in your ear. So I'm just saying again, Javier's experienced alongside you. Long run down towards turn 1. What's your plan for the start?
Yeah, well, I hope to be in front of him just a little bit, and then I hope we won't have to squeeze each other. But it's going to be there, or the finish will be just the same as the start.
Levent going from the outside of row number 1 for the MDM Racing team. Loves his racing, getting very much stuck into Porsche racing. The driver that has not raced Porsches a huge amount. He turned up at the first round. I think he was only planning to do the testing sessions and then got hooked in, and now he's in for the long haul. Murabi Mekvavishvili. Murabi, quick chat on the grid? No problem at all. Murabi's going from 3rd place. He was a driver that was very, very fast in qualifying. He's keeping himself very much in the zone. Alexander Dobic, we spoke to after qualifying. He's on the outside of row number 2, 4th place. Reminder, he was the fastest driver in qualifying. Keep an eye on him. Although I would say, I think he managed to pull 1 lap out of the bag. His 2nd fastest lap, I think, was 4th fastest anyway. So I think maybe over a race 1, that's probably about where I think I would put him. And the driver that we're not used to seeing all the way down in 5th place. Oh, all the way down here. This is so far from where you're normally placed. No, I'm joking, Joel.
Just get a better view.
Yeah, you've got a good view of some Porsche Cup cars ahead of you. We know your race pace is strong. We know you can overtake. So what's going to happen in this race, do you think?
Well, we'll find out. I don't try to predict the future.
Of course, never try and predict the future. Okay, what's your plan then, of course, because you've got an idea of how you want this race to go for you to give yourself the best opportunity.
Well, ideally, they all make mistakes and I just fly right through. That's plan A. Plan B, we'll have to figure it out as we go.
Absolutely, it's been very close. I think closer this weekend than we've seen before, which should make for some good racing, right?
Yeah, that's fantastic.
I bet you're looking forward to it. I can see the smile on your eyes. In the zone very much, Joel Monegro, our championship leader. A reminder, Joel has been unbeaten this year. Pole at the first race, won that. Then won race 2, race 3 and race 4. So he hasn't been taken off the top spot. He's got to pass it. Well, 4 cars, hasn't he, to get a win. The 9-1-2 on the outside of row 3 is Hunter, the man who shall not be named. But he's a good driver. We've keep an eye on him. He's going to be quick. Then we've got Eric Santos, teammate of our championship leader for the Track Experience by Manthey team. I'm going to jump in and have a quick word with Eric, if that's okay. Eric, quick word ahead of the race. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
Yeah, good. I think so my first time here in Valencia, happy with the progress the last couple of days, and the pack is really tight. So I think it's going to be about the consistency in the race. So looking forward to progressing in the grid.
What do you think has been the cause of everything being so tight around here? We've seen it so close in every practice session and qualifying.
Well, I think everyone is struggling a little bit with the compromise between different setups that we need to improve in certain parts of the track. Certainly has been the case for us in the team, and based on the conversation that I had with other drivers, it's been the same. But to be honest, I'm excited about having this, tight competition here. So I think the race is going to be fun.
I'm looking forward to it. You're right in the thick of the action, so it should be good fun indeed for Eric Santos, for the Track Experience by Manthey team, the 2-2-1. Keep an eye out for him. We've got Hans Frisch going on the outside of row number 4 in 8th place. We head down to row number 5, 9th place, the number 9-1-2 of K. Kramer Racing. It's Peter Sander. Peter, can we have a quick word ahead of the race? Quick chat ahead of the race? Yeah, great. Right, Peter Sander joining us once again. Has been in this championship for a guest before and joins us once again. Keeping cool in here, I see. You've got the the cover on. Are you feeling cool in the car yourself?
Yes, it is a little bit warm here. But when the race starts, the air come, it's okay.
Yes, of course, that is a welcome addition, I'm sure. What do you think the race is going to be like? We've seen how close it's been in qualifying so far.
Yes, the qualifying was good. I have a good time for me driving, and I think I have a lot of fun in the race.
Yes, of course. Peter Zander, thank you so much for chatting to us. Oh, sorry, I don't want to trip over you guys. That's Peter Zander going for from the inside of row 5, 9th place. Peter Zander for the K Kramer Racing team. Fach Autotech's team or driver on the outside of row number 5 is Jan Klingelnberg. Keep an eye out for that driver there. And we move further down the back. We spoke to this man after we spoke to no, okay, I'm being told no. I'm going to come anyway. I'm going to go anyway. I don't mind getting in trouble with you, Casper. Casper, you're a bit downbeat after qualifying, but here we are in the race, and you've already moved forward.
I'm totally up at the moment. I'm totally up, not down anymore.
Amazing. I'm glad to hear it. You've made places without even having to do anything.
Yeah, I guess someone has done something that was not allowed.
I guess so.
I don't know, because that's never my forte, but...
You always do as you're told, Casper.
Yeah. No, we're looking forward to it now, and I mean, there's only one way to go from here.
There is only one way to go. Casper Huckerboom going from P number 11 inside of row 6. We've got the Soul GT4. Let's have a chat with Dan Lewis. Why not? We haven't spoke to him today. I'm going to interrupt, that's all right, and chat to our driver, pole-sitting GT4 driver, also last on the GT4 grid as well. So, Dan, how are you feeling? Relaxed as always, I can see.
Yeah, of course. I don't think I've got much to worry about this race. It's more just a little bit of practice for me, to be fair. There's nothing really much I can do. They're all quick around this circuit, so yeah.
It must be good. It looks like quite good fun out there. We went on a run around the track as the broadcast team last night. Actually, for a circuit that is quote-unquote flat, there's quite a lot of subtle undulation change that I suppose you have to get used to.
Yeah, there's a lot of camber here. To be fair, I'm quite into that. I like it because it goes with the car. The car really likes a bit of camber, and it just pulls it into the corners and gives it a little bit more grip. But for me, it doesn't really matter because they're all high downforce cars, aren't they?
Yeah, they've got bigger tyres as well. So again, there's a reminder, Daniel Lewis is in the Soul GT4. It is supposed to be slower, of course. So, you know, you'd like to think you'd be up the front of the grid, of course. I mean, you're currently leading the GT4, so you've got that going for you.
Yeah, no, it'd definitely be funny if I was at the front, but I don't think that's happening today.
Not today. It's been very, very close. Of course, this is your preparation for your year ahead, which you'll be racing this car, I believe, in the UK again.
I'll be racing this car in the UK, yeah, and this whole series is more just a bit of practice for the UK, and it's definitely given me a lot more experience than I would have had if I didn't do this championship.
Yeah, I can see you learning a lot with the team. Of course, you wouldn't get weather like this in the UK either.
Yeah, definitely not.
No, I'll leave you to it, Dan. Is our GT4 driver going from on the grid would be 12th place. But 12th place is the leading GT4 because he's the only one. We've got Ernst Inderbitzen on the inside of the final row of the grid, and then our driver who unfortunately, we knew you'd be at an end of the grid. We were expecting it to be that end, but unfortunately we find you towards the back. I suppose.
I see you here.
Yes, here I am. Apologies for that. I suppose you're going to have some fun in this one then, aren't you?
Well, it can't get any worse, can it? Well, we'll not say that. Yeah.
Yeah, but let's not count our chickens yet, shall we? Anyway, Dean.
Pretty racy, so we'll see.
We'll see. Your pace is good. That's one thing.
Yeah.
Have you raced here before?
No, done some testing. That's it. No racing though. So all new to me.
You'll figure it out as you go along, I'm sure. There we go. That is our last driver on the grid. Unfortunately, Dean Burden was one of the fastest drivers in qualifying. Unfortunately, after qualifying, received a penalty and will go from the back of the grid, but he will do his best to race his way through the grid. That is our 14-car grid for the Club Division Round 5. I'm going to hand back up to Brian, who will talk us through the start of this race. I'm looking forward to this one.
Thank you, Piers. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one as well. Yeah, Dean Burden's car was found to be underweight. That is why he starts from the back of the pack. He got disqualified from quali, which is a real shame because we were really thinking he was going to take the challenge to the likes of Javier Ripoll Jr., Alexander Domic, and indeed Joel Monegro, who potentially could clinch the championship this afternoon. But the mountain is a little bit steep to climb. He's in 5th place Well, he's already proven he's good at coming through the pack. We've seen him going wheel to wheel in races already this season. He has won every race this season so far. If he keeps this one going, we will have seen a good race. If he can win it from 5th place, that is going to be truly spectacular. In the sport division, we saw the cars starting from the grid with a standing start. Just a little side note for those that were watching the sport division, there was an investigation under Milan Marchak for the safety car restart. I can confirm there was no action, there was no issues there, no problems. So just to put that one to bed. But yes, sport division starts with a standing start, a clutch start. Club division, it's a rolling start. That gives you a very different dynamic as you head into turn 1. The cars are not staggered on the grid, they are side by side. So it will be slightly different it's going to be a bit crowded into that turn 1, and there may well be some opportunistic moves as the drivers trying to pick up positions. And talking of positions, to just remind you, Joel Monegro leads the championship with a perfect 100 points. In second is Javier Ripoll Jr., our pole sitter. He is 27 points behind Joel Monegro and must fancy his chances to make a big jump in towards that championship. 27 points behind, 25 points for a win. But he will require Joel Monegro to have a fairly rubbish race. Eric Santos is third, but he's some 51 points behind. And then Levent Turkman. Keep an eye on him from the front row. As we said numerous times already, when he turned up in Portimao at the end of January for a bit of practice, he wasn't even intending racing in this championship, and he loved it. Got behind the wheel of the Porsche and went, I fancy some of this. Sign me up quick. And that's exactly what happened. And he has been a really important part of this championship. He got 2 third places on his debut in Portimao. He got a 4th place in Estoril, a non-finish due to an incident. But he, starting from the front row, must fancy his best ever result here. So that's going to be one worth watching. So keep an eye on him. And Javier Ripoll Jr., who just looks so dialed in at the moment. You heard from him when Pierce spoke to him. He's just so enthusiastic. He so desperately wants to win this championship and is putting everything into it. It's what we love. A real entertainer, Javier is, and really great to see him on that pole position with Levent Turkman alongside Marabi Mekvabishvili. Keep an eye on him, starting from 3rd. The original pole sitter, Alexander Dobic, got a penalty, so he's down into 4th. Joel Monegro, championship leader, has the mysterious Hunter alongside. Then it's Eric Santos and Hans Frisch. What a top 8 that looks like. It's going to make it a very competitive first few laps, I think. Peter Sander and Jan Klingelberg line up next. Then it's Casper Hockerboom and Daniel Lewis in the Soul GT4 car. Then Ernst Inderbitzen and Dean Burden with that disqualification from quali. He said, things can only get better. They really can, because we've seen how quick Dean is, and their car will be rapid from there. If Dean Burden finishes in 14th place, I will be very surprised indeed. I think he is planning on moving on up from that position. Just as a side note, remember Jan Klingenberg and Ernst Inderbitzen, both for the FAC Autotech team, the legendary Swiss team, are running without ABS in preparation for their up-and-coming season. So they are at a selected disadvantage, a disadvantage they've decided to take because it prepares them for Porsche Sports Cup Suisse later on this year. For that season, they don't run ABS in that category. So they're very much using this as a practice session, an opportunity to get themselves up to speed, because we all say it together, summer wins are made in the winter. We have proven that over and over again. And that is why Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe is proving to be so popular. And you heard Daniel Lewis just saying it just now. Even though we're unlikely to be racing either in the sunshine and certainly not in Spain during the British Porsche series, he says it's just he's learnt so much. It's got him up to speed so that when his main championship starts, and Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain later on this year. He will hit the ground running. Right, formation lap is done while I've been waffling on. The very pretty number 3 pace car is very shortly going to peel off into the very pretty pit lane, and it will be Javier Ripoll Jr. and Levent Turkman who will lead the pack. Now, they should pass side by side. They are meant to pass through their grid boxes as well, so they can't break formation too early. The cars should be in a nice straight line behind each other. Well, we're almost there. And across the line we come. Round 5, Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe Club Division. We are racing in Valencia. Now, Javier Ripoll Jr. moves across into turn 1. The driver that originally took that pole position, Alexander Dobic, to the inside already in the Hadeka racing car, under braking in towards turn 2. What a start from Alexander Dobic. He had that penalty, relegated him from the pole position. He's went penalty, what penalty? By turn 3, he is leading the race. He's got past both Levent Turkman and Javier Ripoll Jr. Behind them, there's a lot of scrapping going on, but what a start from Alexander Dobic. Now Levent Turkman fancies a pop at Javier Ripoll Jr. as well. So Ripoll Jr., bit of a nightmare for him. Not only has he lost his pole and lead, but he's now under pressure for second place as well. Everybody else just shaking out behind. There's Hunter in 912, Marabi Mekvabishvili in there, Joel Monegro, championship leader, the driver who has won every race so far this season, as we see a bit of a jolt under braking from Javier Ripoll Jr., just getting a little bit wrong, maybe missing a braking point. That's left him vulnerable. Levent Turkman into that second place. So Turkman moving forwards, and Javier Ripoll Jr. is relegated down to third place. The pole sitting car now in that third place. He's still in the podium position, but with a lot of work to do because Alexander Dobic has broken clear at the front. Now Javier Ripoll Jr. will be kicking himself after that mistake under braking. Up ahead, Levent Turkman, who I understand has been coached by Jaap van Lagen. There's a lot of wisdom in there as well. The Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux champion, and putting that coaching to good use to hold on to that second place. Hunter into fourth place, then Joel Monegro, Marabi Mekvabishvili, Kasper Hockebom. Great start from him. He's up into 7th place already, started in 11th. Then it's Jan Klingenberg. I said that Dean Burden wasn't going to stay in 14th for very long, didn't I? He's up to 9th already, ahead of Eric Santos, who rounds out the top 10. So our race leader has broken clear, more than a second between first and second place already. Alexander Dobic planning on checking out as quickly as possible. There is the car that started stone last. Dean Burden has already dispatched Santos, Sander, Frisch, Lewis and Inderbitzen, and now continues to move forwards. He's ahead of Klingenberg, up to 8th place. So Dean Burden may well have shone from the front of the grid, may well be shining even brighter from his starting position. But now Javier Ripoll Jr. has regathered it together and found a route back past Levent Turkman. So Javier Ripoll Jr. past Turkman into that second place. Turkman falls back into the clutches of Hunter in that 4th place. All that scrapping allows Alexander Dobic to stretch his legs at the front. 1.234 in the lead of Javier Ripoll Jr. Turkman in 3rd place, then Hunter, then Joel Monegro. We're on board with Javier Ripoll Jr. There's the race leader, quite a long way ahead, so he's going to have to work quite hard. The gap up to 1.806. We'll see what he can do about that gap as this race unfolds. So Alexander Dobic with the fastest lap of the race. No surprises there. Javier Ripoll Jr. in that 2nd place. There's Hunter in the 912 car being monstered by championship leader Joel Monegro. Monegro in 5th place. Certainly not a disaster for his championship, but not really an indication that he can clinch it this weekend here in Valencia. So, Alexander Dobic looks to me like Javier Ripoll Jr. is closing him down. It was 1.806 last time out across the line. Going to be very interesting to see what it is at the end of this lap. At the moment, Turkman has had a lap disallowed. It means that the stewards are taking a more than one look at his track limits issues as Hunter puts the pressure onto Joel Monegro. So Monegro started to come under pressure. Having said that, not looking overly vulnerable. I could see Eric Santos dropping down the order there as well. So Monegro in that 4th place. It's breaking clear of Hunter, but Hunter would look like he was putting the pressure back onto him. Marabi Mekvabishvili in 6th place as well. Right, out across the line, half a second out of the lead for Javier Ripoll Jr. He is going like the proverbial clappers. So 1.365, Javier Ripoll Jr. has taken half a second out of the race lead. He looks like a man on a mission, and visually he's looking like he's pressing on hard. Levent Turkman in 3rd place, Joel Monegro in 4th, then it's Hunter, then Mekvabishvili. But this man here, Javier Ripoll Jr., I'm very pleased we put a camera in his car because he is an entertainer and he is giving it absolutely everything. We ride on board with Javier Ripoll Jr. now. There is the race leader who's also got it wrong under braking. You saw that there. Alexander Dobic having a bit of a moment into the corner. That's allowed Javier Ripoll Jr. to really close up. Is Alexander Dobic driving with his eyes on the mirror rather than the road in front because he's starting to look flustered. Javier Ripoll Jr. coming back at the car. We've got a yellow at turn 6. I don't know who that is. It's cleared, so all good there. The battle for the lead is well and truly on. It was 1.365 last time around. Reckon is going to be significantly less than that this time around. Alexander Dobic with Javier Ripoll Jr. for Est1 Racing, sliding around the corner. You can see how hard Ripoll Jr. is pressing on here. In the background, Levent Turkman in the last of the podium positions. This is great stuff. Out along towards the pit straight we come. Right, this is Huckabum in the number 8 car. It was Santos who had the moment that brought out that brief yellow, kept it all together, pointed it in the right direction. Check, there's still 4 wheels on the wagon. All good there. Not so good for Dobic because he's down to 0.8 of a second. Look who is quickest of all. Dean Burden from the back of the pack is up to 7th place with the fastest lap of the race. Charging on through, trying to get up with some of these leaders. Dobic having had such a big lead. Now with Javier Ripoll Jr. bearing down on him. You just know the Ripoll Jr. will be laser sharp focused on the 33 car up ahead of him. Levent Turkman drops back. This battle is going to be a 2-car battle for the lead any second now. Turkman has Monegro behind him. Then it's Hunter, Marabi Mekvabishvili, but keep an eye on Dean Burden. Javier Ripoll Jr. goes deep into the corner. He's trying so hard. He did mention earlier on that he'd used a lot of rubber, taken a lot of the tyres in quali, wanted to make sure he's still going to have something left for the race, has to think about the bigger picture. Suddenly looking like he might be losing a little bit of grip. Look at Dean Burden has caught up with Marabi Mekvabishvili. Burden, who started stone last on the grid, having been disqualified from qualifying, is now up with 6th place Marabi Mekvabishvili. On board with Javier Ripoll Jr. once again. He is giving it everything. Out across the line we come. The gap is up to 1.024. We saw that little wobble from Javier Ripoll Jr. This is Dean Burden to the inside of Marabi Mekvabishvili in towards turn 1. Not close enough on this occasion, but surely going to be finding his way past before too long. In towards turn 2 they come, heading up to about 205 kilometers an hour before braking into the 2nd gear corner, taken at 80 kilometers an hour. Then down towards turn 3, a corner that's taken in 3rd gear before the braking of the right-hander. Turn 4, another 3rd gear corner, 105 kilometers an hour. A little squirt of the power up towards turn 5, then another right-hander. You can see how hard he is pushing. Dean Burden's back of the car just bumping over the curb slightly. Marabi Mekvabishvili is going to struggle to hold on to that car because the Eden Racing Porsche is absolutely dialed in British racing green with the light green stripes bearing down on the fluorescent number 218 car of Marabi Mekvabishvili. So Mekvabishvili in 6th place, still Burden, impatient to get past, hasn't a look to the inside. He'll have his best opportunity when he comes out onto the pit straight, but at the moment he's a little bit further back. He's up at turn 12, then into 13. He needs to get as close as possible, get a good exit out of 14. A little bit of a downhill here. This will be his opportunity coming out of this corner now. He'll want to be nice and tight, and then he'll pick up a slipstream as they run past the pits. The main straight, 876 metres. Mekvabishvili's managed to open up a bit of a gap on that corner, and still things remain as they are because Javier Ripoll Jr., with those traumas, those worries about the grip, suddenly the grip has gone. He's fallen back from Alexander Dobic and into the clutches of Levent Turkman. And Joel Monegro, the championship leader, is just one position away from a podium finish. Alexander Dobic has suddenly broken clear, 1.846 at the front. Javier Ripoll Jr. no longer thinking about challenging for the lead, but defending that 2nd place. Levent Turkman there as well. Then it's Joel Monegro, Hunter in the background, then Murabi Mekvabishvili, then the fastest car on the track, Dean Burden. We have track limit warnings that have been issued. Mekvabishvili, Frisch, Burden, Hunter, Burden, Hockebum, Burden. So, some familiar names coming up regularly with track limit warnings. We haven't had any penalties handed out, but that might be the case if some of these drivers do not keep it within the white lines. The stewards are keeping a close eye on behaviour. Right, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, all running together on the track. 5th, also within striking distance. 6th and 7th closing in. This is great stuff from Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. This is the fight for the lead that you are witnessing. We've had nothing but brilliant racing all season long from these cars. It continues now as we ride on board with 2nd place Javier Ripoll Jr. The gap is down to 0.7 of a second. I think Dobic may have had a moment on that previous lap. Turkman could yet win this race. Monegro could win this race. Hunter could win this race. Here we go. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. A little bit clear of Hunter at the moment. Looking at their lap times, and Hunter was about half a second slower on the previous lap than the cars in front. Maybe he had a few errors, maybe there was an issue, but Hunter not out of the equation yet. The Hunter, is he going to be hunted by Murabi Mekvabishvili? Well, not at the moment. Dobic leads the way under intense pressure. Javier Ripoll Jr., he is now the Hunter himself in that 2nd place. Levent Turkman in that 3rd. There's the race leader, just up ahead of Javier Ripoll Jr. That's what 0.7 looks like. Although it looks to me like Dobic may just have opened up a bit more of a gap. We'll find out what that is in a bit. And now Monegro makes his challenge on Levent Turkman. Monegro to the inside. Turkman goes to shut the door. Do the 2 cars make contact? Turkman goes spinning. The 77 car off the track and into the gravel. There was the slightest contact with Joel Monegro. He spins around, kept it out of the barrier. Looks like he's going to be able to rejoin. Monegro is up a position, but may well be under investigation. The stewards will be taking a look at that. The championship leader up into 3rd place. Turkman dispatched towards the back. In the background, Dean Burden is now challenging Murabi Mekvabishvili once again. Up ahead of them is Hunter. Dean Burden in that 6th place. He's been promoted as a result of Levent Turkman having that moment, so Turkman down into 7th place. So now Dean Burden continues to put the pressure on Murabi Mekvabishvili as he moves his way through the field. It gets harder and harder to pass each car, but he can see the race leader not that far ahead of him. There is Murabi Mekvabishvili. This battle is only 5.9 seconds back from the race lead. That's how close they are. 6 seconds separating the top 6 cars in this race. Dean Burden once again putting the pressure onto Murabi Mekvabishvili. Could end up on the podium the way things are going at the moment. Right, let's have another look here. So this was Turkman and Monegro. So whether there was contact or not remains to be seen. But Turkman will be fairly fed up about that, and it did look like there might have been a bit of contact there. Having had contact that dispatched him into the gravel in the last race in Estoril. So he's managed to pick it all back up into 7th place. Look how hard Dean Burden is monstering Maragbi Mekvabishvili. Love it when you see the camera shots of the cars drifting around the corner. Behind is Levent Turkman, but quite a long way back in towards turn 1. Once again, halfway point of the race. The fastest man on the track is the one in British Racing Green, the Eden car of 56, Dean Burden. Up ahead of him, the fluorescent Maragbi Mekvabishvili for lap time performance. Another very rapid car. Just look in timing screens. A 5-second time penalty has been awarded to Dean Burden for track limits. So Burden with a time penalty for track limits, and that is a real shame. Having come from the back of the pack, Burden now will need to get past Mekvabishvili and trying to open up a 5-second gap to retain that position. Meanwhile, at the front, Alexander Dobik has Javier Ripoll Jr. dive bomb to the inside, and through he goes. A new leader came from almost nowhere. We saw Alexander Dobik going deep into the corner. Javier Ripoll Jr. left it late on the brakes, saw his opportunity, and was through and into the lead. Our new race leader, once again, Javier Ripoll Jr. takes his position at the front, having started from pole position, and now fights his way back to the lead of the race. Dobik down to 2nd, Monegro in 3rd place. The incident between Monegro and Levent Turkman is to be investigated after the race. So if there is a penalty to be awarded, we're not going to find out about it before the checkered flag. Meanwhile, Javier Ripoll Jr. has set a purple time in Sector 1 on the last lap. He is still dialed in. He's still got grip in that car. And Dean Burden's charged through the pack. Such a shame. A 5-second time penalty is going to mean that Maragbi Mekvabishvili is probably reasonably safe, even if Dean Burden gets past him. But there's still plenty of racing to come. We've got a little over 13 minutes plus 1 lap. There is Hunter in the grey and red 912 car. And then a gap up ahead to Joel Monegro. The 1-2-3, Javier Ripoll Jr., Alexander Dobik, Joel Monegro. Our leading GT4 car is Daniel Lewis in 13th place. There's some news for you. There's Hunter. And there, just behind, Maragbi Mekvabishvili. Dean Burden will want to get past him just for glory, to find a route past that fluorescent car. He said on the grid, I've got nothing to lose. He's thrown caution to the wind. He has entertained. He's shown how quick he really is. We've had numerous track limit warnings, including our race leader and 2nd place and 3rd place. All these drivers have had track limit warnings. Haven't seen any for Hunter in 4th place. He could win it at this rate. So they are just warnings, no other penalties. The only one I've seen so far is Dean Burden with that 5-second time penalty. But I will keep one eye on that as we head in towards turn 1. Now Monegro lining up Alexander Dobik. Monegro has just been turning it up bit by bit as this race goes on. He now has the fastest lap of the race. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, all running together. Any one of these 3 cars could win this race. We've got 11.5 minutes of this remaining, plus the 1 lap. At the moment, advantage Ripoll Jr., but he needs to hold it together. We've seen him miss a few braking points. We know that the grip is a little bit limited. Alexander Dobik from Hadeka Racing, matching his every move at the moment, not allowing him to break clear. Fastest man on the track is in 3rd place. This is going to be a fascinating 11 minutes of this race. Javier Ripoll Jr. holds it all together at the moment. Then it's Alexander Dobik. Then Joel Monegro. There's Monegro in the 224 car. Is this going to be the first race that he doesn't win this season, or is he going to pull off a sensation? After qualifying, it didn't look likely, but with this race, it's now looking very realistic indeed. In towards turn 14 we come. Is there going to be a challenge as we head out onto the pit straight? We're about to find out. First, second, third, all running in a train. Dobic looks to the outside into turn 1. Ripoll goes to close him off. Monegro ready to pounce if either of these two cars get together. Monegro once again smashing the fastest lap of the race. Into turn 2. The left-hander, Monegro, takes a completely different line into the corner. Javier Ripoll Jr. holding it all together well, but can he withstand this pressure for another 9 3/4 minutes plus 1 lap? The gap at the moment, you don't need to see the timing screen to know the gap is effectively nothing. 1, 2, 3, all running together. Still, Ripoll Jr. at the front, opens up a bit of a gap now to Dobic. Dobic, is he now starting to think about defending rather than attacking? Because Monegro, the quickest man on the track, ducks to the inside, makes his challenge on the number 33 Hadeka car. Dobic's got it covered off on this occasion, but starting to look really shaky in that second place. Monegro looks menacing. Monegro looks fast and deadly. Flashes the lights in the background. Hunter is there as well. So is Marabi Mekbabishvili and Dean Burden. Out towards 14. Once again we come. That sweeping final corner of 13 and 14 out onto the pit straight. Here we come, out we come. Javier Ripoll Jr. will break the beam first. Second will be Alexander Dobic, 1.5 seconds. So Ripoll Jr. has suddenly opened up that gap because Dobic is having to defend. Monegro has a look to the outside into turn 1. Dobic covers him off into turn 2. Monegro seems to be able to put that car wherever he needs to. Dobic looks like he's just hanging on by the skin of his teeth. 33 car in second place. You can see that Monegro able to take completely different lines around the corner, putting the pressure on to Dobic. All of this allows Javier Ripoll Jr. to break clear as long as he can avoid making mistakes. The track limit warnings continue to come. I'm just trying to check the screen to make sure we've got no other penalties that I've missed. And a penalty for car 92, Hans Frisch, who's currently in 9th place. So he too has got a penalty for track limits. Lots of warnings out though at the moment. I'm trying to watch my live TV screen and I'm also trying to watch the timing screen so in case any penalties come up. The fight for second place at the moment. Track limit warnings being given to almost every car on the track. At the moment, Ripoll Jr. looking secure at the front of the race. Alexander Dobic in the 33 car. The Ukrainian driver from Hadeka Racing, the owner of Hadeka Racing, has Joel Monegro tucked up on the inside into turn 1, under braking this time, but he can't get it slowed down. Monegro goes deep into turn 1. Alexander Dobic comes back and reduces the 224 car back into that third place once again. So Monegro, having briefly got in front, now has to do all that hard work again, back down into third place. Hunter in the background, keeping them within sight. Monegro got his nose in front, couldn't get it slowed down enough into the corner, and Dobic was back through and into that second place. Javier Ripoll Jr. now up to 2.3 seconds clear at the front. So the fight for second place rages on. 6 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Alexander Dobic, what a great drive from him. Joel Monegro, the man who has been unbeatable this year, currently looking at a third place. So Monegro just allows things to cool down a bit. He's going to have another attack, you just know it. But look in the background, keep an eye on Hunter, Marabi Mekvabishvili, Dean Burden. Burden with that penalty though. Second and third, both in the same camera shot. They're so close together. Out of 14, they will come onto the pit straight once again. So, will Monegro try this again in towards turn one, flashing the lights? Dobic will have an eye on the mirror. He goes to the right, takes the faster line in towards turn one. No challenges from Monegro this time around. Murabi Mekvabishvili under intense pressure from Dean Burden still. There's Monegro, once again tucked up behind Alexander Dobic. Maybe winding it up, ready for another attack. Maybe at the end of this lap, maybe even before. Dobic holding on though. Less than 5 minutes remaining of this race, and still Dobic in that second place. Javier Ripoll Jr. now well clear of this fight. 3.8 seconds to the good. But Dobic in that second place, looking vulnerable. Can he hold on for 4.5 minutes? The lights are flashing on the Joel Monegro car, trying to distract him, trying to make him miss a braking point. A nice tight line into the corner. 2-2-4. Joel Monegro, third place. The 33, Alexander Dobic, in second. The closest battle on the track. The most enthralling battle on the track. Both of them, as things stand at the moment, would finish on the podium. But in what order? Monegro looks to be able to take a much tighter line through the corners. Looks to have more grip. Dobic will be pleased to see the checkered flag, having led this race for some of the way. Now just holding on to that second place in towards turn one. Monegro ducks to the inside into turn one. Dobic tries to shut the door. Monegro drops back in line, but now Dobic goes deep into turn one, leaves that big gap on the inside, and Monegro needs no other invitation. There was a giant gap as Alexander Dobic, maybe with one eye on the rearview mirror, misses the braking point, goes deep into the corner, and that was the only invitation Joel Monegro needed, and he's up into second place. But Dobic's not just going to let him drive away. Dobic will put the pressure on and try and get him back. Javier Ripoll Jr. just under 3 seconds clear of this battle with 3 minutes remaining. Alexander Dobic is not done yet with the fight for second place. Joel Monegro has found the route past, now needs to hold on to that position. So Monegro up to second place. Javier Ripoll Jr. leading the way. When this race finishes, if it finishes as things are now, there would be a 22-point gap between Monegro and Javier Ripoll Jr. in the Club Division Michelin Cup standings. It means the championship will continue on to the next round. Monegro, second place, looking to be about as far as he's going to go. Now breaks clear from Dobic. Dobic, have we seen the best of him? 2.7 seconds between first and second place. Make that 3.1. All that fighting has allowed Javier Ripoll Jr. to break clear. Hunter has received a penalty for disrespecting track limits. It says penalty warning flag, so I don't know whether that's a drop or not. But certainly a warning flag has been given to the 912 car. So we continue through this race. Dean Burden, I'm just looking back, and I did say I thought there was a 5-second time penalty. It might not be, actually. The slightly ambiguous timing screen says penalty, but it is a warning. So having said that Burden might have that 5-second time penalty, I think that might just go down as a warning. I'll need to double check that because the timing screen is not being especially clear. But there may not be a penalty, actually a time penalty awarded on Dean Burden. So sixth place might well still be okay for him. Murabi Mekvabishvili up ahead of him and Hunter with a similar warning. So everything is subject to confirmation as we are into the last minute of timed racing. Our race leader is up to turn 14 at the moment. And out onto the pit straight So he's going to cross the line before the clock strikes 0. So 2 laps remaining of this race. So just to repeat, I think Dean Burden might not actually have a time penalty. I think the wording on the timing screen might be a little bit misleading. I think it might just be a warning. So as things stand at the moment, Burden in that 6th place, looking at Marabi Mekvabishvili in that 5th. Up ahead of him is Hunter. Those are the fight for 4th, 5th and 6th. Monegro has now broken clear of Alexander Dobic by about 0.4 of a second. But Javier Ripoll Jr. is some 3 seconds clear of Joel Monegro. The clock strikes 0. Our race leader is up at turn 6 at the moment. So about a lap and a half left remaining as we look at Hunter in that 4th place. Marabi Mekvabishvili. Now, Dean Burden, you could see how hard he was trying. The back end of the car sliding slightly. He gets really close to Marabi Mekvabishvili. No contact made, but as close as he dare get. Mekvabishvili defending that 5th place. Dean Burden, is he going to make it up into 5th place from the very back of the pack? But no, he's not. The back end steps out. The car swaps ends, pushing a little bit too hard. And Dean Burden is stranded across the track on turn 6. I think it's about turn 8. That might have been turn 8. And all that hard work comes to nothing as Dean Burden sees other cars come sailing through. He's still out there at the moment. Meanwhile, at the front, Javier Ripoll Jr. is about to start the final lap of the race. A 5-second time penalty has definitely been awarded to Hunter for exceeding track limits. So, excuse me, no ambiguity about that. But the Hunter car with that 5-second time penalty, and that has been awarded for exceeding track limits, so that will drop him down the order. Javier Ripoll Jr. though, with no such problems, leading the way on the final lap of this race. Into turn 5 he comes, and up towards turn 6 for the last time in this round. A big gap between himself and Joel Monegro. There's Monegro. Having said a big gap, it's not that back, but that big. But Alexander Dobic is not done yet on 2nd place. So Joel Monegro suddenly coming under pressure from Alexander Dobic on the last lap of the race. I think he's going to be able to hold him off, but any mistakes at all, and Alexander Dobic will be through. At the moment, Javier Ripoll Jr. is into turns 10 and 11, but the fight for 2nd place is going to go all the way down to the line. Marabi Mekvabishvili is in 5th place. Hunter, with a 5-second time penalty, is just ahead of him in 4th. Into turn 12 is our race leader at the moment. 2nd looks like that's the order it's going to be in, but certainly Alexander Dobic not giving up, is he? Here comes Javier Ripoll Jr. into 13 and 14 for the very, very last time, and out onto the pit straight he will come. It's the checker flag that will raise high above Javier Ripoll Jr. That win finally comes in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2026 Club Division. The win for Javier Ripoll Jr. Joel Monegro holds off a very feisty Alexander Dobic for 3rd place. Hunter with a 5-second time penalty in 4th, ahead of Marabi Mekvabishvili. Levent Turkman will be in 6th place. Race that promised so much, but in the end that spin saw the end of any chance of a podium. A 6th place for him, ahead of Pete Sander, who will come next, then Hans Frisch, then Dean Burden after that spin, who will cross the line in 9th place, ahead of Jan Klingenberg, Eric Santos, Kasper Hockerboom and Ernst Inderbitzen. Daniel Lewis wins the race for the GT4s and comes across the line in 14th place. But what a sterling job from Javier Ripoll Jr. ahead of Joel Monegro. The first race this season that Joel Monegro has not won. Now, by my calculations in the Michelin Cup standings, it means there will be a 22-point gap between Monegro and Javier Ripoll Jr. In the overall standings, the gap will have come down slightly as well. But we'll work out all the maths later. There is your unofficial result, very much subject to confirmation. We had a few penalties flashing up on the timing screen, but the only one that I think actually was a time penalty in the end was Hunter, who had that 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits. All the other penalties that were flashed up, I think, ended up just being warnings. So, no doubt about Javier Ripoll Jr., though. What a race. He had to work for it, didn't he? Started on pole, dropped back, and then had to fight his way forwards. Alexander Dobic, who earned pole position, had a penalty, worked his way into the lead, and then dropped his way back to third place. And in the middle of it all, Joel Monegro just keeping it clean, keeping his head, and coming home in that second place. So Javier Ripoll Jr., a first win in the 2026 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. The driver from Venezuela will be utterly ecstatic about that. He pats the car. Going to be really interested to see, no press. Going to be interested to hear what he says to Piers. Hopefully we can grab a word in a bit. Receives the congratulations from everybody S1 Racing. He really had to work for that in the afternoon sunshine here in Valencia, and is rewarded for all of his hard work with that race win. Joel Monegro, second place, his worst score of the season, marches on towards what is looking like a championship. He's got one hand on the trophy, still got to get the job done yet, but ever closer. The driver from the Dominican Republic removes his helmet. The driver from Venezuela with the biggest smile of all, having worked so hard, he had to really fight for that win. And there is Piers Pryor, who pops into shot and is with him in the pit lane to grab a word.
Yeah, understandable. Big smile on your face there, Javier. You've worked so hard for this. You had so many third places last year. You've had so many seconds this year. Finally, the win has come.
It was good. It was good. At the beginning, I didn't have pressure on temperature on the tires, so I lost 2 positions. It's like, okay, let's build up. I was able to pass third man, and then as well, I was able to pass Dobic. So, and then he held me a little bit Montero, so that's good. So that way I could create a gap and then just concentrate and get the win.
It must have been a good way to get the win as well, because the start didn't really go your way. You saw Dobic 4th place to the lead, then you were under pressure, and
yeah, I was all over the place, but I just remain calm, build the pressure, build the temperature, and that's it. And
amazing.
Yeah.
How does it feel?
Good, good. More to come, hopefully.
More to come, hopefully. Closing that gap in the championship. It's still a long way off, Joel, but anything can happen.
I needed him to be out. No, it's okay. It's going to be nice. Yeah.
Amazing. I'm going to go grab a word with Joel. Congratulations to our winner, Javier Ripoll Jr., his first win in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Joel, the first time you haven't won a race this year, all the way down in second place.
Make it sound like it's such a big deal.
Oh, it's a huge deal. No, it's still a great drive coming through the field. That must have been quite good fun.
You need a little bit of intrigue and sort of like a twist, like an M. Night Shyamalan movie.
Exactly that. I'm not a screenwriter as good as he is, but hey, you're doing a pretty good job of it.
Thank you.
How was it behind the wheel? Because obviously you had to work hard for that one to get from where you were to the second step.
Yeah, a little bit, but that's more fun than being in the front all the time, so I'll take it. And towards the end, it got pretty interesting, so that was probably my favorite part.
What about this afternoon? What can you do?
First.
There you go. Confidence if I've ever seen it. And I'll grab a word with why not grab a word with Dan Lewis? Why not? We spoke to him ahead of the race. Dan, you lost. And you won. Congratulations, mate. Another top one. That looked like you had a good fight at the back there with one of the GT3s as well.
Yeah, I was having a really good act until tyres overheated, and that was kind of the end of May there. But I was having a lot of fun till then, yeah.
Yeah, just a translation for the non-native English speakers. An AC is a tough race.
Yeah, hack is where you're fighting alongside other people really hard, yeah.
Amazing. Right, let's see if you can do the same thing again this afternoon. And Alexander Dobic as well, our third place driver. Alexander, just a quick word. Third place, hard race that one.
Yeah, it was interesting race, good start, but then some mistake and fast drivers, one and two overtake me. So it's happened race, but everything okay. I'm happy. We have a podium.
Can you win later? Can you win in the second race?
I will try.
Always.
Yeah, everything.
Congratulations. I'll let you go to the podium, and we'll look back at some of the highlights of what was a brilliant round 5 of the club division.
Thank you, Piers. That was very, very entertaining, wasn't it? Really good stuff. And the result, really, the top of the 1, 2, 3, never really certain until the absolute end of the race. And that is what we love about Porsche Cup racing, Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe. And under the sunshine here at Valencia, it was a pole position for Javier Ripoll Jr. The starts, the cars all fanned out, headed in towards turn 1. And there, Alexander Dobic, what a start from him. A nice tight line into turn 1, really just kept his head together and moved into the lead. And we didn't wonder, is it all going to be all over from this point onwards? But it was not to be. There was a lot of fighting to come amongst the rest of the pack. Levent Turkman was taking the challenge to Javier Ripoll Jr., but Ripoll Jr. came back at him. And there, from the absolute back of the pack, Dean Burden was looking so quick. Hunter and Joel Monegro were also running side by side as well. So many good battles to keep an eye on throughout this race. Casper Hockerberm was fighting for position as well, further back with Hans Frisch, but Dean Burden was continuing his fight through the pack. And there was Eric Santos, who got it a little bit wrong under braking, looked like it was unaided, the car doing a half spin. He was able to gather it all up and pull it all together and continue on his way, albeit a little bit further back. And still the fighting continued further back. Everybody knowing that points mean prizes here. And Hans Frisch very much in the walls all the way through that, as was Peter Sander in there, and also Jan Klingenberg. Really good, clean racing from all of these drivers. Maybe a little bit of contact there between the 224 and the 77 car, and Levent Turkman spinning off, courtesy of maybe an encounter with Joel Monegro. Whether there was any kind of crime committed remains to be seen, and the stewards are going to take a look at that. But as things were, Levent Turkman, after such a promising start to the race, then had to do all the hard work. Coming back through the pack, Javier Ripoll Jr. went sailing past Alexander Dobic, finding a gap on the inside as Dobic missed a braking point. But now Joel Monegro was also getting involved. Alexander Dobic suddenly having to defend from the track experience by Manthey car. And the Monegro gets through briefly, but then Dobic just takes it back under braking, with Monegro unable to slow it down enough. And eventually that fight would settle in the favour of Monegro. Monegro keeping the pressure on. Alexander Dobic going deep into the corner. And finally, Monegro was through into that second place. Dean Burden, what looked like was going to be a massive headline from the back of the pack. Maybe he'd taken too much out of the tyres, but the back end of the car swapping ends with the front, and he was eventually going to come through the pack a little bit further back. But it was a win for Javier Ripoll Jr., a first win for him as he wins in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. He's been looking like a winner for so long. It was only a matter of time, and eventually he took that win ahead of Joel Monegro, Alexander Dobic, Marabi Mekvabishvili, and Hunter, with a 5-second time penalty for track limits. Est1 Racing have certainly stepped up their game in car preparation. They've been looking quick across all classes here, and very much giving Javier Ripoll Jr. the machinery that he needs to take that top step of the podium here at Valencia. It is the podium that we head to now, where Piers is waiting for us.
Thank you very much, Brian. What a race that was. And let's start with our podium with the Ukrainian driver, the number 33 for Hideka Racing, Alexander Dobic. Congratulations, Alexander. Great result. He was up in first, fought hard. A couple of mistakes meant he dropped down, but still receives a podium. Second place driver, the lowest position he's finished this year, is Joel Monegro. Second place for the track experience by Manthey team. But our eventual winner, the first time in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, Javier Ripoll Jr. For the Est1 Racing team, and for the first time this season we will have the Venezuelan national anthem. And also, don't forget, we have our GT4 winner, Daniel Lewis, winning in GT4s. He will be up on the podium with Javier Ripoll Jr. Now the Venezuelan national anthem.
Escuchamos en honor del vencedor el himno de Venezuela.
3 years in the making for Javier Ripoll Jr. to get the win under his belt that he's been working so hard for. 5 third places last year. He's had 3 second places this year, but eventually the win. And now the trophy's handed out by series organiser Lars Plato and also Jose Maria Fortuno from the Spanish Federation. He is marketing and communications manager. He's handing out the trophies. Congratulations to all 4 of our drivers on the podium. The 3 Michelin Cup drivers, Javier Ripoll Jr., Joel Monegro and Alexander Dobic, and our GT4 race winner, Dan Lewis. You can hear the applause and the celebration from the team. S1 Racing, understandably very happy with their first win this season and taking Javier Ripoll Jr. He's been with them for a couple of years now, and they've helped him as a driver and also given him the machinery to allow him to take that victory. He's going to try and do exactly the same thing later on again today, but don't count out Joel Monegro. We've seen the pace he had. He was closer and closer as the race went on. Couldn't quite do it that time, and also Alexander Dobic was in the lead at one point. Dan Lewis will also be going once again as our GT4 driver. That is the podium for the club division, round 5. Next up, we have round 6 for both the sport and club division. Sport division up first. Here we are on the grid for the final Sport Division race here at Valencia. The second race in this division, the third race of the day. Once again, the familiar sight, the all-grey car, the red ant car, number 96. Milan Marchak goes from pole position once again. He was uncatchable in the first race today. Can he repeat what he did? I'm going to grab a quick word as he's only just pulled up to the grid to hear what he's thinking. Actually, I'll have to wait a moment because they're going to chat to the engineers first. We've seen Milan have the pace in qualifying. We've seen he's had the pace in the race. Track conditions, once again, warmer even still. As you can see, I've got my forearms out. That is how warm it is. If I could, I would probably be in shorts. But hey, we're in trousers. We're ready for some action. Am I all right to jump in and grab a quick word with Milan after he's had a word with the coach? I think I'll be all right. Some final words of encouragement. The teams work very, very closely together. They not only set the cars up and do all the logistics, but they're also very much engaged with the drivers to make sure that they have everything they need to go out and perform, to give them the information, the expertise about the tyres, how to get the most out of the car, and also a bit of moral support as well as a nice little pat on the helmet. Thank you so much. Milan, once again, pole position. We've done it once before today. I assume it's rinse and repeat for yourself?
We're gonna try to repeat of the start in race 1 was great, but let's hope we can do the same now. And yeah.
Getting the car off the line is easier said than done. It's not the easiest thing in these cars. A lot of power. Clutch control is very important, I imagine. You actually, do you have a road driving license? So you can't have it done for long if you do. So only most of your experience comes from race starts, I imagine.
Yeah, I started my driving lessons 2 weeks ago. So, but it starts with this clutch. The clutch is so hard, and you need to put a lot of pressure in to have it fully in. And it's difficult because it's easy to bog down. The car just stalls. But I have it for now. In the last races, I have it under control. So let's hope now we will do it again.
I'm not trying to jinx you, I promise, but I'm just trying to get the viewers to understand that it's not as easy as pulling away from the lights at home, is it?
I understand.
Amazing. Milan Marchak going from pole position once again, the young driver. That really puts it in perspective. Milan already he's closing down the lead in the championship, won lots of races this season already this year. You know, he's taken 3 wins in a row now, 2 with Estoril, 1 here, and he's only just started his driving lessons 2 weeks ago. Wow, it feels like actually it was more than a decade ago for myself. Once again, second place on the grid. We have our driver all the way from the Northern Isles of Ireland. Jack, how are you feeling ahead of this second one? I suppose you were pretty chilled ahead of the first one, but maybe more so chilled or more nervous now you've done one?
Well, the first one we had a bit of a tough one, but we made a few changes and we'll see how it goes. I'm still pretty confident.
Oh, sorry, I pulled the mic away too early there. Changes to the car, the setup, your driving, what's different?
A little bit of everything. I'm still getting used to the car, like I said. So every time I'm in the car, every lap I do is a learning curve. So we're taking as much away from it as we can, and let's see how it goes in this one.
Yeah, not taking anything away from that pace in the previous, but I think you're maybe showing the fact that you haven't got very much experience at all in these cars, because your pace in qualifying was electric, but maybe just lacking a little bit towards the end of the race there. Is that a bit of tyre management you just need to get used to?
Yeah, I've never used these tyres, I've never used the car, so it's a wee bit different than a TCR car, so still getting used to it.
Yeah, a wee bit different indeed. Jack Young going from second place to target competition once again. He'll be hoping to use the experience from race 1 to propel him even further up in race 2, just fell off the podium in that race. Jelte Hofner for the MDM racing team. He's going from 3rd place. Jelte, how are you feeling? That last race wasn't exactly how you wanted it to go, I don't imagine?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
No, of course. I'm just saying that first race today wasn't exactly how you wanted things to go, I imagine. What can you do in this one?
Yeah, the first race was quite tricky, but now I just resetted my mind that I just want to get the maximum points as possible.
Yes. Toof to you. Toof. Hey, Jelte Hofner. Toof is I don't know if anyone joined us for one of the grid walks at Estoril on the air vent just to the left of Jelte's eye line. One of the engineers wrote some encouraging words, Toof. I don't exactly know what it means, but it's some sort of encouragement, and he's still got that in his car. Matthias Verheeren from 4th place. Matthias, race 1 was busy, wasn't it?
Yeah, this track is really hard to overtake, so you really need to take the chance and go for it. I did quite a bad start. I made a mistake in the start and lost some positions. And as I said, it's really hard to overtake and come back. But pace feels good, car feels good, and yeah, happy.
What makes it difficult to overtake around here?
I think the track is so technical and it's really tight. And as everyone is really similar on pace, you really need to take advantage when some driver in front of you makes a mistake. So I think that's the only chance you have to overtake.
Do you see this race being any different? The circuit temperature's still rising. It's getting hotter and hotter. Will your approach change to this one?
Yeah, I'll just focus on doing a good start and let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens indeed. Let's see what happens. Matthias Ferreira for the GP elite team there, wafting his door, keeping cool. It is very, very warm in the sun now. Lovely afternoon. If anyone is watching this YouTube broadcast in the grandstands, you're having a lovely afternoon, I'm sure. Let's just have a quick word with Alex Ryman. Alex, good race in that first one. Finished on the podium, but unfortunately an issue. Just tell us a bit about what happened in that first race.
So basically we had an issue with the clutch. Clutch was a bit dead. And yeah, my foot was completely down and still the car was running at the start and 10 seconds penalty because of that. Pace was good, yeah, some good racecraft as well, but yeah, sadly it is what it is.
It is what it is, but you showed you can do it, so I assume you're going to take a lot from what you've learned from that last one because you had to work for it as well. You had to make overtakes, you had to come through as well. Yes. I suppose a podium is your goal.
Yeah, let's see what we can do. Of course, in race one, pace was really, really good, so we just have to put it all together. And if conditions are the same, I think we will be quite strong.
Yeah, you saw Tio as well, of course, take the podium in that one. So hopefully two S1 cars on the podium in this one. We'll see. Alex Ryman going from, hang on, 1, 2, can't have lost count, 5th place. But we saw him come through the field in that last one. Marco Giltrap was embroiled in a almost race-long battle with Matthias Ferreira in that last one. Let's have a quick word with Marco. I haven't spoken to him yet this weekend, not on camera at least. Marco, I saw you getting your laps in last night on your running trainers. Going a bit faster today.
A little bit, not fast enough though.
Not fast enough for your lofty standards. Good race with Matthias in that last one. I just didn't look like you quite had the pace at the end of the race that you would have wanted.
Yeah, no, we just struggled a bit. You know, I thought after the start that we might be able to make some progress and we sort of just slipped back a little bit. So hopefully we can change that for this race.
Yeah, you learned a few bits and pieces. I suppose very different conditions here today than when we last raced in Estoril.
Yeah, it's actually quite warm. Quite a surprise, which is nice, but it also makes it challenging with the car. The tyre obviously doesn't like it as much, but yeah, it's interesting over the race. Yeah.
Right, good luck in this one, Marco, going from, what must be 6th place. Thanks, guys. Thanks you for the Team 75 Motorsport. Marco going from 6th place on the grid. Wouter, we spoke to ahead of last race. We're getting a bit of a, what's the word? We're getting a bit of a pattern emerging. Right, I talked to Wouter ahead of the race. He says something's going to happen, showing us all of his racing wisdom, and then goes and does pretty much the opposite. Wouter, you said in that last one, I'm going to let the young guns fight, let the tyres come to me. Then you overtake into 3rd place in the first lap, taking 2 or 3 corners. Lovely moves. Do you deliberately lie to me?
I like doing the opposite of what I say. But,
clearly.
No, there were some gaps. So if there's gaps, I'm going to dive into it. And especially on a track like this where overtaking is really difficult. And yeah, I said I managed my tires the first 10 minutes, but I had so much more pace than Tio at the beginning. So I really had to put pressure on him because otherwise during, in the end I torched my front tires by being so close to him, and then the pace just dropped at the end. But it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it looked a lot of fun. A really good start, actually. There was an issue at the back, but that was nothing to do with the battle at the front. Brian speculated, was the issue that you've had with the fuel, was that still present in the first race, or was it just the front tyres that were overheating in that one?
Well, the thing is, we drive with a lot more fuel than the rest, and that just hurts the weight of the car, and it just also destroys the tires a bit faster. So especially the last 10 minutes, I really started to struggle, and I heard Alex had a penalty, so I just let him pass. It's a bit more difficult, but in the end, I'm happy to be on the grid, so we'll do the same thing now. I still have a lot more fuel, but that doesn't matter at the start.
Doesn't matter at the start. If anything, a bit more traction. To be honest, this, of course, you want to win this championship, but this is ultimately preparation for your Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany and your Super Cup season. So actually, maybe a bit of an artificial disadvantage might maybe play out in the long run and give yourself even more speed later in the year that you didn't realise you had.
Yeah, Yeah, it keeps me on edge. I like it. I like racing with these guys. So in the end, it's good to have to struggle with stuff and to adapt and to make sure that I'm really on the limit everywhere, all the time. And then when the new car is coming, I hope I get a good car, and then everything is okay.
Absolutely. Look forward to that. Wouter Boerkamp's our championship leader coming into this event. He goes from the outside, from 7th place, a one-by-one stagger, of course, standing start. We spoke to Sebastian Freimut. He's got the blower on. We spoke to Sebastian a bit ahead of the last race. We'll leave him to it in this one. Theo Elenas is a driver I wanted to talk to in this one. Electric pace in that first race. We saw he got second place in the end. And unfortunately, starting a bit further down the grid this time. It's going to be our last interview as the 3-minute board comes up. Just waiting for Theo to finish the conversation with his race engineer. His second fastest lap in qualifying, not quite as fast as his first, therefore he falls a bit further down. The reminder, this grid is set by the second fastest laps from qualifying. I think Theo's still in conversation, so maybe we'll leave him for this one. It looks like there's a gap on the grid. Nikola Milkovic, of course, not able to take the start. He was involved in that big accident on the first lap of the first start, and it looks like everyone else is getting themselves off the grid. So unfortunately, we're missing a car or two on the grid here. Yeah, missing 2 cars, so it's Milkovic and also must be Muschlechner as well. So unfortunately, those cars not out in this race after damage sustained in race number 1 today. But we've still got a pretty packed grid. It will be 16 of the 18 cars starting this one for round 6 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division.
Thank you, Piers. Good job as always. Look at the cars, majestic in the Spanish sunshine. The nerves start to race at this point, because in a few moments the instruction will be given to clear the grid and start the engines. Right, according to my calculations, which are, I'm just going to add this, notoriously unreliable, but I believe that Milan Marchak now leads the overall championship by 2 points from Wouter Boerkamps. I believe, this is again subject to confirmation, that Marco Giltrap is in 3rd with 82 points. That means that he is 17 points back from Marchak. Theo Elenas in 4th with 68 points, 31 points back. Nick Ho's not here this weekend, which is a real shame, actually, but I think we will see him back in Barcelona. And Jelter Hoffner in 6th. As I say, all very much subject to confirmation because my maths is very sketchy. In the rookie standings, Jesse Polderdijk now leads Levin Gelf by 5 points. And on the grid for this race, Jesse Polderdijk starts just ahead of Levin Gelf. Pole once again for the rookies is Henry Wheeler in 14th place, who is having a phenomenal debut in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and really, really impressive stuff from Henry Wheeler, and having a phenomenal debut in car racing, period. So really good stuff. Right, 15 seconds to the start of the formation lap, and then it will be, for the last time for the sport division, an opportunity to generate the heat in the tank in the brakes. As Piers already mentioned, we're missing Mats Muschleiner, and we are also missing Nikola Milkovic after that collision early on. Let's have a look at what we do have. That's the second half of the grid. Let's have a look at the first half of the grid. Well, we already know it's Milan Marchak on pole position. Jack Young starting alongside once again. There we go. And Jelter Hoffner and Matheus Ferreira. That's going to be a lively first couple of corners, I reckon, with Alex Ryman and Marco Giltrap in there as well. Wouter Boerkamps, who will almost certainly not be waiting for everybody to sort it out in front of him, and with Sebastian Freimut for company. That is a solid top 8. That really does look like an exciting start to the race. Let's just throw in Theo Elenas, shall we? We haven't got Nikola Milkovic, Luciano Martinez, Mateus Comparato, 2 Umbra cars together ahead of David Duoc and Henry Wheeler, the pole for the rookies. We're missing Mats Muschleiner, so Jonas Greif will be next. And then it will be Jesse Polderdijk and Levin Gelf. All this is looking very exciting. Very much looking forward to this. A very interesting grid. feeling that Jack Young has got some unfinished business there as well. Just the sense that he's made a few changes, had to think about it. And again, I would remind you that Milan Marchak has a championship to think about. Jack Young doesn't, has nothing to lose. Jolter Hoffner is infamous for backing off for nobody, so he doesn't really care about anything other than getting to the front. And Mateusz Ferreira, well, we saw how hard he worked to eventually get past Marco Giltrap in that last race. Alex Ryman, after that penalty, which was very unfortunate in the last race, and Marco Giltrap, I think they both have points to prove here. So they're going to be up there as well. So really, this is shaping up to be something of a humdinger. It is round 6 of an 8-round championship. Unbelievably, after this race, we will only have 2 races left of the season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and that will all happen in Barcelona next weekend. But we have 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing ahead of us now. It is a run of about 650 meters from that line there. Milan Marchak hits the brakes properly steady. Could afford to go forwards a bit there, couldn't he? So from that line there all the way down to turn 1 is about 650 meters. Plenty of time for lots of drama to unfold. Now, hopefully, there will be heat, an element of heat generated in the tyres and the brakes, so that when they approach that turn 1, the Aspar corner, the left-hander, that there will be some grip and some stopping power as we get ready for round 6 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. And no hanging about for Milan Marchak, out of the blocks like the proverbial rat up the drain pipe. That's a heck of a start from him, and he leads the way by some distance. There's Walter Boerkamp on the wide outside as well. Everybody sees the opening lap as a chance to make up positions, and Jolter Hoffner has done exactly that. He's put one on Jack Young into the first few corners, so Hoffner up to second, Young in third place at the moment. But Milan Marchak really anticipated the start well. I hope it wasn't too well. And opened up a heck of a gap to second and third place. Everybody now just fighting for position. Alex Ryman in there as well at the front of that pack. His teammate Theo Elenis is in there. There's a little bit of bumping and boring going on further back as everybody just tries to take advantage on this opening lap. But there is Alex Ryman putting the pressure onto Jack Young already. So Young into third, Ryman up into fourth place. Other positions being challenged further back. So the rest of the cars all bombing their way through turn 11 and turn 12 on the opening lap of this race. Milan Marchak is the man who leads the way as they head into the sweeping turn 13. Once again, Jolter Hoffner. You see the car almost on its side, so much pressure coming round the corner, all leading over as he does everything to try and track down the race leader. If he does catch up with Milan Marchak, he will certainly be putting the pressure onto him. Right, out across the line we come. So Marchak's lead, 0.8 of a second at the moment. You can see the car a little, under braking in towards turn 1. No issues flagged up to do with the start, so I think Marchak was just very, very good at anticipating the green lights. We didn't see the green lights ourselves, so he was... we'll take his word for it that he didn't overly anticipate it. Right, there's Jack Young, there's Alex Ryman in that third and fourth place. So the last of the podium positions. Milan Marchak leads the way by 0.8 of a second. Jolter Hoffner with a point to prove. So far, third place has been his highest finish of the year so far. And he's already in a better position than that. But we've got 27 minutes and 1 lap of racing ahead of us for it all to sort out. What can Jack Young do from there? So impressive in quali, did a sterling job in the last race to bring it home in fourth place, but was probably a little disappointed having started on the front row. Alex Ryman really looking like someone who is dialed in this weekend here in Valencia. And in that fourth place, putting the pressure onto Jack Young. Walter Boerkamp's now second in the championship, 5th on the road. Marco Giltrap has Matheus Ferreira behind him, so very much action replay from the previous race, and Giltrap will be wanting to settle that one in his favour this time. Into turn one, see the cars switching as they hit the brakes, and they take that left-hander taken in fourth gear at about 160 kilometres an hour. So much speed, so much grip, and the fastest lap of the race. Currently going to the second place car, Jelter Hofner, as Alex Ryman's also found a route past Jack Young. So Jack Young's been shuffled. Well, it said on the timing screen he had. I think he's got him back again. So maybe briefly, Ryman had a nose in front along the pit straight, but Young has responded and is back up into that podium position. So Jack Young, in fact, in third place, but Alex Ryman once again lining him up in the background. Walter Boerkamps. Ryman able to take quite a tight line through the corner there. In towards turn 9 and 10 they will come. Milan Marchak 7/10 clear of Jelter Hofner. Hofner the fastest man on the track. So trying to take the fight to Milan Marchak. Marchak trying to make it 4 in a row. He started on pole position for every race this season. He's won 3 of them. Looking to make it 4, Jelter Hofner, looking to relieve him of that. That is Alex Ryman going a little bit wide, testing the suspension on one of these lovely cars, getting a little bit airborne, but all that's done is that's dropped him back into the clutches of Walter Boerkamps. Marco Giltrap a little behind him. Out along the pit straight we come. The first and second have broken clear slightly. Less than 0.2 of a second. Milan Marchak not really putting up too much of a fight. Was there contact between the two of them as he came back to the inside into turn 1. Now Marchak has the line into turn 2. Under braking. He retakes the lead. Jelter Hofner briefly in front. But Marchak kept it cool into turn 1 and 2 and tucked back to the inside, retook the lead. Now Jelter Hofner's going to have to do it all again. Jack Young sees this as an opportunity, closes in on the 2 cars that had broken away. The 2-car battle for the lead is becoming a 3-car battle for the lead because Jack Young has now got involved in this battle as well. First, second, third, all running pretty well nose to tail. So Jelter Hofner had his nose in front, was briefly the race leader, but now has that lead taken away once again by the pole sitter, Milan Marchak. Great stuff here. So, Jelter Hofner is going to have to do it all again. He is really close, but now with Jack Young just behind him, if he makes a move and he doesn't stick, he's going to lose that position. So, Jelter Hofner in that second place. There he is in the 919 car. Marchak, always Mr. Cool, just holds it all together, didn't do anything frantic, and just took that position back. So, Hofner with it all to do again, but now with a car behind. And you can see, I thought so earlier, a little bit of bodywork hanging off Jelter Hofner's car. The left rear's got a bit of damage. We saw a little bit of contact as Matheus Ferreira now records the fastest lap. I thought I saw that rear quarter flailing slightly a lap earlier, and it's starting to come even looser now for Jelter Hofner. Don't think it's going to cause him any major issues. I don't think the stewards will want to call him in for that, but certainly a bit of damage. If that bumper starts to detach itself anymore, Hofner might find himself with a black and orange flag, the meatball flag, that would call him into the pits to have it corrected. It's not slowing him down. He's back on the back bumper of Milan Marchak. He's broken clear of Jack Young, who now has Alex Ryman once again, giving him a lot of close attention. So, as you were, Milan Marchak leads. Jelter Hofner with a slightly damaged car in that second place. Doesn't seem to be affecting his pace. As long as it's not touching the tyre, which it isn't, they're not an issue at the moment. Marchak keeping it cool, keeping it together. Needs to look after the car. If the tyres degrade too much and there has no grip at the end of the race, then he leaves himself vulnerable. So maybe Marchak just looking after things a little bit. Interesting, Matheus Ferreira with that fastest lap. He's down in 7th place at the moment. He's once again got Marco Giltrap up ahead of him. The gap between the two of them is 0.280. Now, that rear section of the car is flailing in the breeze a lot more than it was. I should think that Hofner would be quite happy if it broke off, because that means there's no chance of him getting called in to the pits to have it resolved. I keep looking at my timing screen. I see no indication that he has been called or will be called in anytime soon. But that little piece of bodywork on the rear bumper starting to flail in the breeze, and maybe it will break clear. We will see. At the moment, it's not slowing him down. He continues to pressure Milan Marchak, Jack Young, Alex Ryman, Walter Boerkamps, all in the running for the top step of the podium here. We continue to look at the damaged car, Jolter Hofner. Milan Marchak just keeping it together. The gap up to a little under half a second. Certainly not as comfortable as he would like. Levin Gelf has given a warning for track limits. Everybody else starting to really keep it within the white lines. Here we come, first and second. A little bit clear of third place Jack Young. Can Jack Young get a podium out of this? Alex Ryman looking devilishly quick. Out along the pit straight we come once again, overtaking opportunities. Now that bit falls off Jolter Hofner's car. He'll be pleased about that. It moves to the side, off the racing line. Suddenly there is no longer bodywork trailing, but Milan Marchak now has the fastest lap. And now Mathieu Ferreira has found a route past Marco Giltrap. So the car that was the fastest has moved up a position a lot earlier in the race than in the last race, up to 6th place for Mathieu Ferreira. But Milan Marchak now responding with the fastest lap of the race. Jolter Hofner's car now dispatched that little piece of trailing bumper. No longer distracting, no longer the risk of getting called into the pits for it. Jack Young with Alex Ryman turning the heat up. Ryman in the S1 racing car looks to the inside, through the corner they go and in towards turn 8. Jack Young positioning the target competition car exactly in the right place. Continuing towards 11 now and in towards 12. Is Alex Ryman going to make a challenge out on the pit straight? They're heading into 12 and then 13, sweeping turn 13 in just a few moments. The long left-hander, slightly downhill. Ryman looking quick. Out of turn 14, onto the pit straight. He's going to get a slipstream here. Has he got the straight line speed to get past Jack Young in front of him? Young looks to have him covered off at the moment, but in towards turn 1 they come. Young takes the high line in towards turn 1. Ryman just behind. Meanwhile, Hofner has got the gap down to 0.453 on Milan Marchak. Marchak still with the fastest lap of the race. Here comes Ryman to the outside into turn 2. Of Jack Young. That wasn't going to work. Jack Young holds on to the position. Ryman looks to be able to put that car wherever he wants to as they head into turn 4 and then round to turn 5. Jack Young under immense pressure, holding off well. Milan Marchak now under pressure from Jolter Hofner. Hofner starting to mount a challenge for the lead. He's done all the hard work, reeling him in. He's flashing the lights. He just showed himself in the mirrors. Still, Milan Marchak continues his march at the front of this race. Hofner wanting to close in even more. Looks to the outside. First, second, there's third and fourth in the background. Walter Boerkamps just keeping an eye on things. Marchak knows he cannot afford a non-finish. He leads the championship coming into this race. He will extend that championship lead even if he finishes in second place, because Walter Boerkamps is down in 5th at the moment with a very rapid Mathieu Ferreira behind him. Out along the pit straight we come once again. 17 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Are we going to see any kind of challenge for position in towards turn 1? Not at the moment. Under braking into 1. Ryman seemed to like it into turn 2 last time around with Jack Young. Seemed to have something there. So in towards turn 2 we come now. Young leaves a gap on the inside. Ryman was quick on the outside into 2 last time around. Car 96, misbehavior on track, a warning flag. So our race leader has been given a warning for misbehavior on track. Now, I'm not entirely sure what kind of misbehavior that was. Maybe that relates to the damage to Jutta Hoffner's car, or maybe it's something else. But a warning has been given to our race leader for misbehavior on the track. And a track limits warning has been given to Teo Ellenus, who's all the way back in 10th place. That difficult qualifying has seen him having to start a long way back, and suddenly the second place from earlier on today will feel like a bit of a distant memory. The leader in the rookies is still Henry Wheeler, who is 7.4 seconds clear of second in the rookies, Levin Gelf. Gelf, who has found a route past Jesse Polderdijk, so that'll be significant in the rookie championship. Polderdijk, who has been shown in third place in the rookies. Your graphic hasn't updated on the screen, but the timing screen is saying that that is the case. We ride on board with our race leader now. Out across the line we come once again. Milan Marchak, 3/10 clear of Jutta Hoffner. Hoffner in that second place. Jack Young still holding off Alex Ryman. Great stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's your first 4 cars. 5th place though. Now, Matheus Ferreira relegating fellow GP Elite car Walter Boerkamp. So Ferreira past Walter Boerkamp up into that position. So Matheus Ferreira, man on a mission, relegating Walter Boerkamp. That'll be significant in the championship. Marco Giltrap in the background. Matheus Ferreira really has found some pace, making his debut for Team GP Elite. And how quick is he proving to be? Putting one over Walter Boerkamp is quite an achievement. The battle for the lead rages on. Still Milan Marchak holding off Jutta Hoffner, but for how much longer? Hoffner looking really rapid, but now Jack Young on his back bumper, also in there as well, Alex Ryman. Well, Matheus Ferreira, will he turn the 4-car battle for the lead into a 5-car battle, because he is still closing in on the race leaders at the moment. The gap between Alex Ryman and the race leader is 1.3 seconds. That's how close this fight is. First, second, third, 4th, 5th, 6th. Out across the line. Into turn 1 once again. Warning flags are being shown for track limits. The latest is Henry Wheeler, the leader in the rookies, who receives a track limits warning. It's been shown as a penalty, but I think that is probably a black and white flag. Interpreting the timing screen that way. In the rookie race, Polderdijk is back in front of Levin Gelf. So Polderdijk will extend his lead in the championship of the rookies if things remain as they are. Jack Young under pressure from Alex Ryman. Ryman looked like he was going to poke a nose in there. Here's our race leader. Nobody's breaking clear here, are they? This is so tense. The first 4 cars glued together, soon to be joined by Matheus Ferreira. It's going to be a 5-car battle for the lead. Any one of these 5 could win this race. Milan Marchak, who in the past has cleared off into the distance, not able to do so here. He's opened up a bit of a gap on Hoffner, but not enough to be comfortable. Hoffner under pressure again from Jack Young. Alex Ryman there. We heard it on the grid walk that when the cars are running close together, you can overheat the tyres, so maybe dropping back to just let things cool down a bit, allowing the car to just regather itself. But at the moment, Marchak finally gets it to over half a second, 0.644 over Jutta Hoffner. Has Hoffner taken too much out of the car, or is he just letting things cool down before he launches another attack? Jack Young in 3rd, Ryman in 4th, Matheus Ferreira in 5th. Walter Boerkamp struggling maybe a little for pace in the number 30 car. We've heard he's had issues with that car. Carrying more fuel than the other cars on the grid, and maybe going to affect his pace. When things are this close, every last thousandth of a second counts. Borkamps has also received a track limits warning, as has Sebastian Freimuth. Look at this. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, all running together. Who is going to come out on top? At the moment, advantage Milan Marchak, trying to make it 4 in a row. But he's got a lot more pressure than he's had at any other point in the last 4 races. He's still got the clear track in front of him. That's what's important for him. Jelter Hoffner looking for his first win this season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Jack Young there, Alex Ryman. First and second. There they are, third, fourth, fifth. Surely the 1, 2, 3 is going to come from one of these 5 cars. Track limit warning being given to Jack Young. You must respect track limits, the race director says. In towards turn 1. Nobody is making any jumps at the moment. We've seen in the past it all starting to get a little bit frantic with about 5 minutes remaining. Well, we're 10.5 minutes remaining at the moment. Is Marchak controlling the pace of this race? Has he got any more to come? He's broken clear of Jelter Hoffner a little now. A little over half a second last time across the line. Jack Young still holding off the attention of Alex Ryman, but in so doing, attracting the attention of the stewards for track limits. As the sun gets a little lower in the sky here in Valencia, we are gripped by the racing of round 6, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And the fight for third place is the closest fight of all. The teams look on nervously. This could all change in just the blink of an eye. There's Alex Ryman in 4th place in the blue and green car. The blue and white car, Jack Young in front of him. Behind, Matheus Ferreira. Suddenly, this is pegging back Alex Ryman, because Ryman no longer free to challenge Jack Young as much as he wants without leaving a gap that leaves him vulnerable to Matheus Ferreira. Marchak feels like he's starting to get a grip of this race now. Having broken clear of Jelter Hoffner, he's opened up about another 10th. Jack Young, 3rd place still. Can he get a podium out of this race? 9 minutes remaining of this round 6. Towards turn 1, under braking, 2nd gear corner, 80 kilometers an hour. Then back out towards turn 3, a fairly fast corner, picking up the curb in towards turn 4. There's Jack Young once again in the Target Competition car. Target Competition, who produce such quick cars. The team have fielded so many quick drivers, and they were the home for Matheus Ferreira last year, but he's now a GP Elite driver. Est1, who have really found something with their cars. We saw Javier Ripoll Jr. in the club division showing so much pace. Now we see Alex Ryman, a driver who's always been a potential champion, just waiting in the wings. Needed that something extra. Feels like he's got it this year. Feels like he's found a bit of pace. We didn't see Alex Ryman at the season opener in Portimao after an accident in practice. Meant that he didn't even take part in qualifying. But since then, he had a 6th and a 4th in Estoril. He's had a 7th already today, and now a 4th place. Looking like even a 3rd place is potentially there. Here we come again across the line. The gap stabilising at about half a second between 1st and 2nd. In towards turn 1 once again. Marchak in the silver Red Ant Racing car. Anything less than a win will feel like a fail to him, having won the last 3 races. Matheus Ferreira, you can see how hard he is hustling that car, extracting every last bit out. Here's Marchak once again. Hoffner starting to look like he might have another challenge in him. Walter Borkamps came into today as the championship leader, lost that lead in the last race. But we'll come back in Barcelona to challenge again. There is Matheus Ferreira. The Brazilian driver has been so impressive. He made his debut this time last year in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We saw him in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany throughout last year. And undoubtedly a championship challenger from Brazil. Here comes Marchak. Just holding it together, looking after the car. Right, we're heading into the last 6 minutes of this race. This is where the moves start to come. At the moment, Marchak has opened up the gap by about 1/10 of a second. Jack Young still has Alex Ryman covered off at the moment, and it might be that Matheus Ferreira is very much Jack Young's friend here. Here comes, though, Alex Ryman. Did we speak too soon? The two cars get together. Bit of a dive bomb. He loves it into turn 2, does Alex Ryman, and he makes the move on Jack Young. Young is going to come back at him. There was a bit of contact. The two cars get together, and Ryman is sent spinning into the gravel trap. Young might have problems as well. This could easily bring out a safety car. The two cars got together, and Jack Young maybe with damage as well. Matheus Ferreira is through into 3rd place. Are we going to see a safety car? That could bring this race to a premature end. Suddenly, if Jelter Hoffner was waiting to make his move, he needs to do it now because there could be problems. At turn 4, there is a car stranded in the gravel. Alex Ryman having got together with Jack Young, the two cars connecting with each other. The stewards are going to take a look at it. Ryman is out of the car and looks to the sky in disbelief after so much potential. The safety car is out. The cars reduce their speed. Absolutely no overtaking. And suddenly, if Jelter Hoffner was going to make his move, is it going to be too late? Unless they can move that car within the next 5 minutes or so, we may not get back to green flag racing. The race marshals are going to get to work on that car. Maybe we could get another lap or so. One thing is for sure, Alex Ryman is out of it. He looks forlorn as he jumps aboard the scooter that will take him back to his motorhome, and he's left thinking about what might have been just a couple of minutes ago. He was challenging for a podium position, and now he is out of the race. Jack Young continues in the race. The race stewards will have a look at it so we can see here. So Ryman made the move up the inside into turn 2. There was a little bit of contact between them, nothing untoward. Around to turn 3 they came, and then there was that gap into turn 4, and Young will argue he had the gap. May have had two wheels onto the dirt. Whichever way, Ryman shut the door. The two cars got together, and then they were heading straight to the scene of the accident. Ryman into the gravel trap, was never going to go any further. That allowed Matheus Ferreira to jump through as well. Young is still in 4th place at the moment, and that incident, well, no surprises, is under investigation. It means that Marco Giltrap moves up to 6th place. Walter Burkamp's in 5th. David Duoc in 7th place. In the rookie race, our rookie leader is still Henry Wheeler. So I'm looking at the clock ticking down. Are we going to get this race back under green flag conditions? It could be a dash for the cash if we can get that car moved quickly enough. Our race marshals here do a sterling job, and they have done a great job getting the track clear quickly. So hopefully we can do that. And actually, yes, they are getting it moved. So I think we might get a couple of laps in before the checkered flag comes out. So Jelter Hoffner is going to be like a man possessed. And Matheus Ferreira, now with the field closed up, must be thinking about potentially a race win here. He's got the car that has been so quick, and he must be wondering whether he can get to the top step of the podium. And what a job. Safety car in on this lap. That was a mega clear-up session. So the car's up at turn 13 already. So we are going to get some more laps of this race. Great job there, getting that car moved. Milan Marchak is going to find the full force, the full might of Jelter Hoffner, Matheus Ferreira, Jack Young, Walter Burkamps, and Marco Giltrap all on his back bumper. This is a dash for the cash. in round 6, Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe. Here we go then. They can't overtake until they get to the start-finish line. Milan Marchak is on the accelerator. Jelter Hofner knows he's got 90 seconds plus 1 lap to get a move done on the 96 car. But he has Mathieu Ferreira on his back bumper. Ferreira, who has been so quick. The first, second, third cars together. In towards turn 1 we come. 1 minute and a quarter of time racing remaining. Everybody else all stacking up behind. Milan Marchak has always been cool under pressure in the past. This is going to be a real test of his coolness. Walter Boerkamp struggling for pace a little bit with Marco Giltrap all over him as well. Jack Young in that 4th place, the 69 car of David Duoc there in the fight as well. There's smoke rising up, the cars all rubbing against each other. Matthias Ferreira has Jack Young challenging him still. Milan Marchak leading the way, 40 seconds remaining plus 1 lap. Jelter Hofner putting the pressure on. Here comes Jack Young once again challenging Matthias Ferreira for the last of the podium positions. Walter Boerkamp's in the battle as well. Milan Marchak, less than 30 seconds remaining of timed racing when the clock strikes 0. What remains of that lap plus 1 more will remain. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th glued together. Boerkamp's in that 5th place, looks to be struggling for pace with those fuel issues. Jelter Hofner in 2nd place. Has he run out of ideas? Milan Marchak opens up the gap. Now Matthias Ferreira fancies a shot at that 2nd place, but Jack Young is not done yet either. Out along the pit straight they come. The clock has struck 0, so this will be the last lap of the race. Milan Marchak with what looks like a reasonably comfortable lead, 0.8 of a second. Everybody fighting for position behind. Walter Boerkamp's coming under pressure from David Duoc. Boerkamp's clearly with issues on that car. Marco Giltrap trying to take both of them. 3 abreast into the corner. Theo Elenis coming back as well. The loser in that has been Marco Giltrap at the moment, but Elenis with a bigger swapper on holds it all together. That is a get out of jail free car for Giltrap, but Giltrap is propelled off into the gravel and into the fence, having come together with Theo Elenis. And into the fence he goes. There'll be a yellow flag. This is the last lap of the race. At the moment, Milan Marchak leads the way, but everybody's scrapping for positions. Hofner's going to have to second for second. Matthias Ferreira for 3rd. Jack Young for 4th. Everybody trying to get those positions, but a disaster for Marco Giltrap on the closing lap of this race. He was a championship leader at the end of round 1. He's not going to score any points from this race. Everybody else scrapping through to get to the end to see the checkered flag. At the moment, Marchak in towards turn 12 and then into the sweeping turn 13 for the very last time. And then it'll be into turn 14 where he will see the checkered flag ahead of him. It is Jelter Hofner in 2nd place, but under pressure from Matthias Ferreira. Out across the line we come. It's going to be 4 out of 4 for Milan Marchak. Jelter Hofner holds on to that 2nd place. Matthias Ferreira, the last of the podium positions, ahead of Jack Young. David Duoc next across the line. Walter Boerkamp's, and there is the Marco Giltrap car into the barrier. What an absolute tragedy for him, having been so strong, shown so much pace, and then at the end when they were running 3 abreast into turn 2, we did wonder whether it was going to end in tears, and it did. Wow, what a race that was. Round 6 of the season, but Milan Marchak makes it 4 wins in a row in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. 4 out of 4 for the last few races. He started on pole in every race, and it's another win. Jelter Hofner with his best, I think, ever finish in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in 2nd place, ahead of Matthias Ferreira, who gets onto the podium. Great stuff there from him. Jack Young shuffled off the podium, also under investigation after that incident with Marco Giltrap. And what a drive from David Duoc in the number 69 car, putting one over Walter Boerkamp's at the end of the race. Boerkamp's will be disappointed with 6th place. It means that Milan Marchak will extend his lead at the top of the championship. He gets a maximum 25 points for 6th place, Walter Borkamps will get 10. So it's certainly looking a lot more spacious at the top of the standings for Milan Marchak. Here come the rest of the results. Matthias Comparato in 7th, Theo Elenis in 8th, Sebastian Freimuth in 9th, ahead of Luciano Martinez. Henry Wheeler wins again in the rookies, ahead of Jesse Polderdijk. Jonas Greif in 13th place, ahead of Levin Gelf. What a race. Marco Giltrap, Alex Ryman, both non-finishers. A controversial race, a bruising race, a very entertaining race. And Milan Marchak, well, he'll take that, won't he? He led every lap of the race. Jelter Hoffner did get a nose in front briefly. It was briefly recorded as the leader, but didn't complete a lap in front. Milan Marchak continues his dominance towards the top of the championship. The cars come in to Parc Ferme. Boy, that was exciting. Really, really good stuff. We've still got 2 more races left this season in the sport division for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and it could go in any direction. But Milan Marchak, the rookie champion for Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, now looking like championship favourite for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. He struggled with the weather conditions in Portimao, was unable to get onto the podium, but since then has won every race. Climbs from the car, punches the air. The Red Ant team once again congratulating their driver, this time on his 4th consecutive win, and really establishing himself, by my calculations, 17 points clear of Walter Borkamps at the top of the championship. All of that, of course, subject to confirmation. He had so much pressure from Jelter Hoffner all the way through that race. And Hoffner put the pressure on, but he kept it all together, and Milan Marchak. So by my calculations, Marchak was clear at the top of the championship by 2 points at the start of this race, now leads by 17 points. But again, I say that's all subject to confirmation. There are also a number of inquiries going on. 20-second time penalty for car 27. So a 20-second time penalty for Theo Elenis, and a 20-second time penalty for Jack Young as well for the incidents that we've seen. So Elenis and Young have both been given a 20-second time penalty for their incidents that saw cars out. And we saw that one with Jack Young where Giltrap ended in the fence. That's a 20-second time penalty. And also for Theo Elenis, the incident that we saw involving, is it Marco Giltrap as well? Certainly, the 2 penalties have been awarded. Anyway, we look back towards the podium, and we look at the pit lane first, because once again, Piers is there with our race winner. This is getting a bit of a habit, isn't it?
This is getting a bit of a habit. 4 in a row, I'd say, is a habit, but a pretty good one to have, I'd say, winning. Milan, another great race, but definitely more difficult that time.
It was very difficult. We struggled a lot, and Jelter gave me a lot of pressure, and also sorry to him for turn 1, the little contact. But that was on purpose. But yeah, for the rest, it was fair racing and fair play to him as well.
It looked like good racing to me. It was very close. I was about to say you led every lap. You led every lap apart from about 60 metres. So, no, a really, really good race. I mean, clearly Red Ant guys giving you a great car.
Yeah, they did an amazing job. I did an amazing job. The whole team did an amazing job. Very happy. I can't ask for more, and now we'll try to finish it in Barcelona.
And let's get Jelter in on this. Jelter, talk us through that. Talk us through that move. It was a last-minute late-breaking move in turn 1. Just about couldn't get it stopped.
Yeah, well, I saw that he was braking quite early in turn 1, and I had a lot of confidence that I built up during this weekend. So I felt like that was the place to go for it. And unfortunately, we had a little bit of contact, but I guess that's part of the cup racing, because the last few races have been a little bit boring, like driving in a train. I think this weekend we showed that there can also be some fun races with ABS.
Absolutely, very much enjoyed watching that one. That was interesting, and then also the safety car right at the end as well.
There was so much stuff on track, so we both completely made our tires shit. And we were driving, for me at least, it felt like I was driving on ice for the last 2 laps. So I had to back everybody up, and then I could go again. So I gave Milan a little bit of space. Yeah. I hope he will do something back for me later in the season.
No worries. Well, a great race, and I'll get the man you were holding on, Matthias Verheeren. Apologies just for the slightly colourful language there from Jelta. Of course, adrenaline's still flowing. That was Jelta's highest finish in this championship. Much like this man here, your first podium in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, I think. Am I right in saying?
Yeah. I had the Rook podiums last year, but the first overall podium.
Yeah, amazing. It must be a great feeling. It was a hard-fought race. You had to pick your way through that one.
Yeah, again, I did a mistake in the start, so I lost some places, but I think I could really fight back during the race. I showed everyone my pace. Coming to Barcelona even stronger with only 1 day of testing, I think it's a really good result. I think I'm really happy. The team is really happy with the pace, with the car. So let's keep working like this, that I think we can win maybe a race in Barcelona.
Absolutely. I think every session you've got better. From the first practice, you've been getting closer and closer to the front. Now your first podium. Yeah. Only a matter of time. Who knows?
Yeah. I think every session me and the team, we did a really good job together. We still know each other because it's my first race with them. So I think during the season is only going to improve, and I'm really happy with that.
And you're going to be racing with the team this year?
Yeah, I'll be with GP Elite for Super Cup and Carrera Cup Deutschland.
Amazing, great to hear. Well, congratulations on your first podium in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Who knows, maybe more to come. Well, that was another wonderful, entertaining, dramatic sports division race. Let's look back at some of the highlights from round 6.
Thank you, Piers. Every race this season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe has been epic. None more so than this. What a race this turned out to be. Milan Marchak got a good start off that pole position, but they were all fighting behind, weren't they? And cars going wide as they headed in towards turn 1 and turn 2. Jelta Hoffner into that second place and set about after the leader. Lots and lots of door banging in that one. That should be a good day to be in the Porsche spare parts department. Theo Elenas having to fight his way forwards. The two Ombra cars running side by side, as they seem to have done for most of this season. Jack Young, another solid drive from him, but that was all going to end in tears, as was the case for Alex Ryman. But look at this. For a moment, Jelta Hoffner had his nose in front. A little bit of a tap maybe from Milan Marchak. We saw that panel, that part of the bumper on the left rear flailing in the breeze after that contact, and that was soon to separate itself from the rest of the car. Jack Young and Alex Ryman breathing down his neck for the whole race, and it looked like it was going to go all the way to the flag. Also rushing to join was Matthias Verheeren, getting past his sister car, Walter Boerkamp's. There, the 88 car of Henry Wheeler getting a little bit wild coming round the corner, but really good stuff. Really good racing from Jonas Greif as well, as he gets himself up to speed for his season. But then this is where the controversies started to happen. First, Alex Ryman had got in front of Jack Young. Matthias Verheeren's in there as well. Then it was into this corner. The two cars got together. It was going to give Jack Young a 20-second time penalty. It was going to give Alex Ryman a non-finish. His car spinning off into the gravel trap. His race was over. It brought out a safety car, and Alex Ryman looked to the skies in disbelief as his championship chances really looked to be disappearing. So the safety car came out on track, bunched everybody up. When we got back to green flag racing again, it really was going to kick off. Milan Marchak under constant pressure from Jelta Hoffner, but Hoffner under pressure from Matthias Verheeren as well. And everybody looking to take advantage with the pack all bunched up together. It was 3 abreast into turn 2. This was always going to end in tears. Marco Giltrap looked to have made a brilliant move at that point. Made a little bit of contact with Theo Elenas, and then it was into the corner that Elenas gets together with Marco Giltrap. Giltrap heads off into the fence. The checkered flag came out. and it was Milan Marchak who took the lead over Jelter Hofner and Mathieu Ferreira. But what an entertaining finish to the race. Punching the air, Milan Marchak makes it 4 out of 4, moves well clear in the championship by 17 points, subject to confirmation, and heads into the final 2 rounds next weekend in Barcelona as the championship leader in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. So, a brilliant race. Every race in the sport division has been so good this year. Let's head down to the podium for the podium ceremony.
Thank you very much, Brian. Yes, we're ready on the podium for the ceremony for our Sport Division Round 6. And we'll start with our third place driver. His first podium in this championship, the 127 from Brazil, Mathieu Ferreira. Congratulations, Mathieu. Racing for Team GP Elite. Second place, the driver for MDM, Jelter Hofner. And the man that everyone wants to beat, 4 in a row, the 4-peat, Milan Marchak. Congratulations, Milan. The Red Ant Racing team giving him his victory, and the Dutch national licensed driver will now have the Dutch national anthem. Congratulations to our top 3, and of course Milan Marchak, our winner. We had the Dutch national anthem. The driver with Polish heritage but racing under a Dutch licence taking the win. Series organiser Lars Plato handing out the third place trophy. Second place trophy handed out by Jose Maria Fortunio, the marketing and communications director for the Spanish Federation. Shaking hands with all our drivers. Second place trophy going to Jelter Hofner, his best finish in this championship. One step closer to that eventual win. Who knows when that will come. He's going to have to overcome the man that was unbeatable today, unbeatable in Estoril, Milan Marchak, taking the victory. And this is the final race of this event here in Valencia for the third event, round 6 of the championship. And you can see Jelter already itching to get his hands on that champagne and spray and celebrate. I wonder if he'll do his famous selfie before or after. Oh, we're saying we're having to wait. We're having to wait for Jelter to do his customary podium selfie. Smile, boys. Smile for the camera. One more, Jelter, he says. One more. Did you get your good side there, mate? There you go. Well done. And now, if they want to, they can celebrate with their champagne, and the phone goes flying from Jelter Hofner, deciding he didn't want champagne on his phone, and a bit of bubbly for the cars as well. I'm sure the team will really appreciate that. Congratulations to our top 3 in the overall sport division. A reminder, that was Mathieu Ferreira, third place for Team GP Elite. Second place, Jelter Hofner for MDM Motorsport, and the winner, 4th win in a row in this championship, taking 2/3 of the wins this season already. Is getting one step closer to the championship. That is Milan Marchak. And next up we have the rookie classification, and we'll start with our third place driver from Germany, Levin Gelf. Congratulations, Levin, for the Zeebach Motorsport team. He was closely followed by the number 29 from the Netherlands, Jesse Polderdijk. Jesse racing for the Red Ant Racing team that took Milan Marchak to the overall victory. He is getting closer and closer to the front. But once again, our new driver and winner in the rookie category, Henry Wheeler. What a race he's had. What a race weekend he's had for the A-Works team. We'll now have the Star Spangled Banner, the national anthem of the United States of America. Congratulations to our rookie podium. Our rookies are the future of our sport in Porsche racing. They are under 24 years old, under 23 years old, and with less than a season of Carrera Cup racing under their belt. The third place trophy handed out by, once again, Jose Maria Fortunio, the Spanish Federation's marketing communications manager. Second place trophy handed out by Lars Plato, series organiser. And our winning trophy then will be handed out to Henry Wheeler. His first weekend in racing, his first 2 car races, he gets to take home first place trophies in the rookie category of the sport division of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Congratulations to all 3 drivers. Henry confirmed to me off camera that he should be with us next time out in Barcelona as well, so maybe more silverware for him. We'll definitely get an interview with Henry. We haven't had a chance to chat to him on camera yet this weekend. All 3 of these drivers, very young indeed. I think less than 60 years of life experience between them total on that podium, so that shows quite how young they are. And now an opportunity to spray and celebrate. No, they haven't quite mastered that apparently. Or yes, Sir Polderdyke decides he's against it. You can spray it if you want, Henry. No, he doesn't fancy it in Barcelona. Yeah, he said yes in Barcelona. In Barcelona, no thanks, Levin. I'm trying to keep my Porsche branded clothing in good nick. He threatened to spray me there, but no, next time. That is the sport division done, but don't go anywhere because club division round 6 is coming from just a few moments time. And if round 5 was anything to go by, round 6 is going to be the racing on circuit's just going to be as hot as the sun on my face. Look forward to that. That's in a few moments time. Race 2, round 6 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2026 Club Division is up next, and we have a nail biter for us. We have our winner, our first time winner in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, Javier Ripoll Jr. He went from pole, he dropped down the order, he worked his way back up and he took the victory. He's going to try and replicate exactly that, and let's see what he's thinking right now as he sits on the grid. I'll wait for him to receive his water bottle from the team first so we can get hydrated and then hear what our newest winner in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe is thinking ahead of this one. That must sound pretty good.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. I mean, we were able to hold it. They were catching fast. The tires were gone at the end, but I think we're good. Let's see now. The temperature is warmer right now. It's a more grip, mechanical grip for the other cars, but the tire is going to perform worse. So let's see how we manage this, and let's see. Hopefully the guys can keep it clean on the back.
What have you learned from the first race that you can then use in this race? You mentioned the tyres already. What can you do as a driver?
The car changed like 3 times during the race. It was a fast car at the beginning with a lot of turning, with weight on the fuel, the front. Then lost weight, so the car was fast, good grip, and then horrible grip at the end, no turning, no braking. So you have to adapt yourself to the 3 different race cars you're driving during the 30 minutes. So that's what I learned.
It's not easy being a racing driver, Javier. It's not easy. He'll go from pole position. Outside of the front row is Hideka's Alexander Dobik, the Ukrainian driver who was briefly leading and then fell down, then made a mistake, and he'll be well in the action. A driver that was pushing hard and actually finished second on the road, but unfortunately received a post-race penalty, I believe. Not now. We'll not do an interview with Joel Monegro this time. Apparently they're deep in conversation. Alongside him, Marabi Mekvavishvili in the lap time performance 2:18 car. So that's the second row of the grid. Row number 3, we see Levent Turkman for MDM Motorsport, Jelta Hoffner, who just finished second in the Sport Division race, giving Levent a bit of encouragement, his teammate. Levent was, unfortunately, I believe he was turned around in that last race. Not exactly the result he would have wanted after being promoted to the front row. Starting a bit further down in this one, Levent. Not the race you would have wanted this morning, but not really your fault, I don't think.
I'm sorry?
Not really the race you would have wanted for the first race of the day, but not a huge amount you could have done about that, I don't think.
No, it was an unfortunate accident. I mean, he didn't do it on purpose, but it was enough to push me out of the race. So it was a pity because I had the feeling that the podium might be in sight, but no.
Not that time. However, you've got a few cars to pass, but we've seen you pass cars. We know you've got the pace this weekend. It's not an insurmountable challenge that you can do it, a podium potentially.
Are you telling me that I can do the podium?
I'm telling you, I'm asking you whether you could do the podium.
Well, I have to be a bit lucky, and if the guys in front of me have a good fight and they make some mistakes, I might have a chance to get on the first podium.
Opportunity dances with those who are already on the dance floor, Levent. So enjoy your dance today in the MDM car from the inside of row number 3. That starts him in 5th place. Double reminder, we did it ahead of the previous Club Division race. Sport Division, standing start, single file stagger. Club Division, 2x2 rolling start. So the pole side, the odd side is on the left-hand side of the grid. The even side on the right. Eric Santos, we spoke to Eric Santos ahead of race number 1 earlier today, so we'll leave him to it for now. Next up on the grid, the 912 of Hunter. He is not going to have an interview today. And then Hans Frisch going from the outside of row number 4 in 8th place. Hans doing a great job. He's been racing hard this weekend. Hans has been pretty much, as I mentioned earlier on in the lunchtime, been going about his business. Consistent top 10s. Where did he finish in that race earlier on? Hans Frisch, that's not the best result for him in that last one. So he'll be looking to push on and get a top 5. We spoke to Peter Sander ahead of the previous one, Jan Klingelnberg. Why don't we go and have a quick word with Jan? Can we have a quick chat? Quick interview, Jan? Brilliant. Jan, how are you feeling ahead of this race? We saw that it was busy in that first one. What are you thinking about right now?
Well, it's going to be the same. It's a bit challenging, of course, without ABS braking. I have to be a bit careful. But, it's a good challenge. I like it.
Yes, a reminder, that's because you're preparing for the Porsche Cup Swiss Championship where you're not allowed the ABS. Is that correct? Yeah. How does it actually change when you're fighting drivers with ABS?
Well, you know, I have to just keep my break points. I can't just dive in. I just have to stay where I need to be and don't screw it up.
Talk to us about what you're thinking about in this race. What's your plan for the first couple of laps, for example?
Stay out of trouble and try to keep close with those guys and see where it takes me.
Sounds like a good plan. Jan, we'll leave you to it. Thanks very much for the Fark Autotech team for letting me jump in there with Jan Klingenberg. He's going from the outside of row number 5, so 10th place. 11th place, Ernst Indebitzen for the Fark Autotech team, his teammate of Jan Klingenberg. We're starting on the inside. He's currently in conversation with the driver coach, so we'll jump on in if we've got a moment to have a chat. Ernst, thank you so much. How are you feeling today, Ernst? How was the first race?
Yeah, I had to start from the behind, and I stayed behind. So how do I feel?
But now you've got a bit more of an opportunity, starting a bit higher up. Yeah. What do you think you can do in this one?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
I said, what do you think you can do? Can you move forward in this one? What's your plan?
Well, I hope so, and the guys around me, I think they have to come as well through the first corner, and that's why I hope so, yeah.
Thank you so much, Ernst. Good luck in this race. Ernst going in the number 9 car. We've had a chat to Dan Lewis at the head of the last one, our sole GT4 driver. We'll leave him to his preparations ahead of this one. We've already chatted to Kasper Högerboom as well. I think we'll leave Kasper to it this time, but we will also grab a word with our new driver to the team, adding a bit of extra. Just have a look at this, actually. Look at this bespoke engineering we've got going on here with the team, Eden Motorsport, making sure that that Dean Burden has the best view possible. The sun going down will be difficult for the driver to see. Can I just jump in and have a quick word? Dean, electric pace in that last one. Exactly. Electric. Coming, scything your way through the field like a hot knife through butter. So close, yet so far.
Yeah, got stuck behind P5 and couldn't get through.
But to get from back here to P5 was a good go. That must have been quite good fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. We'll try again though. Let's see what we can do this time.
Top 5 is definitely, well, you know how to do it now. Yeah. Just talk to us about that tape that's going on the windscreen there.
Yeah, sun's pretty low now, and coming back on yourself, it's pretty difficult to see. So, yeah, just takes it away.
Just takes sun away. A bit of a sun visor for yourself. You've got the visor if you need it as well. It
doesn't work.
Okay, it doesn't work. Fair enough. All right, well, good luck to you. There's Dean Burden going in the inside of the final row of the grid, 14th place. A reminder, pace definitely better than that, was right up there in qualifying. Unfortunately, post-qualifying penalty means he starts both races from the back, but he made his way all the way up into about 5th place before the issue that befell him and that little spin. Kasper Högerboom going from the final row of the grid, and that completes our 14-car grid for the final race this weekend here in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. From Valencia, Brian, I'm looking forward to this one. Back to you.
Thank you, Piers. Yes, you and me both. I'd very carefully worked out all the point standings and then discovered that Joel Monegro had got that penalty from the last race. But by my calculations, and again, very subject to confirmation, I believe that Joel Monegro in the Club Division AM Championship leads Javier Ripoll Jr. by 13 points. But that is very much subject to confirmation. My maths is notoriously dodgy on these things. But whichever way, we know that Monegro does lead the point standings and had a very healthy lead coming into this round. So needs to stay out of trouble, just get a good points haul. Don't think he's going to be clinching any championships here, but of course it will all be decided next weekend in Barcelona. We just heard it being alluded to by Dean Burden that the sun is quite low in the sky. Quite an issue for the drivers because the windscreens are not made of glass. They're made of strengthened perspex, and when the sun is quite low through the windscreen, it can make visibility quite difficult. You can see the sun reflecting off the cars, the long shadows in the late afternoon. Always an issue here. Don't have this problem when it's raining, do we? But the drivers, it's all the same for all of them. And it's just an added challenge, all part of learning the skills in Porsche Cup racing. So we are getting ready for the 6th round of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. To recap from the last race, it was Javier Ripoll Jr. who took the win. Alexander Dobic was promoted to second place. In third place, Murabi Mekvabishvili picks up his first podium of the year. Then it was Hunter in fourth place. And then after that penalty, Joel Monegro, the stewards deciding that the collision that he had with Levent Turkman was worthy of a penalty, so he was relegated down to fifth place. Then in sixth, it was Levent Turkman. In seventh, Peter Sander. In eighth, Hans Frisch. In ninth, Jan Klingenberg. And in 10th, Eric Santos. It does mean, though, that in the championship, in the overall championship, in the Michelin Cup Championship, it's very much Joel Monegro versus Javier Ripoll Jr. I worked out the points, but the points situation, not always easy, particularly as it's a different structure to what it is in Sport Division. But the headline is Joel Monegro certainly leads the points by a healthy amount at the moment, but it could all change here. We saw how quick Alexander Dobic was in the last race. We know how quick Javier Ripoll Jr. is. We know how quick Joel Monegro is. Murabi Mekvabishvili has shown a very good turn of speed as well. So it's going to be a fascinating race. Levent Turkman from fifth on the grid will be a little bit frustrated having been punted out in the last two races. Prior to that, having finished on the podium in all bar one. So he will be looking to make amends for that. So I think this is shaping up to be something quite special. We're looking forward to this. And as already mentioned, after this weekend, after today, we have just 2 rounds remaining. And both of those will take place next Saturday in Barcelona, Circuit de Catalunya. We're looking forward to that, and that is when our champions will be decided and confirmed. But we have 30 minutes of racing ahead of us here to finish off the day in Valencia. Are we saving the best till last? Well, that's going to be quite a challenge because we've had some pretty good stuff already. You saw Alex Fack Jr. walking past the camera there. He is a useful pilot, of course, for Fack Autotech, very much in a coaching role this weekend. And we've seen him winning in the Pro-Am Championship in GT Masters the last couple of years. A little aside there. So the cars sat silently on the grid. Right, here we go. The instruction is going to be given to prepare themselves for the formation lap, and we will be getting ready to go. The Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, based on the 992 generation, 510 brake horsepower. And then we have the sole GT4 car, the Porsche Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport, with Daniel Lewis at the wheel, and it has shown that he can mix it with the rest of these guys as well. And he will be starting from 12th place on the grid for this race. As always, sprint racing, short, sharp, no BOP, no pit stops, none of that nonsense. It's elbows out, pure energy all the way to the checkered flag. The only difference between this and the Sport Division is that it is a rolling start as opposed to a clutch start. And also the cars are allowed traction control as well as ABS. Although the two Fack Autotech cars have elected not to take that the ABS as they prepare themselves for their season. Right, there's the grid. Javier Ripoll Jr. for S1 Racing on pole position. Alexander Dobic for Hadeka Racing alongside him. Then Joel Monegro and Murabi Mekvabishvili. On row 3, Levent Turkman has Eric Santos for company. And on row 4, it's Hunter for lap time performance with Hans Frisch alongside him. Next up, it's Peter Sander with Jan Klingenberg, and then Ernst Inderbitzen with the sole GT4 car of Daniel Lewis on 12th, ahead of Casper Hockerburn and Dean Burden, if you remember, got disqualified from qualifying, but made such good progress in the last race. You can keep it pointing in the right direction, might even be in for a podium at this rate. We'll keep an eye on that as the cars start on their formation lap, weaving to get the heat into the tyres and into the brakes. as we see the view on board the Manthey car. Track experience by Manthey. So just getting the heat into the tyres, into the brakes. In fact, yes, as you see how low the sun is in the sky there, as the cars come round towards turn 8 and turn 9, you can see that issue with visibility as you're driving into the sun at certain points of the track. Right, this is going to be really interesting. Javier Ripoll Jr. talked a lot about how the tyres changed as the race went on. You heard him talking to Piers about that. Fascinating to hear how the car changes. It's a living, breathing animal. The track is also evolving as every lap passes, as the temperature changes, as more rubber is laid down on the track as well. So the drivers have to be on their guard and ready to adapt as things change. But the first job is to generate the heat into the tyres and into the brakes, so that when they arrive at turn 1 in just a few moments, they have something with which to stop and with which to turn. The car's now into turn 13. It's a long, sweeping corner. Goes past the little lake that's on the infield in towards turn 14. Also slightly downhill, so a little bit tricky under braking. There's that lake on the left-hand side. And then it's out onto the pit straight. The car's now gridding up side by side. It's a front row of Javier Ripoll Jr. and Alexander Dobic. And we ride on board with Javier Ripoll Jr. as we head in towards the start-finish line. It's the final race of the afternoon. It's round 6 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. As a car onto the grass as they head in towards turn 1. And leading the way, Javier Ripoll Jr. The rest of the cars running side by side. That was a lively moment, wasn't it? Heading in towards turn 2, Alexander Dobic into that tight 180 turn. Cars going deep into the corner. Marabi Mekva-Bishvili losing a couple of places there as well. In towards turn 4 they come. The right-hander then into turn 5. Javier Ripoll Jr. under pressure. Alexander Dobic will remember what happened in the last race. He'll want to get on top, but look who's behind them. Joel Monegro, championship leader, wants to get in front as well. The first, second and third running together. They break clear of the car behind. That's Hunter who's there as well. It looks like Peter Sanders had a really good start to the race. So, final race of the day, but lots to play for in the closing part of this wonderful weekend for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So Javier Ripoll Jr. looking a little bit under pressure from Alexander Dobic. Important now to keep it focused, to not be looking in the mirror and not be making mistakes. The lead 2 broken clear of Joel Monegro a little bit, but still plenty of time to come. The drivers needing to preserve the tyres, as we've already heard, make sure they've got something to go to the end. Now Monegro starting to put the pressure onto Alexander Dobic, turning the pressure up a little bit as they head out onto the pit straight. In towards turn 1 they come. So there's your confirmation. It is Javier Ripoll Jr., Alexander Dobic, Joel Monegro, your 1, 2, 3, breaking clear of Hunter. The car silhouetted in the evening sunshine. Peter Sander with a great start. But now Marabi Mekva-Bishvili's found a route past him. Levent Turkman there. Dean Burden from the back of the pack once again. Wastes no time in dispatching cars. He's already up with Levent Turkman and fighting for 7th place. He can see the race leader just across the corner from him. Great progress from Dean Burden. Levent Turkman feeling the pressure of the British driver. Right, Alexander Dobic was challenging for the lead, now defending from Joel Monegro in 3rd place. Hunter a little bit too far back to challenge with them at the moment, but the fight for 2nd looks to be on. We've seen this in the previous race, the gaps between 1st, 2nd and 3rd opening and closing with every corner like a giant piano accordion. But at the moment, Ripoll Jr. has that advantage. Can he hold on to it? Joel Monegro, the quickest of anybody in Sector 1, but the quickest of anybody in Sector 2 is Javier Ripoll Jr. with that purple time. So, 1st and 3rd looking to be the quickest cars In the middle, Alexander Dobic just needs to be consistent across all the sectors. At the moment, he's having to defend hard. That's the gift for Javier Ripoll Jr. That allows him to break clear as long as Alexander Dobic is defending. He's not attacking the race leader. And Dobic at the moment heads out towards turn one. Once again, there's your first, second, third in the background. Fourth place turning in now. There's Joel Monegro, championship leader, coming into this race. Will be the championship leader at the end of this race, whatever. But with a lot of pressure to try and get past the first two cars in front. So the start procedure was under investigation by our race directors, but have decided now that it's not necessary. Everybody was in line. Here comes Javier Ripoll Jr. Took his first ever win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe earlier on today. Would love to make it a back-to-back win, but Alexander Dobic is there and ready to pounce. Great start from Peter Sander. He's in 8th place at the moment. Now Dean Burden has dispatched Levent Turkman. So Burden making even better progress in this race than he did in the last. He's got Murabi Mekvabishvili next up the road to him in 5th place. Dean Burden up to that 6th place at the moment. We'll be wondering what might have been following that disqualification in qualifying, but making the best, showing his true colours here as he gets past Levent Turkman and now sets after Murabi Mekvabishvili. Alexander Dobic, the team owner of Hadeka Racing, in 2nd place. The track experienced by Manti car with Joel Monegro at the wheel in 3rd. Hunter a little bit too far back now. That's the gift for Monegro. That allows him to challenge into turn one. Monegro, now the fastest man on the track. He lines up Alexander Dobic into that turn one with nobody close behind. He's able to challenge and not risk giving a position away. Into turn two he comes. Ripoll Jr. with a little over half a second at the front will want to break clear, because if Monegro gets past Dobic, he may well close in on Ripoll at a rate of knots. At the moment, everybody holding station, but Dean Burden closing in on Murabi Mekvabishvili in the background. Hunter there as well. There is Alexander Dobic in the 33 car for Hadeka Racing. Now the challenge from Joel Monegro. Monegro to the inside, into the corner they come. Monegro in front. Alexander Dobic doesn't put up too much of a fight, slots in behind. And now Joel Monegro, championship leader, is up into 2nd place. Now we look at the gaps. Alexander Dobic, 0.568 last time around. Monegro would have lost a bit of time getting past Alexander Dobic. So that makes it 0.8 of a second. But the question now will be, can he close in on Javier Ripoll Jr.? And can he put the pressure on in the second 2/3, or the remaining 2/3 of the race? Javier Ripoll Jr. still in front, still in control. Quickest man on the track at the moment looks to be Dean Burden. He's gone purple in Sector 1 and Sector 2. Looking like he could be about to set the fastest lap of the race. No, he had a poor Sector 3, but still Dean Burden. And yes, it was in fact the fastest lap of the race. So Dean Burden with the fastest lap, showing his intent as he tries to close in. He's 2.3 seconds back from Murabi Mekvabishvili. So he'll be closing in on the 218 car. Meanwhile, Ripoll Jr. starting to feel the pressure from behind. We can see that Monegro has closed up that 0.8 of a second gap. Visually, you can see that it's closed down. He's broken clear of Alexander Dobic. Javier Ripoll Jr. is going to have the pressure of his life on his shoulders in just a few moments, because Monegro is a man on a mission, closing in on the number 91 car. In towards turn 9 and around to turn 10 they come, and then into turn 11 they will go. Ripoll Jr. has led every lap so far, but needs to hold on for another 22 minutes and 10 seconds plus 1 lap. On board with Javier Ripoll Jr. He has a nice clear track in front of him. Monegro with all the work to do, but now breaking clear of Alexander Dobic. He is released to challenge. He takes a much tighter line around the sweeping turn 13. Into 14 they come. Out onto the pit straight once again. So in towards turn 1 they will come in the late evening sunshine. Still, Ripoll Jr. in charge. Burden continues to close in on the lead back. The quickest man on the track at the moment. There's Javier Ripoll Jr. It's turn 2. Monegro biding his time. No hurry at the moment. Needs to look after the car. Needs to look after the tyres. Alexander Dobic not out of it yet. That's your podium finishers at the moment, but it might all change. So Joel Monegro in the second place. The driver who's won all bar one races so far this season. Picked up that penalty in the previous race that saw him finishing off the podium. Once again, taking a very tight line into turn 8 and into turn 9. Monegro has halved the gap between first and second, and maybe just waiting for his moment. There's the sole GT4 runner, Daniel Lewis, in the number 19 car prepared by Race Car Consultants. Has shown such impressive pace against the bigger brothers around him. As said, he's been gaining some really valuable experience as he gets ready for his season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain. But at the moment, in 12th place, Jan Klingenberg just ahead of him. Just behind him, Kasper Hockebom in 13th place. So Dean Burden continues to track down the cars in front, but is not really closing in on Marabi Mekvabishvili at the moment. As Peter Sander in that 8th place. Had a good start, but now just ahead of him is the 92 car of Hans Frisch. So Hans Frisch, another driver on the move, has found a route past Peter Sander in that 92 car. You can see the sun shining in their eyes as they come around the corner, can't you? It's all very tense at the moment. A lot of drivers having to focus quite hard when you've been qualifying this morning and you've been just sat around at the circuit for quite a lot of the day to then regather it and focus it in the heat of the evening sun, keeping it all together. But that's exactly what Javier Ripoll Jr. is doing at the lead of the pack as we ride on board once again with Eric Santos in the Track Experience by Manthey car. Up ahead of him, you can see Peter Sander. So this is in 10th place that we're riding at the moment. Ahead of him, Peter Sander and Hans Frisch, who had made his route forwards. Towards the turn 1 we come again. Joel Monegro, now the quickest man on the track. Now really close to Javier Ripoll Jr. Just biding his time. He still has plenty of time to make the challenge. 18 minutes and 10 seconds. Javier Ripoll Jr. will be keen just to keep the focus, to not allow himself to be distracted. He's the quickest of anybody in Sector 1. Javier Ripoll Jr. with a purple in Sector 1. Meanwhile, a track limit warning has been given to second place Joel Monegro. So Monegro has been shown a track limit warning by the race stewards. So this is not all done and dusted by any stretch of the imagination. Ripoll responding, Monegro with the pressure from the stewards as well. He's got the fastest lap, but he can't afford to pick up a penalty. So turn 14 is where he is being seen to have exceeded track limits. That's the final turn. So Joel Monegro needs to keep it tight, particularly on that final turn. Kasper Hockebom challenging the GT4 car of Daniel Lewis. Lewis knowing that he doesn't have the handling through the corners with the aerodynamic disadvantage of the Porsche Cayman against the GT3 car. And so Kasper Hockebom moves up into 12th place. Our race leaders have just crossed the line. The gap remains the same, a little over 0.2 of a second in towards turn 1. And again, Monegro just having a look, showing himself in the mirrors. Javier Ripoll Jr.'s last lap was almost identical to Joel Monegro's, a 137.38 for both cars, with Ripoll Jr. being about 6 thousandths quicker. But it's not the speed, it's the mistakes that could change things around. He needs to be focused and not miss the braking points. Javier Ripoll Jr. still leads the way. The lead two, having broken clear of Alexander Dobic. There's Dobic in the background in the Hideka car. Hunter a little way back from him. Monegro looks to be able to take a much tighter line through that corner. Around turn 8, 9, 10 and 11. Looks to have better grip than Javier Ripoll Jr. Looks to have the traction. But Javier Ripoll Jr. has the track position at the moment. Can he hold it as the race reaches the halfway point? Can he hold it for another 15 minutes? This is where Monegro was getting the track limit warnings. He certainly takes a tight line there and then drifts out wide on the exit. Out along the pit straight we come once again. Are we going to see a challenge in towards turn 1? He ducks to the inside. Is he selling the dummy? No, he's not. He's got his car in the gap. Can he get it slowed down? The two cars running side by side. Javier Ripoll Jr. trying to go the long way around as they head up towards turn 2. But Monegro has the line into turn 2. Ripoll Jr. trying to tuck back and get him on the exit of turn 2. He does just that. The two cars run absolutely side by side on board with Javier Ripoll Jr. And he's got him back again. Brilliant stuff from Javier Ripoll Jr. He lost the lead for a couple of corners and then he got it back, just keeping calm, keeping cool. And Monegro is going to have to do it all again. All of that has allowed Alexander Dobic to close in on them. Hunter in the background as well. Great stuff from Javier Ripoll Jr. Held it together despite immense pressure. Now Joel Monegro, he's had the dress rehearsal. He's going to have to do it all again. Into turn 9 and around towards turn 10 and 11 the cars come. Javier Ripoll Jr. with the lead. Monegro was in front for a couple of corners. Murabi Mekbabishvili is quickest of anybody in sector 1, so the people further back all closing up as well. But we are glued to this battle for the lead of the race out of turn 12 into turn 13. Once again we come and then down the hill in towards turn 14. It's Joel Monegro going to do exactly the same as he did last time. He goes tight into the corner, allows the car to drift out wide, but mustn't exceed track limits. Now he has the slipstream as they run past the pits. This time, Javier Ripoll Jr. moves to try and shut the door. He's covered off the inside line into turn 1. Monegro ducks to the outside, under braking. Javier Ripoll Jr. moves to block him into turn 1. Monegro still there, goes to the outside into turn 2, under braking. Ripoll Jr. gives him a little bit of space. Out of turn 2 they come towards turn 3. Still Ripoll Jr. holding him off. In towards turn 3 and 4 they come, then up to turn 5. But Joel Monegro almost with a nose in front, but then backs out of it. He's still the fastest man on the track, but then Ripoll Jr. with a mistake on the exit of the corner, goes deep, and now the lead changes hand. Ripoll Jr. did all the hard work, missed a braking point, and now plunges backwards into the clutches of Alexander Dobic, who senses an opportunity to move up a step on the podium. Car 91 has been given a warning too about track limits, so double whammy for Javier Ripoll Jr. He's still solid in that second place at the moment, but for that mistake, has he lost his concentration? He goes deep again. Maybe the tyres are playing up. Maybe he's losing the grip because Dobic is now up into second place. The car that was leading on this lap last time around was Javier Ripoll Jr. Now he's down into third place and soon to be defending from Hunter. So Alexander Dobic up into second. Joel Monegro wastes no time at all in opening up a gap between himself and second place. What can Alexander Dobic do about Joel Monegro? 11 3/4 minutes remaining of this race. You can see again here, and Javier Ripoll Jr. just getting it all wrong, under braking. The back end of the car steps out. By the time he's corrected it, the damage is done, and Monegro is through. Right, Ripoll Jr. coming back at Alexander Dobic now. He's taken a moment, a deep breath, pulled himself back together. Monegro and Javier Ripoll Jr. have had warning flags for disrespecting track limits, and also car 91 a warning flag for waving. I think that might be weaving. I think under braking, I think he might have been weaving and waving under braking into turn one. But Javier Ripoll Jr. with another warning. And it says penalty, disrespecting track limits, but I think that is a warning flag awarded to our race leader, Joel Monegro, for track limits. But clearly, the race stewards are keeping an eye on his track limits. The same also for car treble 2, Jan Klingenberg. So lots of action going on the track and plenty going on in the stewards room as well. After all that, Joel Monegro leads, Alexander Dobic in second, Javier Ripoll Jr. in third, Hunter in fourth, Marabi Mekvabishvili in fifth, Levent Turkman in sixth. So Dean Burden, after such a great start to the race, has maybe lost a bit of that pace, maybe lost a bit of the grip in seventh place ahead of Hans Frisch. Here comes Monegro out across the line, the gap up to 1.372. Levent Turkman, purple in sector 2, so the quickest of anybody in sector 2 on the last lap. We now enter the final third of the race. So there is Javier Ripoll Jr. He's had time to regather it. He's still got a podium, but will be frustrated having led so much of the race. He also has Hunter breathing down his neck. How hard will Hunter try and find a route past? Marabi Mekvabishvili has been looking very quick. Has had 2 fifth places, a third, and currently in fifth again in this race. Had a couple of non-finishes. We had a non-finish and a DQ at the opening round of Portimao. But since then, has been looking pretty solid. There is Hunter, the mysterious Hunter in the grey and red car, hunting down Javier Ripoll Jr., hunting a trophy. Can he get on the podium? Can Marabi Mekvabishvili do anything about it as well? Levent Turkman isn't done yet either. Dean Burden in the background, so he's clearly not giving up on this. Time is starting to run out. 8 3/4 minutes remaining of this race. Still plenty more to come. Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe, Club Division, round 6. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. All running pretty close together on the track. All separated by a little over 5.5 seconds. It's turn 2. Everybody having to focus. Everyone getting a bit tired. We've lost Ernst Inderbitzen, who's peeled off into the pits. Clearly an issue there with the number 9 car. You can see the sun shining in the faces of the drivers when they go around some of the corners. Just an added hazard. Right, Javier Ripoll Jr. has closed back in on Alexander Dobic. You can see the drivers squinting as they head into the corner. Ripoll Jr. will be wanting to make amends, but he needs to finish this race to keep himself in the championship hunt. He doesn't want a non-finish here. Alexander Dobic will be aware that the 91 S1 car is there. He's more than aware because he'll see it to the side of him. The 2 cars running neck and neck. Ripoll Jr. has the line into the corner, turn 12, and through back into that second place. We heard how Javier Ripoll Jr. said on the grid how the car evolves. Sometimes it's really quick, and then during the race it goes off, then it comes back again. Clearly the car finding some pace in the final 7 minutes. Can he do anything about Joel Monegro? There's Monegro up ahead of him. 2.747 is a massive gap to close down with less than 7 minutes remaining, but he's sure going to give it a shot. Mind you, Alexander Dobic is not done yet either, is he? Still coming back at Javier Ripoll Jr. Nobody gives up in this game. Really good. Hunter there. There's Marabi Mekvabishvili, Levent Turkman, and there, Dean Burden. Having started stone last, within reach of a podium finish, but for the cars just ahead of him. There is Dean Burden. Has been so impressive in quali. Qualied so well. The car was underweight. He got disqualified. So has had to fight from the back of the pack in both of his races. And still mixing it. Levent Turkman ducking down, trying to find a bit of shadow to shield his eyes. As they head in towards turns 9 and 10 and round to turn 11. Levent Turkman, the meat in the sandwich at the moment, would like to finish this race without a visit into a gravel trap. There's Javier Ripoll Jr. in second place. 2.747 was the gap the last time they crossed the finish line between first and second. What's it going to be this time around? Has Javier done anything about Joel Monegro's lead? 2.747 was the magic number. Monegro crosses the line now. Here comes Javier Ripoll Jr. Yes, he has. 7/10 of a second out of the lead. Javier Ripoll Jr. has not given up. The timing screens have lost him slightly there. He is still there, even though he's dropped off the timing screen. I think that might be a transponder issue. Levent Turkman now under pressure from Dean Burden. A bit of deja vu here, so Dean Burden has suddenly found a little bit more pace in the closing stages of the race. Clearly his car coming on as well. So Levent Turkman in 6th place. Dean Burden is 7th, and once again Burden loses the back end. It's a replay of the previous race up at turn 4. The back end stepping out, and Burden will be so frustrated. Maybe those tyres crying enough, and that allows Levent Turkman to break free with no pressure from behind, and he can now set about after Marabi Mekvabishvili. But Dean Burden, all the hard work, and as happened earlier today, the back end of the car stepping out after all that hard work, the car spinning around, and he tumbles back down the order. Here's our race leader, Joel Monegro. Has Javier Ripoll Jr. continued to take chunks out of that lead? We've got 4 minutes remaining. It's not all over yet. We can see that Dean Burden is still stranded on the track. It's on the exit of 11 towards turn 12. Are we going to need a safety car here? I hope not. He's still out there, stranded at the side of the track. Right, in towards turn 1 we come once again, and suddenly Alexander Dobic is back on the challenge for 2nd place, so clearly an issue for Javier Ripoll Jr. or just Alexander Dobic finding some pace. So this is for 2nd place. The two cars run side by side. Dobic had 2nd place briefly. Now Ripoll Jr. comes back, Dobic goes wide. You just can't predict what's going to happen next in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And they go past the stricken number 56 car at the side of the track there. That is up at turns 4 and 5, isn't it? So the car of Dean Burden well and truly out of the running, stranded at the side of the track, and we've got a full course yellow. So the cars now have to reduce their speed. The full course yellow comes out 80 kilometers an hour. So everybody slows down. It's not a safety car, so the gaps remain the same, although all the cars slow down at different times to each other, different paces, depending on where they are on the track. The race marshals do a great job. Clearly, the 56 car was beached on the curbing. They've got him clear, so Dean Burden is able to get back under his own steam and will probably peel off into the pit lane, I should think. So the applause from the crowd in the background. So we will be out of full course yellow in a few moments. It says ending shortly. And then It will be down to Javier Ripoll Jr. to try and make sure he's on the accelerator as quick as possible. We're back to green flag racing. Less than 2 minutes remaining of this race. Joel Monegro. Javier Ripoll Jr. through the full course yellow period has managed to break clear of Alexander Dobic. Every driver decelerating and accelerating at different times. Out across the line we come. What's the gap? Just over a second, but time running out. 90 seconds plus 1 lap remaining of this race. Murabi Mekvabishvili has a little look to the inside of Hunter. That's for 4th place. Sees the opportunity. Levent Turkman in the background. Closes in on Murabi Mekvabishvili. He says, if you move out of line again, I'm going to jump into the gap. So Turkman in 6th place. Mekvabishvili in 5th, just ahead of him. There's Hunter in the grey and red car. Up ahead of him, Alexander Dobic. Javier Ripoll Jr. in 2nd place at the moment, closing in on Joel Monegro. But time is running out. So our race leader's up at turn 7 at the moment. I don't think he's going to get back to the start-finish line before the clock strikes 0. So it'll be what remains of this lap and then one more before we see the checkered flag. Javier Ripoll Jr. suddenly looking like a man possessed. That full course yellow has given him a real opportunity to regather himself. And now he's closed in on the race leader. He senses an opportunity with 30 seconds remaining. The car goes deep into the corner. Are we going to see a challenge to Joel Monegro with less than 30 seconds of time racing remaining? Into turn 13 they come at the moment. On board with Javier Ripoll Jr. in 2nd place, 15 seconds remaining on the clock. I don't think he's going to get back to the line before it strikes 0. I'm looking, it's a bit close. The clock is, I think he's crossed the line before it struck 0. So it's going to be another 2 laps, which is what Javier Ripoll Jr. wants to close in. No indication this is the last lap. So I think it's this lap plus 1 more. So Joel Monegro has opened up the gap again. Javier Ripoll Jr. We've got a yellow flag at turn 12, so somebody's had a moment up at turn 12 as well. Monegro seems to have regathered himself. Ripoll Jr. in 2nd place, clear of Dobic at the moment. In the sunshine, the late afternoon sunshine here in Valencia, the closing stages of the racing, and it's Casper Huckerboom. It looks to be going the wrong way around the track there briefly. Gets to safety, keep it out the barrier, but it was clearly he that brought out the yellow flag. Here's our race leader, Joel Monegro. I think he's got 1 more lap to do after this. I've had no indication that it's the last lap. I think there was still time on the clock when he crossed the line. So Javier Ripoll Jr. with any attempt he can to get up with the race leader. Car 8 has a 5-second time penalty for track limits. Well, that's Casper Huckerboom. I don't think he's going to be too worried about that. He's already a lap down. Dean Burden has peeled off into the pits, as suggested. Such a shame after such good progress. Joel Monegro into turn 14 for the penultimate time. On board with Javier Ripoll Jr. Has he got anything left in the tank on this, the last lap of the race? Has he got anything that he can do about the lead that Joel Monegro has? He will certainly still be in the championship hunt, but Joel Monegro will open up a points gap. Alexander Dobic in 3rd, Hunter. Then you see there Levent Turkman with Murabi Mekvabishvili behind him. But time running out for everybody. Our race leader is up at turn 4 for the final time at the moment as we look at the battle for 5th place, 6th, right on his back bumper. Up ahead, there's Hunter just disappearing through your picture. That's Levent Turkman in the number 77 car in 5th place. Our race leader up at turn 7 at the moment, well clear of Javier Ripoll Jr. as far as I can see. There's Alexander Dobic in that 3rd place. And Levent Turkman fending off Murabi Mekvabishvili. There's our race leader, Joel Monegro, in car 224 into turn 11 and 12 for the very last time. Suddenly, Javier Ripoll Jr. is with him. So Joel Monegro losing an awful lot of time on the closing lap. Javier Ripoll Jr. sees an opportunity to steal it as this race comes to its absolute conclusion. Monegro gathers it up. It was a desperate moment in the last few moments, and Javier Ripoll Jr. overcooks it into the final corner, into the gravel trap. And it's Alexander Dobic who's going to be up into second place. Hunter is going to get the third place. It's a win for Joel Monegro, a fifth win of the season. And Javier Ripoll Jr. on the last corner saw the opportunity. Whatever happened, the car looked up. He went straight on into the gravel trap. He's not going to score any meaningful points. The car in the background with the smoke rising from it. It promotes Alexander Dobic to second, Hunter to third, Levent Turkman to fourth, Marabi Mekvabishvili in fifth ahead of Hans Frisch, Peter Sander, Eric Santos in eighth, Jan Klingenberg will be ninth. Javier Ripoll Jr. may well get the points for 10th place, but it's not what he had in mind just a couple of moments ago as he climbs from the car, slams the door closed, and walks off back to the garage. What a dramatic closing lap in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. But it's Joel Monegro who returns to his winning ways to the top step of the podium. Alexander Dobic in the 33 car scores another second position. He got second early on. He gets second again. And Hunter is onto the podium in the lap time performance car, the 912 car. I don't think Hunter was anticipating that a lap ago, but he has inherited third place ahead of Levent Turkman and Marabi Mekvabishvili. The drama never stops coming in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So there we see the race result, everything subject to confirmation, but Joel Monegro suddenly had that moment on the last lap. Alexander Dobic in second and Hunter in third. And then the car's now peeling off into Park Ferme. And there is Joel Monegro back to his position of number one. Greeted from the crew from Track Experience by Manthey, the legendary team from Germany that Olaf Manthey heads up. There is Hunter. He'll probably be wearing a balaclava when he gets out of the car. And on the other side, you can see Alexander Dobic. And there comes the congratulations from the team at Manthey. So it was a traumatic race earlier on today, but business has been resumed for Joel Monegro, and he takes his spot on the top step of the podium. But he had to fight for it. That last lap challenge from Javier Ripoll Jr., whether there was a problem, whatever it was, Ripoll almost made that challenge for the lead. It didn't stick. He took too much to that final corner and ended in the grab. It goes to Joel Monegro. Takes a well-earned drink of second place, Alexander Dobic. Expecting that a couple of minutes ago, so he'll be to that. And Hunter will step onto the podium as well to get that third place trophy. So Joel, fairly cool about it. Business as usual. And there he is with Piers Pryor. And hopefully Piers is ready to have a word with our race winner.
Yes, I am down here. I mean, a familiar face. The only race you haven't won this season was this morning. And here we are back on winning ways. You said you could do it after the last race, didn't you? And here we are.
There you go. Yeah, that worked out. I'm glad about that. But it was definitely much closer this time around, which is more fun and more challenging, but that's what we're here.
Absolutely, yeah. And looked like in those last few laps until the last corner, Javier really was closing the gap.
Yeah, I want to figure out what's up with that. We closed the gap a little bit on the full course yellow and then a yellow flag out of turn 12, I think. So that collapsed it a little bit, but it was certainly a dramatic ending. I hope he's all right.
Yeah, I don't think he actually made contact with the barrier. We're not certain about that, but yeah, it should be all good. But another win, you must be very happy. I don't know, but my mental arithmetic says you're in a very good position in the championship. I don't know whether it's happened yet or not, but you must be feeling pretty good about that.
Let's find out. You never know what happens, but we're here for it. We're fighting for it. We've got a great team and a great car, so I guess we'll find out in Barcelona next week.
Absolutely. And what about Barcelona?
It should be a fun track. I hear great things about it. I haven't raced there before, but I hear that it's quite amazing, so I'm looking forward to that.
Very much look forward to seeing how you do there. Joel Monegro, winner again in the club division of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Let's look back at the highlights from what was another brilliant race, round 6 of the club division here in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe.
Thank you, Piers. We're having a look at the highlights of this race in the afternoon sunshine. And what a race it turned out to be. The pole position from Javier Ripoll Jr. looking fairly solid at the front to start off with. Everybody fighting for those positions in the early stages. Alexander Dobic was challenging all the way, but Joel Monegro had a great start. A traditional charge through the field for Dean Burden, and Levent Turkman was to feel the might of him as he came through the pack, but it was all going to end in tears later on. The challenge at the front, Joel Monegro was man on a mission. He's been the man in form all season long, and he picked off the cars one by one. He relegated Alexander Dobic and then set about Javier Ripoll Jr. to try and relieve him of the lead. Javier Ripoll Jr. was not making it easy. He held on to that top spot for so long. Meanwhile, our sole GT4 car with Daniel Lewis at the wheel was wheel to wheel with Casper Hockerboom. The lead battle continued, and eventually it was a mistake from Javier Ripoll Jr. that allowed Joel Monegro to get a nose in front, but then Javier Ripoll Jr. came back at him, and Monegro had to do all that hard work again. So Javier Ripoll Jr. spent so long at the front, but another moment under braking. The car went deep, and that was the only invitation Monegro needed. This time, he was in the lead, and he wasn't going to surrender it. But in the closing stages of the race, suddenly everyone was closing up. Javier Ripoll Jr. got past Alexander Dobic, then fought his way forwards towards Joel Monegro. But Joel Monegro losing a bit of pace in the closing stages of the race. Dean Burden losing the back end of the car in the closing stages of the race. It was to bring out a full course yellow, and it was such a shame after such a charge through the pack. Javier Ripoll Jr. first fending off Alexander Dobic, then setting off after our race leader. So the race leader was looking pretty secure until that very last corner. We had some lockups going on going into that corner, and it was Javier Ripoll Jr. responsible for the smoke. He'd seen an opportunity to get past Joel Monegro, but then lost it in that final corner, went straight on, and Monegro was able to take that win. So can't actually hear any sound myself from the onboard, but I'm told there was some audio to be heard from Javier Ripoll Jr. as he went into the fence. The frustration, though, you could see it as he punched the steering wheel and as his race came to an end. Joel Monegro took the win, and I think we may well be able to say that he's taken the championship. I'm slightly tentative about that because firstly, we need to make sure the maths is right, and secondly, just want to be sure what the position is in terms of points for Javier Ripoll Jr. But potentially, Joel Monegro may have clinched the championship, but we need to just wait for absolute confirmation on that. But I believe Joel Monegro may have done enough to clinch the championship with 2 rounds remaining. Right, we're going to head down to the podium for the very last time with Piers Pryor.
Thank you very much, Brian, for taking us through all the action today. And yes, we do have the podium. A dramatic last lap saw a change. So our third place driver in the AM classification, or the Michelin Cup in the club division, was a 912 from Belgium, Hunter. There he is. The man has a face. Hunter taking the third place for lap time competition. Second place was the number 33 from the Ukraine, Alexander Dobik. The Hideka Racing team cheering on Alexander for his third podium of the season. And our eventual winner, the man that's taken so many wins this season, couldn't do it this morning, but redeemed himself in the last race of this weekend, the number 224 from the Dominican Republic, Joel Monegro. A big cheer from the track experience by Manthai team as he comes and takes the top step of the podium. And also, let's not forget our GT4 winner as well from England, Daniel Lewis. Congratulations, Daniel, once again for Race Car Consultants. That is your top 3 in the Michelin Cup and your winner in GT4. And we'll now have the national anthem of the Dominican Republic. Congratulations to all of our top 3 in the Michelin Cup and our winner in GT4. The third place trophy going to Hunter, taking third place. Second place, Alexander Dobik. Trophies being handed out by series organiser Lars Plato. And our eventual winners, a winner in the Michelin Cup, Joel Monegro, for the 5th time this season. Only 6 races done, 5 of them have been this man. And then, of course, Daniel Lewis in the GT4 category as well, taking the victory. The sole GT4, but still driving brilliantly to be in a mix with the faster Cup cars. And now an opportunity for the drivers to celebrate their hard work in the sun here at Valencia for the final time. The celebration with the champagne, all 4 of our drivers making the most of what has been a wonderful day of racing. Brilliant weather, brilliant entertainment, great racing on circuit. Hopefully more of the same in just 1 week's time in Barcelona. We look forward to that. We look forward to all of these drivers being there on the grid, as well as all the drivers that didn't quite make the podium. Congratulations to our Michelin Cup top 3 and our GT4 winner. All of you hopefully will be back next week. Wow, well, that is a day of racing here for the 3rd event, rounds 5 and 6 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe here in Valencia. The sun is setting on the day of racing. That's a brilliant day of racing, both in the sport and club divisions. And it's three quarters of the way through the season. It's gone quickly, hasn't it? And you haven't got long to wait until the next event. That is just next weekend, Saturday, 28th of February. You can watch that at the same time, 10:30 a.m. in the morning, roughly starting. Set a reminder. You can go and find that live broadcast on the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe and Alpha Live YouTube channels and set a reminder there. And you can watch us there. Of course, we'll be going from Barcelona, the great circuit where we've seen so many great races. We're going to potentially crown 2, 3, maybe 4 champions at that event. It's going to have bumper grids potentially in Barcelona as well. We're expecting to see most of the, if not all of the drivers we've had here this weekend in Valencia, plus some bonus additional drivers to make things even more entertaining. Barcelona always produces close and entertaining racing. We've seen a new leader take the top of the championship in the sport division, potentially a provisional champion, but that will be confirmed in Barcelona for the club division, the Michelin Cup. We say thank you to the wonderful Valencia circuit, the circuit Ricardo Tormo, which has produced, once again, very close and entertaining racing. All the track staff and all the marshals and everyone that puts on this event every year do a great job, and they allow us to bring the racing that you've seen today. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in just 1 week's time at Barcelona for the conclusion of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2026.